All right. buddy? Doing okay? Good.
Responded this over on Twitter as well, stating, again though, if your preferred gameplay style is 10-player pre-mades, then didn't we just kill your gameplay? Is that okay? Like, is it really okay? I think one thing is for sure, ladies and gentlemen, and it's important to take away something positive from the discussion though. If Blizzard did not want to do anything about this, they wouldn't be responding to any of this, and they most certainly wouldn't be taking it public on Twitter or on the forums. The future of Season of Discovery is really up in the air, and the truth is that it's up to us to respond with what we want. He's quite literally asking us if it's okay if we change the 10-player pre-made queue-up style. If you're here right now watching the video, I'm putting a link in the description below to this Twitter thread, so you can go ahead and explain the battlegrounds heading into the phases. They may not have changes right now coming in the short term, but this is something that can get changed easily within the next couple months if we voice our opinion about it. One thing about this classic team that I know is that they are on point when it comes to listening to the community and all of the designers. Me personally, I think QE is a great middle ground to meet between both playstyles. There are some of you out there who agree with the developers on this one and think pre-made should stay as 10-mans and there shouldn't be solo queues. But I can also know for a fact that there are other people like me who either want solo queue to be implemented or for them to at least change the queuing system to
It's too far away.
players. Which type of player are you? Let us know in the comment section below. Head on over to that Twitter thread in the description. Let's share that there. Lastly, when it comes to the official dev news over on Twitter, it seems that is confirmed that the rated battlegrounds because having rated inside of vanilla changes the expectations around balance, and we'd rather spend our development time on new content and activities rather than chasing perfect balance for that's not me. Speaking of the future problem, the Season of Discovery might be fixing is that once again, casters heading into the next phase might run into problems. A user over on Reddit made some really solid points stating that the aspect
It's too far away.
about your spell rank being the highest level bracket cutoff. For example, in phase 1, abilities like Frostbolt 67% damage increase when you hit level 26 and get this rank. Think for Shadow Bolt at 63% damage, Shadow Warp Pain at 75% damage, and Mind Flay at 68% damage. Just a few levels away from 25. I mean, two of those spells that we just named are critical for Shadow Priest and can very well be a good reason why they're near the bottom of the damage. It's happening right now, so we're seeing the exact same problem. Ball rank 8, 42, Starfire level 42, Pain at level 42, Flash of Light at level 42. I mean, a lot of these specs are going to be far behind. The spell rank system is at certain levels and was never meant to be balanced with how Season of Discovery's phase system is being made out. The suggestion made by this Reddit user was that they introduce again that teach the higher level version of the spell, just like the inside of Encourage with Shadow rank 10, multi-shot, deadly poison. Because it's an item from the new raid, it wouldn't affect classic era anyway. I think right now the biggest problem with phase 1 when it comes to raiding is that it's very similar to the physical damage dealers in a landslide. It isn't even close. Physical and the bottom half mostly use damage. I'm not sure what the best case scenario is for solving this particular problem, but I know for a fact that one of the biggest issues right now is that casters don't have access to it. They're in a weird place with their spells being learned just a level or two away, so if you can at least solve both of these problems, even introduce some really simple conditions for casters, completely change your gameplay style, change casting from a DPS actually to a melee fighter. For example, for warlocks, you have Warfiend Legacy, where you can use two-handed axes and swords, and your melee attacks deal additional shadow damage, and some of your abilities are also altered as well. Like Searing Bane is now instant, it has a 3-second cooldown. Your Shadow Bolt becomes Shadow Cleave and hits up to 3 nearby targets, and even your Immolate now becomes instant and has a 6-second cooldown. It goes on to do the same thing for Priest and Mage, and if you want to check it out, you can see it on screen here if you want to take a look. But I think this is an insane change of pace when it comes to these classes, and it could definitely be something worth even checking out when it comes to developers. I mean, what do you guys think about something like this in Season of Discovery? You think it's something cool? You think it could be really neat? Or do you think it's something that's veering way too far from the classic feel? You guys gotta let me know in the comments section below. Speaking of hearing from you all, our previous news video, once again, is breaking records on likes and comments, reaching over 2,500 likes and almost 1,500 comments, which is absolutely insane. Once again, just want to take a quick second to say thank you all so much for supporting us and influencing the algorithm to push us to be the best Season of Discovery content creators we can possibly be. So thank you. We absolutely could not do it without you all. Once again, thank you so much. Starting off with our first comment being from Robert P, stating, if anyone is complaining about the speed at which other players are leveling, they need to realize the game isn't just for one type of player. It's from many different types of people. I'm having a great time leveling.
Leveling as a shaman will be nearly identical regardless of what spec you choose. You simply do not have enough talent points at level 25 to truly specialize into any one role, especially before level 25. Leveling as a shaman acts much more of a list of priorities as opposed to infinite rotation. List below is what ideally are encounters. Good usage of Earthbind Totem can help you avoid a lot of damage. Place it between yourself and your enemies to slow them. Give yourself 1 extra lightning bolt cast for any damage. While Searing Totem has great sustained damage, this damage is dealt over a very long period. While Enhance should be looking to burst down its target so that more time is freed to regenerate while moving to the next objective or drink. Still feel free to use it whenever you're facing harder multiple enemies. The same could be said about Flame Shot. Make sure you heal yourself with Healing Wave if you're low health after a pull. This will allow you to quickly get back into action minimal downtime as you're able to regenerate mana. Make sure Rockbiter weapon is active on all times to maximize potential damage output whenever the enemy makes melee range. Make both Rockbiter weapon and Lightning Shield are active at all times to maximize your damage output. Drop Strength and Earth Totem and your main totems while grinding a small space for a long amount of time in dungeons facing hard enemies. Main totems when grinding in a small space for a long time in dungeons. So it sounds like this is the play. Once you get Flame Tongue weapon, equip a fast weapon and you'll be melting enemies. It costs so much fucking mana is the problem.
I'm out of range. That spell isn't ready yet. What you looking for? Be seeing you.
As the wind on the plains, you are always welcome here. We shall meet again. Welcome to the Crossroads, adventurer. My name is Thork. I lead the defenses here in the name of the War Chief. Please, feel free to make yourself at home. As long as you mind your business, no one should have any problem with you taking up some space. There are many threats to our safety here. If you've already become familiar with the lay of the land, speak to the others here. Perhaps they have tasks for you to do. You have done well, adventurer. Those insolent Quillbores will finally learn that the might of the Horde is not to be ignored. One of my scouts witnessed an attack on a caravan from Duratar, adventurer. The culprits are indeed the Razormane tribe of Quillbores. One of the Quillbores in particular is leading the raids. Krennig Snarls.
At Athlon, you've been well behaved this year, and Santa asked me to give you a promo code for 10 viewers gold PLZGVPR612-6QJ5CQ4M. Copy and activate it here. Get by EWER Pro.
And return to me when you have his tusk.
Very good, adventurer. With the Plain Striders gone, we'll have an easier time keeping our supply chains intact. And I hope you learned a few tricks out there in the Barrens, for your next prey has a little more fire in its blood than the Plain Striders.
The Gevra, although not the fiercest beast in the Barrens, are a shade tougher than the Plain Striders. Don't worry, we'll send you against bigger prey in good time. But for now, your teeth could use a little more cutting. Hunt the Gevra to the north and south, and collect their hooves. Bring them to me, and perhaps we'll next send you against something tougher.
What can I help you with?
It's gonna be a while before Go get our Dark Moon Fair buff.
My Wind Riders are trained to fly quickly through the hot Baron's air.
But you could also grab Anticipation for early avoidance boost if you don't care about the damage.
Let's still recharging.
Alright, let's go get the Dark Moon Fair buff. Everybody getting their buff. Oh my god. You received a fortune reading from me. Return to me several hours from when you received. See into the future. How often can you re-get Dark Moon Bear? NBC gives an estimate of buffs based on how you answer this question at each other. Hours. Don't take 24 hours. Oh shit.
All right, so one big change they made in Seasons of Discovery is that the Dark Moon Fair happens every 2 weeks. That's pretty cool, right? Yes, except that it now alternates from going to Thunderbluff to Elwynn Forest. And whether you play Horde or Alliance, that can be very, very, very annoying. If you're anything like me, you've had to deal with a lot of griefers trying to go to the opposite faction. And coming from someone who plays both Horde and Alliance, I gotta deal with it every single time. Well, luckily there's a way that you can get this 100% of the time with virtually no issues whatsoever. Chat showed me this. I know it's been around since the original classic, but my chat showed me this, and I've been doing this every time. All you need to do is have one person queue you for a battleground, and then you simply get your buff and accept the battleground. Now, there's some things you can do to help you with this, so let's start from the beginning. First thing you need to do is to get to wherever the Dark Moon Fair is. If it's on Horde side, it'll be in Thunderbluff. If it's on Alliance side, it'll be in Elwynn Forest. The easiest way to get there and to save you a lot of time is you can get a summon. You will find so many warlocks sitting there summoning people for a small fee of 50 to like 80 silver to summon you to a safe spot up there. Now that's up to you if you want to pay for a summon or make it out there yourself. Either way, get to where you're going. Now there's a couple huge things to do to ensure that you get this buff. The first thing is to get Noble World buff right here, okay? Click options, scroll down on the options until you see the Dark Moon Fair section, which is right here. And then this is auto off by default. You need to turn this on. Auto get DMF buff. Choose which one you want, which is typically, I think, damage for almost everybody. Click damage. What this is going to do is when you click Sage at the Dark Moon Fair, you know how you have to say you want the buff and then click the top item or click your options? It'll automatically do that almost instantly for you. So you just walk up and pretend this is a guy. You just walk up and then you click him once and then it gets you the buff. Done. And you don't have to do anything. The trick is to do that. You get your buff really fast and then you take your Q, right? And then the next step is just to get in a party with somebody, anybody. Make sure they're party lead, have them go to wherever you want to queue from and queue a Warsong Gulch. And then you have two options. You can sit way off in the distance and wait for your Q to pop, try to run up there and get the buff and then click the Q, or you can do what I do, which is I'll get the Q, then I'll die a couple times, I'll get right to where Sage is, and when the Q pops, I'll res and then click Sage and then click enter battle, so it's really, really fast. You cannot be queued if you're dead, so you do need to be alive, which is why you can kind of just get to a safe spot. Just be off in the distance a little bit. You know, the queues are pretty fast. You have enough time to run there. Just go off in the distance a little bit, get queued, and then run up like you're seeing me do now. And just just get back to where you're going, get parked right underneath Sage, and when the queue pops, res, and then click Sage right away, and then click enter battle. I have not had any troubles with this at all. You can get things like a FAP will help you out, or like, you know, just stuff like that. But once you get queued into the BG, just boon your buffs and call it a day. I hope this helps somebody out there. This is just a really short video for this reason. Shout out to chat for showing me this, and Thug up. Peace.
Thug up. Peace.
Alright guys, if you were here yesterday, yes, I did die. Zarmu is dead. We are going back on Zarmumu. Round 2, Star Surge equipped. Full glory, baby. Let's go. First thing we're doing today is killing Arakaya. Oh! We have Kaden versus Arakaya. And Kaden getting knocked down by Arakaya. Big fear coming off. Arakaya in the full fear, but it breaks. Haunt lane.
Hello gamers, the Darkmoon Fair has come early, so I thought I'd quickly tell you exactly what buffs are available and how you can get them. The NPC is called Sage and is located here in the first tent on the left. You're going to tell Sage that you're ready to discover where your fortune lies, and then you'll be given the first story. In the story, you find a man stealing corn in the fields. You must decide out of the 4 choices what you would like to do with the man. And then once you decide, you get the second story with more choices on what you would do. Once you've made your choice, you'll be gifted with one of the 8 buffs available. To get 10% agility, you want to choose the third option, and then the third and then the second. 5 to all resistances, you want to choose the first. Finally, for 10% damage, you want to choose the first and the first. You now get to choose if you want to receive a weird message from her, and you can see that you have your 2-hour buff over here. I hope you find this video useful. Have a merry...
In retail for a bit, but I wasn't great on them. Came by to wish you Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Joe. Good to see you, bro. Did you get up too much, or was it just a chill one? Oh my god, I swear this boss is so hard to do good damage on as balance. Like, you just fucking hit a load of ones. Oh my god. Oh no, we lost someone. Oh, the walking stick. I might need this for heals, if no one else does. Let's see, loot. Stream needs it. It's a pass from me, dude. How you finding the solo heal life? Went to Spain with some friends, and GF was pretty fun and kind of chill for once. Nah, that sounds nice, man. How was the weather there? It's been fucking garbage here, mate. It rained so much recently. What's the timer off Darkmoon Fair buff after it expires? Isn't it like 2 hours or something? In game though.
Oh.
But yeah, no, New Year's was just a chill one for me as well. I just went round to the parents. Lee wasn't well, so she stayed in and looked after Eli. Yeah, I think you have to be online, Athlon. Not 100% sure, but I think so.
Ook. I feel like my teach hasn't been great. It's fine. Probably should hit the lightning totem. Fucking hell. Lightning term's coming.
I can't cast that yet.
Oh, VRS killed himself. This is good. A lot of people losing their boons. Oh fuck, I could have saved Raj, man. I got a heal proc right as he died. Fortunately, he didn't have boon. Oh my god, what is this double mail trash, man? Dude, why are one pair so much better than the others? I literally, okay, you know what? You know why you died? Because I was like thinking, what the fuck is my healing touch bind? He won this Fist of the Wild. I haven't. Huh?
It's too far away.
Nice. He was tearing them up earlier than me as well.
Cast it yet.
How was my beats? Is anyone logging this? VRS it, didn't you? I can't remember what my logs are. Oh mate, the lady was a bit less. More of those. I did 157. Decent. Lourdes jet. What do I do on them? Only 97. My base is 113 somewhere. Do I have wild growth? I do not. I haven't even got seal form. How's the warrior going? We got to like level 4 on him and then chat made us delete it. I had to do some long quests to get seal form, so I just didn't do it because I was leveling up and I was speed running, and I've just only raid logged since basically.
Your task is complete. You have destroyed the demon seed as Niru bid. But this is not the end. The destruction of the demon seed sent waves of power through the ether. Waves
How you
of
feeling about
staggering
healing this next
force.
boss?
I felt them, and I am sure
Dream, mate.
other beings did as well.
You feeling
Others
good?
who will wonder why their toy was broken. But regardless of future troubles, I have something for you. Niru sent it as payment, and he bid me thank you. So, thank you.
I promise it's not as bad as you think it's going to be. Because you have so much deeps for the last phase that you just bounce Pom around, penance, spot heal, and just use some rank 1 renews where you need to bounce your Pom if you need to. And you'll be fine. Yeah, maybe use some healing stream totems as well, Raj. But bouncing Pom can be good. This is a viewer group. Some viewers, some pals. Wait. So Raj doesn't have healing stream totem, and I don't have seal form. We're fucking noobs, man. Will Boomy get a chance to maintain a keyboard form? I hope so,
8
man.
slotted bag. Yo, let's go. That's sick.
That spell isn't ready yet. It's too far.
The kicks on shadowy chains have left a lot to be desired so far this run. I think our rogue was slept. No! Fuck. I was tanking, bro, and I was like, nah, I ain't stopping deeps, mate. No chance. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck, it's Warlock soul bag, dude. We haven't got a Warlock. I thought it was the staff. Oh, mate, I thought it was it. Oh, we do have a lock. I thought we didn't have one. Oh, fine. Buzzing. Oh, sad day. Where's my deeps? 86. Great.
I can't pass that yet. Next, charging.
I'm back. How much spell power have I got? 18 Callie Canna, how's it going, mate? How you doing? I'm gonna do another charge of this thing. What's he had on the show's crit on gear? Rating buster. Alright, let's go. Last seats. Yeah. It's not banned though. That'll be fun.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Can I get moved, man? Can I get in? I'm passing, bro. Take it, move, man. Oh, take it. I can't see shit. Resist. Oh no.
It's too far away.
Someone used green. Oh no. And I did a good pass as well on Kelris, considering my last. Oh, what I saw a Kafun eye. What was that?
No, dude, what is that bullshit?
That spell isn't ready yet. I need more
Woo! Oh my god, the dagger drop, dude. Fucking need. my god, I won the dagger, dude. Oh my god, so many people rolled as well. And I just busted out 93.
Not enough mana.
That's the wrong dagger. Wait, why? It's got more damage on than mine. Dude, how many people are on the pearl? Oh my goodness, dude, no one has this pearl.
I can't cast that.
Gotta go big, boys. Here we go. Oh, we didn't go big, man. 32. Someone rolled 100. Imagine.
Charging.
I just want one pearl, man, in my life. I need to get a half out.
Recharging.
Hard res pearl next time. I swear, dude. The thing is, I'm more likely to hard res the staff than the pearl. Staff is 4% drop, pearl is guaranteed. Yeah. Also true. I've seen the staff a few times now. Wait, I need to train daggers. I want to get this bad boy on. This is a nice little upgrade. Where is it? 4 stam, 3 int, 12 damage, and up to 4 to all damage. That's a pretty big thing. Literally, I'm gearing this guy slowly but surely, man. Like every run, I'm getting something. Did you ever do 10 boomy Warsome Gold? Get quests for 4 stam, 7 int offhand. I've got a banger offhand, mate. 7 arcane dam. Level my priest is 25 today. Chillis leveling, I'm done. Rogue is a pain in the ass. I tried to level a rogue, got to level 6 and was like, nope. Fuck this. Right, what do we do for the rest of the night, guys? So we've got some time. So I'll give you guys some options. The weapon trainer is in here, right? Or is he in the other hut? Where the fuck is he? So, the options are 1. Poll. Yeah, I'll do a poll. Actually. What do? 1. Level dwarf. Try to speed run under 10 hours. Warsong Gulch on Priest. Warsong Gulch on Druid. World PvP on Priest. Theory Craft. Phase level 40 runes. Okay. I am going to start the poll now. The options are, this is what we're going to do now for the next 3 hours or something. 2-3 hours. We either level the dwarf, we go Warsong on Priest, we go Warsong on Druid, we do World PvP on Priest, or we do Theory Crafting for the level 40 runes. The poll is open, go vote on it. World PvP on Druid is currently not an option because my gear is too bad. Where's this charging? Yeah, the Theory Crafting will be eventually a YouTube video. For sure. I'm also gonna do a macro guide because people have been asking. So.
Ready yet?
Where the fuck is the weapon trainer? I'm gonna go and ask this guy. He is up here. I was in front of me. Yeah, I don't know. I was like looking for him. I couldn't find him. Oh,
I can't cast that yet.
that's why I went in this one. I hope this guy does daggers. I feel like this guy's not gonna do daggers. Look at him. He's got a big ass fucking axe. This guy would. So now we've got the dagger, we've got the braces, we've got the chest, focused belt and shoulders, which are pretty good to be fair.
You back at it?
Wait, let's see how the poll's going. Theorycraft 40 rings. Someone's popping off on that shit, man. Is anyone spending channel points? Should do phase 1 dueling video / guide. Yeah, we could do that as well. I'll add it to the list. Oh my!
Scared the shit out of me, would. Okay. Yeah, making a fucking racket. Give me some
Back at it?
wife.
Mom?
Give me food, boys.
You back at it?
Got scammed out of food.
You're done?
You spent 39k points. Wait, how did the poll end? It's just gone.
Alright.
How do I see the results of the poll? I can't see the results. Theorycraft 1. Take it. Theorycraft.
That spell isn't ready yet.
ride. Theorycraft unlocked like 40%. I think people dropped a lot of channel points, didn't they? All right, with Theorycraft. Any advice for a new priest learning to PvP? Take Calm and Penance Rune and Void Plague. Don't get kicked, use AoE fight, feel wisely. I mean, these things are fine, but your strongest survivability tool is going to be your position. So, if you're talking wild PvP, then it's a little harder because people can come from anywhere. But if you're mindful of where like towns are and stuff like that and move away from the towns, then you're less likely to get stabbed in the back, right? Especially if it's a group fight. Now, if it's in BGs, you basically just need to be mindful. If you're in the mid fight, you need to be mindful of your spacing all the time, right? Your heals are 40-yard range, so you're looking to try to stand
I sure
at
wish
40
Vice
yards
Admiral
away
Grizzly
from
did a
the
better
middle
job
of the
keeping
fight
the
where your
seas
melee
safe
are,
for our
right?
trading
Furthest melee.
vessels. With all the gold the trade princes
Right,
have
you stand
poured
40
into
yards
the trade
away from that and
fleets,
you heal.
it ticks me off to see so
If
many
the fight comes
pirates
towards you,
running
you move
willy-nilly,
back. You
raiding
don't
my
stay where you
ships
are. You
and
keep moving
stealing my
back, so you're
goods.
constantly 40
I
yards
heard
away.
that the South Sea freebooters
Right?
have set up a camp just south
This
of
way,
here.
when
They've been a real
rogues and
thorn in
warriors
my
and
side,
rets and shit like
and
that
if
want to go
Grizzly
on you,
won't take care of them,
you're
well,
now
maybe you can help me get
It's
rid
like-
of them.
It's like enemy heals are here, right? And then there's like this big ass fight in the middle. Right, this is 40. Right? And you want to be here.
Director Riddlevox put me in charge
If you're
of the
closer, if
Union's
you're here.
Shredder development program.
Yeah? The melee is
Few
just gonna
months
fucking
on the
go
job
you
and
you're
I'm
gonna get
already
fucked.
in hot water. I could use your
It's
help,
a lot easier for them
adventurer.
to do this.
The
than for
venture
them to
company
do
set up
this.
a small
Because if
research
they do
facility
this,
far to the north of here,
you can then
southwest
do
of the
this,
sludge fen.
right?
I don't know very
And you
much
put
about
up a
what they're
void plague
doing,
on them here,
but
and you
did
move back,
manage
and
to
you throw
discover
ones
that
on
they're
them and extra damage,
experimenting
right?
with
And then
something
all your
called
other
a
casters that are here
camouflage.
are then going to turn around and go on them here. Okay, it's a fucking mess,
Well,
right? You know
whatever
what I
it
mean,
is,
right?
I want to examine it, so I
Pass
All these guys can
Hose
in this area
X.
can now turn and go on this melee. And this melee are not going to get healed, so they can do two things, right? They can die like bitches, or they can go back. And now they're not hitting you anymore, and now you keep healing the guys here.
The morning cargo shipment from Booty Bay was huge. Huge, I say.
Right?
Never seen so many
Easy.
crates. Well, I was
So
trying
40
to
yards
expedite
is
things,
the-
so I started
is the main
unloading a
thing.
bit more than I could handle.
Be at 40 yards
That's
always.
when everything came
This
tumbling
line
down.
comes this
Before
way.
I knew what was going
you
on,
just
I
come this
saw
way.
that menace, Mad
constantly
Maglish,
keep
go running
adjusting
off
with
with
it.
a bottle of
Like a lot of
99-year-old port.
your
Chased him all the way to Wailing Caverns. No
your
way I was
tools
going in there.
don't
Maybe
require
you're
you to
brave
stand
enough
and
to find
cast.
him?
So you got to be thinking about this as well.
Small
If the
enough
fight is coming
crate.
towards you a
Yes,
lot,
I should be able to
you don't
find
stand
room
here
for
and
this aboard
cast a
the
heal.
ship. It sails with the next
Right?
tide. I
If some
trust this
fucking
soon
random
enough.
low bird
Excellent.
feral
Let me just enter it
decides
into my
that he's
ledger.
going to go
All
like this,
taken care of.
fucking leave him.
Good
He's
day
dead.
to you, adventurer.
Doesn't matter.
Being wharf master of a
Don't
busy
don't
port
you're
like
you're more
Cratchit,
valuable than some
I
fucking
keep my
donkey
finger on
that
the
just
pulse
leveled
of
up to
information.
25.
I know all about the
that-
exchange
that
of
has
goods
no
and
fucking
money
idea what
between
he's
here
doing,
and
right?
Booty Bay. The latest bit of news I've heard
Like
is about the
regardless,
venture company
you're more
boat
valuable,
load
no matter
mine
what.
northeast
You're
of
fucking
the
priest.
sludge
Priests are OP.
fen. One
So
of
like,
the
if he wants to
miners
go
is
this
so
way, you just let him.
the size
If it's
of
one
your
guy,
fist. I know a few buyers who'd be interested in getting their hands on something like that. And I'd be willing
I also
to
have
pay
an add-on here.
half on its sale.
So on, oh yeah,
The
here it is.
raptors of the
See this
barons
number?
are
This is
smarter than
range.
raptors in other lands. And I think all that
It's an add-on
smarts
called
is
range
hiding
display.
in their horns.
If you're not sure what
then
40
I could
yards
grind
is,
their
go
horns into
download that
powder
shit.
and use it to make smart drinks.
I
can sell
use
them
it. I use
for
it
a
more on Wrath,
fortune.
and I use it
And
more
you
on,
can
for
help
leveling
me.
than on
Find
than,
me
than
intact
BGs on here.
raptor horns from
But, like,
Sunscale Scythe Claws. They roam in the southern barrens and in the northern barrens near the border
The
of
reason I use it on
Ashendale
Wrath is
Forest.
because I want to know when I'm
Well,
inside
I'll
the
be-
30
this was
yard.
one of
I
Chen's
want to know when
Storm
I'm this
Scout's
because
kegs.
this is the range where you can get
Traveled with Rexar
intercepted
a long
and
time
gripped.
ago. I haven't seen or heard about him in a
Right, when you're
age.
outside this, you're
I
chilling,
appreciate you
right?
bringing
And this,
this
you're
to me,
definitely chilling.
adventurer.
So this is what you're looking for here.
Would you like a taste of Chen's namesake?
If
Ah,
rogues
the
open on
Storm
you or
Scout is
warriors
a
charge
mighty
you, you can
brew.
just fear them immediately
Chen
and move
taught
back.
the
You'll get a
recipe
trinket.
to
That's
my
fine.
mentor, and my mentor passed it on
The
to
add-on
me.
is called range display.
I'll need you to get me a few things, but I can tell you this. The kick is worth it.
If the whole fight moves this way and multiple people go this way, then you can move forward, right? But if it's just one guy going deep, getting Shrek, you just leave. It's clear.
That should do the trick nicely. You can find these ingredients throughout the Barrens.
I can't do that yet.
What else did I want to say? If you're this far back and no one's on you, you also have the potential to drink whenever you want, right? You just take a few steps back, 5 yards, 10 yards, whatever, and you drink, and you're chilling. Prioritize using Pom and Penance when you're healing. Penance for spot heals, Pom for just general damage that people are taking. Or if people are taking really a lot of damage, then you drop the Penance and the Pom on them, right? In between Penance and Pom cooldowns, right, you got Penance, you got Pom. Depending on what's happening, you can prior different ones, right? But these two are the priority, because they're super overtuned. Every single CD you press them. Assuming people are taking damage, right? If no people are not taking a lot of single target damage, and it's more AoE damage, then you're just going to prioritize the Pom, right? On CD. But if there's a lot of single target damage, then you prioritize the Penance. Now, what you can do with Pom is you can bounce it with your own heals, right? You can bounce Pom with rank 1 heals. And you want to bounce that shit, you want to use lesser heal. Rank 1. Find that shit. Or you want to use Renew. Rank 1. Right? And these are both cheap as fuck. 30 mana. Cost nothing. Cheap as shit. And if you bounce a Pom an extra tick from it, that's like 150 to 180 plus healing, depending on how much bonus healing you've got, right? But basically free. So what you can do, while these are on cooldown, now you're looking to do these, right? And you're going to ping these around, and if it's on like melee, that are taking consistently more damage, or you know, you want to bounce a few times. If it bounces, and this happens more in the raid, right, than in BG, but if the Pom bounces to someone that's 4 HP, you can't use the Renew. Overheal will not bounce it back, but lesser heal will bounce it. So you can use the lesser heal to then bounce it, and the downside of that is that you only get 1 bounce out of it, rather than you can get multiple out of Renew, right? So if they're not full HP, use Renew. If they're full HP, use lesser heal. Also, if you want to bounce it faster, you feel like it's more of an emergency, you go to the lesser heal. You can bounce it in 1.5 seconds with this. 3 seconds. It takes 3 seconds to tick, right? Whereas the lesser heal cast is only 1.5. Okay. So this is like your number 1. This is number 1. Okay, once this is done, you go to number 2, and you're like, okay, who can I do this on? This is number 2. Right. Now, if you've done both of these, right, or you're in between doing these, and you know, something else happens, right? This is for like slow damage, right? This is the efficient way of healing. Fast damage. If people are getting fucked up, right? This is like if there's people getting really low, loads of damage is coming out. They're not going to survive until the next round of Penance and Pom. Then you want to look to do heal. And this is max rank, right? Heal rank fucking 3, I think. That's what we've got on it. And this is your next highest HPS spell and your next most efficient spell after Penance and Pom. And you can drop this on a bunch of people. You will go doing this, right? If... And this is like the efficient way of healing fast damage. Now your other way of healing fast damage is going to be Flash, and it's going to be Shield, right? Both of them are pretty inefficient. Flash is about as efficient as Renew. You're not going to be renewing that much. You can do it if it's like on like a flag carrier and you've got a lot of buffs. But Renew is about as efficient as a max rank Renew right now. Because Renew scales better with healing than Flash, but we don't have that. Okay. Now, Shield is a very specific case where you'll press this if dead, next, before, next. Okay? This is emergency fucking stuff, right? This is like a fucking skull, like, right? If they're dead, you use this shit. Otherwise, you don't use it. Okay? This is in PGs. Okay? You only use this if two situations. One, you're buffing a flag carrier before the fight, and you are going to regen the mana. Okay? Two, the guy is going to die before you get a flash heal off or a palm or penance or whatever. He's literally going to die. Then you send the shield, right? Because the shield is your most inefficient thing. Right? And it only scales at 0.1. It's 0.1%. Some percent. It's 10%. 0.1 scaling. So 10% scaling with healing. It scales really bad. It's not cheap either. Now the benefit of shield, right, is that it's not affected by mortal strike. It's not affected by MS. Okay. This is the reason that shield is good. But there's no mortal strikes at 25. Within reason, the trolls have with packs of weakness. There's not many people playing trolls, so you don't really need to worry about it. It's not going to really change your thought process. So the shield is not affected by mortal strike. What that means, right, is that when mortal strike is in the game and you're going to heal a mortal strike target, this will be a thing after 40. All of your other heals are halved. Shield stays the same. Okay, so then shield doubles in value as a button push. Okay, so this is when shield is going to become more relevant, and you're going to see more builds using things like Strength of Soul, where you're going to be shielding someone, maybe a flag carrier, stuff like that. People in the middle of the fight, you're going to be shielding them. You're going to be spamming rank 1 less to heal on them to reset the weakened soul, and then you're going to be shielding them again. Now this is for Warsong, right? Shield is also very strong. Shield you can pretty much use on cooldown if you've got like a rogue. Or potentially something with a lot of damage, like a hunter, something like that, in a duel. Then you can use shield on cooldown because it allows you to move, right? So you can run at the hunter because it's instant. You can run at the hunter. You can't get kicked because you're being annoying for the rogue using instance, reducing his damage. And the more you reduce the rogue's damage, the more it gives you a chance for dots and homies to kill him, right? So shield is good in this regard. It's also very strong against warriors, right? Because warriors, no rage on shield, right? If a warrior hits the shield with a white attack, he will build no rage off that white attack. So it's very important that when you are fighting a warrior in next phase, not so much now because warriors are just piss lows, but next phase, they will have Mortal Strike. So when you get Mortal Strike, after the Mortal Strike appears, that's when you want to shield. If you do it before the Mortal Strike appears, then what will likely happen is he'll have some rage. He's going to use the Mortal Strike on the shield. The shield's going to go through the Mortal Strike, but he doesn't gain rage off Mortal Strike, so he wants to do it on the shield, right? He doesn't lose anything from it. And then the white attack will hit you without the shield, and he'll build rage off it. So yeah. That's your little priest TLDR. We can still carry on and do fucking a bunch more crazy shit, but that's the basics, I would say. Yeah, the warrior tech is a little bit more advanced. Luna, you want to go out? Maybe I'll get Dan to do a YouTube video of it. I don't know. So we're doing theory crafting, aren't we? Let me log on priest. Seems a bit more apt. Make that into a short. Bro, I was chatting for about fucking 10 minutes. I can't make it into a short. I'll make it into a full video if you want. Maybe there's a couple of bits we can put into a short. Let me think, what are we going to do with runes? You need to do a stream where you go and get every FP before next phase. Yeah, true, dude. There's going to be so many deaths doing that shit. Shows me what flight paths I've got. I need to get Ashenvale. Ashenvale's a big one. I need to get... I think I got Dust Swallow. Got Free Wind Post. I think, actually, I've got... Yeah, look, I've explored Gadgets and I've got Tanaris. I don't have Ngoro. I don't have Silithus. But they're not that important for the next phase. Feralice would probably be a worth.
Oh, that's annoying.
Desolus. There's not that many that I actually need in Kalimdor. What about here? You know what would be a good one? Badlands, I think. Badlands is before 40, isn't it? And then STV. I think we've got this one, but we don't have this one. Oh no, we've got Booty Bay as well. To be honest, I've got quite a lot. Swamp of Sorrows is probably a worthy one. I'm not doing bad. Get a 40-man raid of viewers and we'll just go around and get the flight paths. That could be fun, actually. I'm down to do that.
It's too far away. Still recharging.
What new... Dude, Ben 7 only got 3 new logs. A 98, a 97, and a 95. My last 2 bosses got invalidated. Some champion used a fucking green. What's the active filter on your spells heal per mana? The number? Yeah. Do you know what I need to do? I need to rename these, man, because they're like fucking with my numbers or something. I don't understand why. If anyone knows why that shit is, please let me know. I'm just gonna take them off. Like if I just go and name it now. Yeah, look, it just fucks it. It's so annoying. That just hella troll. It's not even worth it, man. I was thinking you could sit on here, but you can't. Well, it's a bit cleaner now, at least. Show my gear, yeah. Dude, I'm just thinking, if I get the epic star, I'm gonna have so much spirit. You know how strong spirit is as well, right? It's could maybe get the belt of Regal. Yeah, look at this, right? Because I'm playing Spirit Tap, so my spirit gets doubled, and I get like a shitload of mana regen, right? An extra 50 regen while casting. That's more than meditation, right? Meditation is only 15, right? Spirit Tap's 50, so the spirit's value is going through the roof whenever I kill someone in world PvP. And if I get the staff, yeah, I could run the other shoulders. It might be better. I lose 5 damage to stam, but I gain 4 int, 5 spirit. I might give those a go. It's not a bad shout, honestly. But yeah, like, look at this. Look how much spirit's on this. 14 spirit. Like, my current stuff doesn't have any. So I'm losing 3 int, but I'm actually gaining that int back by it being a staff, so I can enchant it with 3 int. So I'm losing no intellect, right? And I'm losing 10 stamina. But I'm gaining 15 int, 14 spirit, and 7 damage. It's a huge amount. I've already got some spell damage on here, right? I got 19.
Ah, potential customer. Have a good one.
I have the 6 spirit legs. What's the other ones? Actually, I don't know if I've seen the other ones. Oh, I have seen the other ones. I didn't remember them. What's the other ones?
What's up? Be good.
They are pretty good.
Hey, how you
You
doing?
lose 4 dam, but you gain 3 spirit, 1
Have
int.
a good one.
It's still really close, I think. I think you don't want to drop too much damage. But yeah, I mean, either of these legs, I think they're so close.
Well, you did good, kid. A little more work like that, and it'll be one less thing I'll have to worry
Mind
about.
Blast Palm macro.
Hopefully, they'll be convinced that they should relocate their operation
All
elsewhere.
my macros are in my Discord, by the way.
There is
Like,
the
so if
small
you
matter of getting back the goods they
all of them.
stole from me. I've
They're
been
in the
waiting
sub-channel.
forever for my last shipment of goods from Booty Bay. I'm pretty sure that it must have been stolen by the freebooters. But just to make sure, will you go down to the dockside and ask Dizzywig if my goods were already put into my warehouse without my
that's why it was
knowledge?
on C.
Here, take my
That's
ledger
very
down to
reasonable.
Dizzywig and have him double-check my inventory records against his logs. Ah, that sort of business.
macros are help
You know,
hub.
I saw the Heedless once on the open
When I'm
seas.
targeting friendlies,
Fearsome
it,
ship, or was that boat? Those
Precious
sailors
palm.
are so particular. Anyways, watching her glide across the water was
I don't have
quite
it
a sight
spec
to
right now, do
see.
you?
I'm glad her
Um,
infamous captain will trouble
crap, what
my
was I gonna
ships no
do?
longer. Gazlo sent you. Did he? Just a moment. Let me take a look here and check my own logs and make sure I didn't have Gazlo's shipment sent to the wrong place. Bet he's
We
waiting
could
for
maybe
those
do that
boots from
tomorrow, by the way,
Drizzling.
Raj. I really like that.
Everything looks square
Oh
from
yeah,
my
so there was
records,
somebody,
adventurer. Go on back
somebody
and
was
tell
talking
Gazlo
about
he's out
doing
of
a
luck.
duel video, and I
wouldn't
will
be
do that.
surprised if it was the
Can't
pirates
remember
that
who it
nabbed
was.
his
Sorry
goodies.
for not
Nothing
replying
else I
straight
can
away,
do
but
for
yeah,
him.
we'll do a duel video.
Though you
where
could
we
tell
do
him that I've got some
got it
things
written
from
down.
Undermine for him when he has the time to come pick them up.
Stone skin totem.
So I've got a list of 5
I keep
videos
my
that I want
finger
to
on the
make.
pulse of information. I know all about the exchange of goods and money between here and Booty Bay. The latest bit of news I've heard is about the venture company's Boulder Load mine.
We're gonna basically do this now, which is gonna be rune prediction, theory crafting, 40.
Buyers who'd be interested in getting their hands on something like that.
What's the Discord? Just Hydra Mist.
Half and half on its sale.
Yeah, rune predictions
No
for
dice,
40.
eh?
What you
Guess
do,
it must have been the
Bubba?
freebooters then.
We're gonna talk
all
about
my
what runes
business all
that
for
exist.
40,
Sorry,
and I got
what
a
spells
whole big
that exist already that we
Oh,
think
good
After all, he
boy.
is on the
how
payroll.
likely they
Good
are.
Looks like I've
boy.
got some goods to get back,
Pros,
adventurer.
cons.
What do you say?
and the
While I'd
impact
like
of
to
the game.
recover all my goods,
I'll do
I'm
like
sure
a
that's
little
not
notepad or
possible.
something.
Still,
We'll go
there's a
through
few
it in a
things that I
second.
absolutely must have.
Then we're
As
gonna
you see, My observatory
try
is ready
to think,
to go,
okay,
but it needs the smaller of the two lenses.
what issues with
The
priests
first
are there
arrived
that
by
not,
caravan from
you know,
Duratar,
there isn't
but
something
the
that
second was bound by ship and
exists
never
that fills
arrived.
that niche,
Also,
or, you know,
I never got
something
my
that
boot shipment
could be
from
cool
Drizzlick
that
in
they
Booty
could
Bay.
introduce,
Head down to the pirate camp and see if
that
you
would
can
make
find
the class
them.
more fun, things like that. Obviously this is a massive shot in the dark. We have no idea realistically what they're going to add. Like, let's be honest, nobody fucking predicted them adding homunculi. Like, that was completely out of nowhere, right? So it's an interesting one for us to talk about. So I'm gonna do that shortly, and we're gonna make that into a YouTube video most likely. We're gonna do a macro guide where I just literally go through all my macros. We could maybe even do that afterwards. I just go through all my macros, say what they do. Yeah, there's nothing too crazy in there at the moment. Maybe I'll you know, add some new ones over time, but right now they're quite simple. Tier list predictions for 40. Probably aren't going to do that in the near future. We need more info first. If we don't get any info and we have a release date and we still don't have any info on runes, then we'll try and maybe do a tier list prediction based on just how strong stuff is at 40 in regular classic. But my knowledge on that isn't that good. I feel like that's quite an unexplored sort of area of the game, like overall spec strength at 40, and that's going to be skewed even more with the runes that exist and how they're going to scale. So that, I think it's going to be quite a challenging one to make. So that's probably going to be the last one that I do on this list. The next one is going to be more of a fun one, which is going to be Wetlands Adventures. What the fuck? Why is that so hard to say? So yeah, basically a bunch of PvP that we've done in Wetlands. We're going to sort of try to link them all together, put a little bit of continuity in, bit of narrative, that sort of stuff. Make into a, you know, a fun little 20-minute vid. Is Eli waking up? No, he's alright. And then yeah, it's what someone said earlier. Dueling video with sort of me just commentating really against each class, sort of with sort of basic strategy, that sort of things, just how to beat each class. And then basic priest guide, which we've just basically done. I'll probably turn that into a video. What was the other one? Oh yeah, Adventures of Randall. I'm gonna go back and look at the leveling and just mark out some key points, and we're gonna probably try and turn that into a more of a, like a story-based video. But yeah, so we've got a bunch of stuff planned. If you're interested in these kind of things and you haven't been following the YouTube, I'm gonna drop you a link in the chat now that you can click. Where is it? Here it is. Here's the latest vid. Nice try, Carl, mate. Yeah, so that's the latest vid. Give it a like.
That's what I'm saying, like, probably wait.
Give it a watch if you're interested. That's the most recent one we've done, which was top 10
Well, I'll do
runes
it when I get up Sunday
overall for
morning. I
PvP.
just need to know what time you gotta be there. So.
And yeah, give it a like, give it a comment. It all helps. If you haven't seen the YouTube channel before, that's
Well,
the
then
link
just
for it.
when you come
Give it
tomorrow
give it a
night.
little cheeky subscribe. You know the drill. We've got some good stuff coming up over the next couple of weeks. More talents in Shadow than any other tree. I still wouldn't consider it Shadow though,
Earliest
Arthas,
you wouldn't
honestly.
go in until 11 o'clock.
Like, it's
anyway,
not Shadow if you
right?
don't take Mind Flay, right?
10:30. I'll just make sure you pull your thing out when you come home.
Like,
tomorrow
having
night.
some utility shit.
Just put it in the hallway and I'll do it as soon as I
Doesn't
get
do
up.
it for me. It's weird. It's like everyone wants to label it as Shadow or Disc or whatever, but it's like it's not like that in Classic, right? You're just playing Priest. Yeah, you don't have Shadow form yet, right? So it's not really Shadow, but it's, yeah, you're just playing Priest. You're taking some different talents in different trees. You can take whatever the fuck you want. It's all utility. It doesn't change the spec or the way that you're playing in that big of a way until you get, you know, later on with things like Shadow Form. So yeah, I'm playing Priest. I would just label it as that. Imagine a Mind Flay rune like the one for Life Drain from War. Oh my god, dude, don't. I mean, I just think it would be dumb. Like, how would that even work? Like a dot that slows you, and then you have another dot as a Shadow Priest on top of Void Plague and Pain? Like, just nah. Mage feels really weak in PvP. It's very situational, and you have to have the correct runes. Yeah. Like, you can die to a mage as a priest, but it's like the mage has to play very well and hit CSM cast. Where am I from? I'm from the UK. I feel like if they gave us feather, I'm very resilient. You know what? Let's do a little. I mean, I'll just bring up paint again, dude. Okay, so what spells? It's a bit small, isn't it? What spells exist that we think they could add? We'll flesh this out in a minute. You know what? Actually, I'm going to do it on a notepad. Yeah, I love notepad. Radiance, Arthas, you can fuck right up, son. Respectfully. I would love life grip. Okay, so we're gonna talk about. You know what? First of all, we'll just write down a bunch of spells that we think Priest might get. So we see. You know what? Just write in chat a spell from Wrath, Retail, any other version of the game that you think priests could get. We're not saying they will, but just try and think of a spell that would potentially fit in your head into the game. Try to not write the same as what someone else has written, so read the chat. So we've got Mind Games, we've got Life Grip. We're not going to keep all of these things in this list, okay? I'm just telling you now. But at least we fill out a list. Atonement will not get added out of pure principle. You know what? I'm going to add it, and then I'm going to tear it the fuck apart. Hymn of Hope. PS. Life Swap. Ultimate Penance. Honestly, I don't think I've even played the game to see Ultimate Penance. I don't think that was in the game when I played it. I think that's a retail thing, right? I'm definitely not putting that in, mate, because there's no way they put that shit on. Oh, there's passive for movement speed on shield. Yeah, body and soul. It's a good one. Slash feather. We'll put. Archangel. Okay. Spectral. Guys. Improved fade. Yeah, at the moment we're only doing a list of things that has existed before. We're gonna group things together that are of similar type and sort of give pros and cons for each and why we think certain ones will fit into the game and why not. Guardian Spirit, Master Spell. I missed any that anyone said? If anyone said something and I've not put it in, you are welcome to say it again. Remove poison with abolish. I'm just gonna put that. Mop glyphs light well. I actually think that that's not a bad shout, right? Like with how bad and memeish Lightwell is, I feel like there is a good chance that they send. Why is it so buggy? Like they might put a rune in to, you know, make Lightwell less of a fucking troll. I'm gonna put Light Spring. Inner focus preventing silence. Okay. Abolish poison. Yeah, it was on body and soul. And it made your abolish disease remove poison on yourself only. But I don't know what to call it. So I'm just putting abolish poison for now. I'll clarify in a bit. Mind Seer is already in the game. There's already a Mind Seer rune. The 5-second silence. What is disc? You could probably do a silence build with this, honestly. Chastise. How did we forget about that? Okay. A rune that gives you PI as well as the target. I feel like it's too small. I think we need to think bigger. Yeah, it was basically never used, Raj. It was in a couple of expansions, but it was in Holy. It was deep in Holy. It was like fucking down here. On the move speed talent. It only worked on yourself. It was, and you just never really got to use it in PvP because Holy was so bad. I feel like we're thinking a lot about shadow stuff, and I think we're more likely to see a few more holy things as well. Right, I'm gonna group in a sec. It's an angelic feather on the list. Yeah, I put him here. Void tendrils is a good one because I feel like things that are utility based are more interesting, right? Void eruption, void torrent. I think those sorts of things. I did say I was adding everything. Fuck it, we'll just write it. We'll add it for the sake of tearing it down. Like they're too extreme. Like a lot of the things that are in the game are very clear cut in classic. They're very clear cut. They're very. Where's my cheese? Yeah, they're very clear cut. They're very simple, generally, and they don't add a lot of bloat. I actually think binding heal is not a bad shout. Classic is very fast, bursty, two-shot game, lots of spells that don't fit that. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, there's a lot of things that are like more utility-based that kind of fit into that chess match, you know? So, yeah. Shadowy Apparition. I think it's very, very bad if they add in Shadowy Apparition. We don't want to see passives like that. If they're going to add passives, it needs to be passives that are changing the way that you use a spell. That's the kind of passives we want to see. We don't want passives that are just like, hey man, so you press your button, here's a bunch of extra fucking damage. You know, like, we don't want that shit. That's not what Classic's about. That's what made retail into retail in the first fucking place. Oh, hi, your fucking button has 10 different passives on it, so your button does 10 damage while the passives do 200k damage. Now when you press your button, you feel like a fucking noodle and useless, you know? I'm not saying no passives. I'm saying the passives that they add need to be more like glyphs. Right? Where the passive is changing an ability in a specific way. And that changes the way that you use that spell now. Right? You don't use it for the same purpose as you did before. I think Holy Word Serenity is not going to get added. I generally want to not see retail stuff. I'd like to see some new art. Yeah, no, I completely agree. That was one of the main things I was a little bit disappointed with on the SoD announcement, was how many of the runes were things that I've already seen. There wasn't that much new stuff. Like the new things are the things that are more exciting for me, I think. Shadowlands Legendary that let you cast while moving. I mean, okay, so I'm gonna address a couple of things in a sec. So let's just break it down into like shadow and just disc for the fucking argument's sake. Sorry, Holy, I'm just using disc as a big label here. So like shadow, disc, utility, I guess. Life grab, nice. Okay, so life grip's probably utility. Dispersion, I'm gonna put it in shadow for now, but it's kind of utility. I'm gonna put them in what they are in their current forms, right? Just for ease of assignment. Oh man, the fact that atonement's there, I just need to get it gone quickly. I need to not manifest this. It needs to be gone quickly. Shadow Fiends, utility, body soft fibers, utility. Archangel's disc. Spectral guides, utility. Phage, utility. Guardian Spirit, disc. I know. Shut the fuck up already. I know someone's gonna say it. Abolish poison. Probably utility actually. Light spring, disc. Not a fucking word. I actually hope they had chastising, man. That would be so hype. Void tendrils, potentially utility, I'd say. Void torrent, and then binding heal. Okay. Power infusions, right here, Brace. Come on. Playing classic to avoid retail.
Well done, adventurer.
No, this is what
With Greening's death, there will be a definite decline in the attacks on our caravans. Your people should be proud to count you among them. Ha! Thank you, adventurer. This will help us greatly. You're a boon to the crossroads and to the horde. If there is anything I can do for you, please
things are buff mobility massively.
Those Gevra hold a lot of
very dangerous.
A sharp kick from them can knock even a Tauren on his
what would
haunches.
class as mobility?
Like you have
It would
some
be like
strength in
this.
you too. Are you ready for a real challenge?
This.
Now it's time to go after something that really bites. The Prowlers of the Barrens are a tough breed, tough, resourceful,
Arguably
sly,
it'd be this, but
and deadly. You'll find them
honestly,
among the tall grasses.
I think that can go.
You'll
I
find
think that
many to the southwest of the crossroads.
The fact that
be wary as you hunt them, adventurer, or you may find yourself
kind of
no
makes
longer
that
the
just
predator,
irrelevant anyway.
but
So I
instead
don't
the
think
prey.
They're gonna spend a whole rune on something like that. Yeah, I can't see it. Maybe they will. I don't know. So I'm gonna take it out just because it's not a meaningful conversation, I think, right now. But these things are all mobility, right? What else have we got? Anything else? Not really. So if they put these things in, what does it do? It makes kiting a lot easier for your team. right? Atonement will be deleted soon. Don't you fret, Nico, mate. Atonement will be deleted after we talk about mobility. We're going to delete Atonement. Don't even fucking worry. It's getting zerged off the face of the earth. Now, Life Grip. What does it do? It makes it harder for the enemy team to connect. Assuming that this is just regular grip, right? And not self-grip. Now, if it's self-grip, it's your mobility. If it's regular grip, it's teammate mobility, essentially. This makes it harder for enemies to connect. So what is Blizzard going to do? Everyone's going to get more mobility. So if you give more mobility tools, you have to give more mobility as well. And this is not good for the game, because if everyone has a shit ton of mobility, everyone now has their own fucking... Like, look at League of Legends, right? Every new fucking champ that comes out has a fucking dumbass gap closer. Like, it's the most annoying shit ever. Because it makes positioning less valuable, right? Straight away. If we look at it in terms of WoW, right? Positioning becomes less of a skill factor and less of a thing that you need to consider and improve at, basically. Yeah, so it's just mobility creep. The more mobility tools you give to get away, the more you have to give to the opponent to catch, otherwise it's unfair. So adding these things, like the fact that they've added Warbringer, I kind of understand with Warrior. Warrior had a huge issue with this, especially with the fact that not everyone had a Paladin giving them freedom, etc. So I don't think Warbringer is too much of an issue. If you look at the other classes, no one else really got anything absurd in terms of mobility. So I personally don't think that they're going to go crazy giving everyone loads of shit like this, because I think that it changes the game in a very, very precarious way, and there are not many good potential outcomes of that in terms of fun value. I think they're heading a lot towards retail if they add a lot of things like this in. And I think the fact that positioning is so important in Classic is one of the things that keeps the pace of the game at bay, even though damage is high. If that makes sense. So I actually believe that if they are responsible with the runes that they're adding, and they're actually interested in the health of the game, not just PvE but PvP as well, then I don't think we're going to see any of these. I just think they're unlikely. So I'm going to put unlikely due to mobility creep. We can turn it into a tier list if you guys fucking want at the end. This is unlikely tier. What was Imp Fade? Imp Fade was like was basically like a for a couple of seconds. I mean, there was a bunch of different versions of it. There was a version of it that made you like literally unhittable for 2 seconds. There was a version of it where it was like a freedom for a little bit. There was a version of it where it removed slows. That one isn't too bad, arguably. Like pressing Fade is like a, I mean, it's a 30-second cooldown on here, right? But I think it's in Wrath, the Fade has a cooldown reduction glyph, and you can remove a slow with Fade. It's not a freedom, but you can remove one slow or root ability. Imp Fade was renamed to Phantasm at some point. Yeah. Phantasm was a bit nutty. So yeah, I wouldn't be massively against this. These two I would be against. But this one, I think, being able to remove a slow, something like Hamstring, on a 30-second cooldown, I don't think is going to break the game. Adding in freedoms and all sorts of shit like that, I think is potentially problematic. So, yeah. I'm going to keep it in the same tier for now. Maybe we move Imp Fade out later on. We'll see how we feel about the other stuff first. Yeah, it's like an escape artist, essentially. So, next, Atonement. They basically have already added Atonement in for Mage, right? So the fact that they've done this makes me relatively confident that they're not going to do it for Priest as well. It wouldn't really make sense. I think that they're quite focused on keeping class identity in Classic. Everyone having kind of their own little niche.
The spirits have guided you to me.
Or whatever.
How may I be of service?
With that being said, they've given Feral's Wind Fury and Pala's some weird ass self-tremor totem thing, which actually I think is a mistake. I think they would have been much better off putting in Tauren and Palas and Dwarf Shamans. It would have been a cleaner solution. Vamp Embrace, yeah, so like Vamp Embrace is a much weaker version, right, of Atonement, and I think, and this is what I thought about Resale for a long time.
80?
What Atonement more likely should have been is something that you make a conscious decision to press at a certain time that lasts for a certain amount of time. I mean, it lasts fucking 1 minute on here, right? But it heals for so little, but it's not that impactful. But if you had it in the disc version, right, it would, for me, it would be something that lasted, I don't know, 15 seconds and converted all your damage to healing for 15 seconds or half of it, or whatever the fuck numbers you'd have to run a bunch of tests to see what was balanced. That for me is like a more healthy version of Atonement. Because the issue with the Atonement that they have in retail, and have had for a long time in retail, is that because Atonement exists, disc damage has to be dog shit. And they've kind of corrected this with the mage version in terms of like percentages and stuff, right? But the way that it was in retail basically meant that it would be either overpowered in raids or overpowered in small scale content. And there was basically what they should have done is made it so that if you took the Atonement talent, it reduced your damage. If you didn't take the Atonement talent, then your damage was higher. Something like that. Anyway, it's irrelevant. Oh, bless him. It's irrelevant. As you say, we have Vamp Embrace. I don't think they're going to add Atonement to Priest. It seems unlikely. It's not healthy for the game. It's not healthy for Priest. I think Atonement was basically the beginning of the end for Disc Priests. And the fun iteration that we have kind of going from 60, building on that into 70, 80. But yeah. Hymn of Hope, I think, is too static and slow of a ability. I don't think it's interesting. In terms of a mana recovery tool, I'm not a fan of it. Is that Tidal Charm? No, man, that's Hearthstone. Tidal Charm's not available yet, sadly. I've been streaming for 3 hours, Stephen, mate.
Can you not sense the anguish of the Earth Mother for her lost children, the undead? Speak quickly, adventurer.
You know what?
Every second costs me dearly. We must help them find their way back to her.
And we'll talk about mana cooldowns, mana recovery. We put it as. So what would we consider mana recovery? Dispersion, I guess. VT. Fiend. Right, that's kind of.
Be careful.
Kind of everything.
I have just the thing.
I think that Solace, and I'm not even going to write Solace down, but I think that Solace is a very, very, very unhealthy mana recovery tool. Why? Because you have to press it every CD. You now have one global every 10 seconds that if you don't press it, you're objectively fucking yourself over. There's no decision making involved. You're going
Can you not
you press that fucking button on cooldown. It's not interesting. You reserve a global all the time for it, and now you're taking decision making.
We must help them find their way back to her.
I think that it's much better to have cooldowns, 2-3 minutes, whatever, that recover you, more mana, 20, maybe 30, 40%, that you can use to make a decision and be like, hey, now's a good time to look to improve my mana situation.
Looking for something special?
Mana is a weakness of Shadow Priest in Classic. They are very strong. They need to be careful how they approach that. No, I agree. I think that if they give, and this is kind of my issue with VT, if they give too much just general passive mana recovery to Shadow Priest, then they're gonna be very, very fucking scary. I personally was thinking about this, and I was like, they've added in homies. Is it really gonna be like is it a clean change to go in and be like, hey, let's add in another fucking pet, right? And I was thinking, like, why do homies not have a pet bar? Like, why wouldn't they? Is it a technical limitation? Like, probably what they've done is just ported Barov straight in, right? But the thing is, right, if they give homies a pet bar, then Shadow Fiend will replace them, which is awkward as fuck, right? This is jank. If you pop Shadow Fiend and homies are up, and they both have a pet bar, then the latest pet will replace the previous one, right? So then your homies will be gone. So this is awkward and not ideal. If the homies don't have a pet bar, and Shadow Fiend does, then you can kind of control the homies, which is maybe what they're going for. The way that a water ellie can control images in Wrath. But then you also have a lot of pets, right? You have 3 homies and Fiend. It seems a bit too much. So maybe that's what they're going for. I'm not a fan of that. I think the cleanest solution they can do, right, is give homies a pet bar, and then instead of Shadow Fiend, they have a button that you can press, right? And that button will make one of your homies or all of your homies or whatever, the homies now put up another debuff. They still do their normal shit, but they put another debuff up, and when you hit into that debuff, you regain mana for like fucking 10 seconds or however long, 15 seconds. They can apply the debuff.
What greetings, adventurer. I'm a
And
commendation
this way you
officer
avoid the
acting on
issue of
behalf
pets
of Thunder
stacking,
Bluff.
pets overlapping.
It is my duty to assist adventurers who
bullshit,
have
right?
received poor
But your dot ticks
commendations
on
signals.
some fucking debuff will
I
give you some
accept
mana back
signets in different
for 15
quantities,
seconds.
but the most beneficial
Make it a
exchange
2-minute
for you
cooldown,
is to
3-minute
hand in a
cooldown,
set of
whatever.
10 at once. I will enter
This
your
now at
deeds
least
into
gives
our
you a tool
records
to
when you
regen
hand
some
in your
mana on
signets.
demand
As a result,
without having the
you'll earn
clunkiness of
recognition from
multiple
Thunderbluff
pets.
for your duty and service.
The other, and this is another, almost separate, but basically if you mind control someone, the person you mind control now becomes your pet. And if you look at what happens in Wrath, right, if your Fiend is out and you mind control someone, your Fiend is gone. I do partially agree with what you're saying with the homies in general. I wasn't expecting to get homies in the first place. But like, what's gonna happen when you have like homies out and Barovs, you know, and fucking Grinch? You know, it's gonna get fucking crazy. And Battle Chicken. It's gonna get fucking nuts.
Let's go.
And Fiend if you can run it, if it classes as pet. It's just, I don't know. I mean, yeah, just something basically that makes the homies regen mana for like 10, 15 seconds, whatever. Like a Fiend would be fine, I think. But yeah, the fact that homies even exist is, I think, it's just weird. And my argument for this is, I consider DK to be not a pet class, and I consider them they shouldn't have fucking ball.
So,
In Wrath of the Lich King, I
10
don't think
o'clock
DK
will
should have
be
a ball.
when I can get the
Because
next
DK for me is not a pet class. And I think
buff.
non-pet classes should not have a pet. So I'm with you on that. For that reason. The way it stands, DK is not anywhere near as absurd as Warrior, right? But that's sort of the logic tree for me. Honestly, I don't think there should be a swarm of pets either. I think that when you have a lot of pets, it creates bloat. And what happens when we get bloat? We get retail. I think that there should be 2 pet classes, right? There should be Hunter with their fucking whatever pet, and there should be Warlock with their little demonology pet, right? And then they should have 1 pet each, no more. That's it. Yun Can, thank you for the 5 subs, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, mate. Thank you very much. That's really kind of you. Class
When
identity
mounted
is
on the
crucial
back of
to
a
what makes
wind rider,
vanilla.
one
Yeah,
sees
no, I
that
agree.
its reputation for strength and speed is well earned.
Let me just BRB. I'm gonna take a piss. Alright, I've just changed the title. So I forgot to change it. I'll probably do YouTube title as well. Kind of hoping something completely new instead of old abilities. No, I agree on that. It is nice to see new things, and I like it if they try new things. But I think the most important thing is if they try new things and they don't work, they should not be.
After many years, players have discovered a brand new class in World of Warcraft. Yes, that's right, the Wind Serpent. Surprise! This is a bad place to duel. Ha ha ha! Easy. Time to die. He's running away. Got him. I'm gonna get ya. There is no escape from the Wind Serpent. One down. Oh, this paladin wants to 1v1. No problem. Your time has come. Ha ha ha. SoD hype. SoD hype. Bam. Oh my god, that damage! What's the plan, other than to die? Wahahaha! I'm sending you on a trip to the Spirit Healer. Ooh, a warrior. Easy pickings. You can't get close. Dust to dust. I can't. This is so fun. Wait for it. Now. Oh my god. Oh. Ooh, a hunter with a serpent. Time for a taste of your own medicine. Say goodnight. I guess he can't find his fear button. Ooh, big crit. Hell yeah. Ooh, another warlock.
Ready? Okay.
Boom. I love playing the Wind Serpent class. Ha ha ha. You can't run, accept your fate. Another paladin down. God, that feels good. Nerf paladins. Buff hunters. I love playing the Wind Serpent class. Ha ha ha. You can't run, accept your fate. Another paladin down. God, that feels good. Nerf paladins. Buff hunters.
We have our duties, adventurer. Duties to the Horde. The centaurs have plagued the Tauren for years. And recently, the Kolkar centaurs of the Barrens have grown into a real threat. Normally, they were disorganized in these lands, but new leaders have risen among them, rallying them. To preserve our holdings here, these centaur leaders must be destroyed. Bring me the head of Barak Kodan. He camps near the Forgotten Pools to the north. Defeat him, then return to me. The Kolkar are a threat to the Horde's claims in the Barrens. We must reduce the numbers of their troops, and so I have a bounty task for you. While in Kolkar territories, slay their warriors and collect centaur bracers. Return when you have a heap of bracers, and the Horde will reward you well. It's too far away. That smell is very catchy. That's still recharging. I'm out of range.
Yeah.
Anros land, eat
Alright, I'm coming. What do you need help with?
I need you to pick her up for me and lay her in the bed in the room. I'll have her praise for her.
Well done, adventurer. The centaur are low, brutish creatures, but a few have the wit and vision to lead, and those are the most dangerous. Barak was such a centaur, it is good that he is dead. The centaur Verog the Dervish wanders the barrens and will be difficult to find, but he is based at the centaur command tent at the stagnant oasis to the southeast. It may be possible to draw him to you. Travel to the stagnant oasis to the southeast and attack centaur near the command tent. It will be dangerous, but if you can kill enough centaur, then they should raise an alarm, and Verog will come. Bring me his head, and I will place it with Barak Kodobanes.
Holy fuck.
For many people, just how big the M is in an MMO is incredibly important. Man, that was a stupid way of just saying how many people are playing, as in massive. How massive it... Oh, you get it. Well, we've actually got some numbers now, and I thought it'd be quite interesting just to dive in and actually have a look and see what those numbers mean. But if you're currently playing Wrath of the Lich King, you've probably already noticed quite a decline in the amount of active people. And I've actually heard from tons of people that this is the sole reason for their Wrath guilds falling apart. Season of Discovery. So if you've ever used Ironforge.pro before, they've actually updated now, so they've got a classic Season of Discovery section as well. Now, what this actually does is it shows you active characters according to raids uploaded to Warcraft logs and characters on PvP leaderboards. So it's important to understand this is not the amount of accounts there are or the amount of characters that have been created. There'll be people on Wrath of the Lich King and Season of Discovery that never step foot in PvP, maybe don't even step foot in raids. Or even if they do step foot in raids, they might not be being logged. So if it was a 25-man raid, those 25 people straight away wouldn't be counted into these numbers. On the other hand, if you've got someone who raids 5 times a week on Wrath of the Lich King on 5 different characters, they're going to be shown on here 5 times. So you do have to take it with a pinch of salt a little bit, but it does show you the state of play. The data reset, 64, from the 20th of December to the 26th of December, there was around 201,000 people that was playing actively on Wrath of the Lich King servers. And again, when I say actively playing, that just means how many people were actively logging on Warcraft logs and how many people was appearing on the PvP leaderboards. Now let's have a look at Season of Discovery. So Season of Discovery had 374,000. Not quite double, but a really, really big number. Now this was from the 27th of December to the 2nd of January. So this was actually after Christmas. So I would actually expect more people to be playing in this period than the period that we was looking at for Wrath, because this actually went all the way up to Boxing Day. Don't get me wrong, it's going to be minor between the two, but this does show a really, really clear picture. Not only is faction balance actually really good across the board, this goes for PvE servers as well, which surprised me the most. We know PvP has got forced faction balance, but when you look at these PvE servers, yes, they are a little bit worse in terms of like looking at wild growth being 66-33, but there's still not a server where it's completely dominated as a PvE server by one faction like it is on most big servers when you look at Wrath. So that's actually quite good news. Now, when you're looking at these numbers and you're instantly like, oh my god, Wrath of the Lich King's dead. Look, Season of Discovery is like much, much busier and there's more people. I feel like it's quite self-evident that there's more people on Season of Discovery. As in, you just walk around the towns, the cities and everything, and it is just booming. There's people everywhere. Whereas Wrath is a bit more of a graveyard. I don't want to say graveyard, but people are still logging on and raiding. Now, when we look at Season of Discovery, this little line here is incredibly important because it says characters raiding at least once from the 27th of December to the 2nd of January. Now, what this would actually say to me is it will only count one person. And what I mean by that is I looked here and was like, well, of course it's going to have double the amount of players raiding, you know, bare minimum. Not only because it's really good and people are enjoying it, but you can do twice as many raids a week because BFD is only on a 3-day reset. But because it says characters raiding at least once from the 27th to the 2nd, I feel like that actually will only count it once. So if you've done 2 lockouts in that time, it wouldn't actually say 2, it would just be 1. So it's actually looking at the amount of characters that have raided in that time by character name, but not physically the amount of times that they did raid. I hope that made sense. I could be interpreting that wrong, and it could actually genuinely be looking at someone, and if they happen to have been able to raid twice in that reset, then it is showing them twice. It's worded uniquely there because on RAF, it doesn't actually say that at all. So I feel like that is so it's not completely skewed because you can raid twice every week. But like I said, it does paint a very clear picture. All of the servers are looking very healthy. Maybe not Penance and Lava Lash, they're looking a little bit dire, but now part of this will be because it's so accessible. You know, it's very easy to get to 25. It'll take you a few days if you're playing casually, and then you'll be able to jump into a raid almost instantly. So there'll be many people that are raiding on 4 or 5 characters, maybe even more, and doing that twice a week. Because, you know, let's face it, the raid takes, let's say, 30 minutes-ish, probably for your average pug. So if it was taking all of those characters into account and doubling it because of the amount of resets you can do in a week, I feel like that number would be a hell of a lot higher. And that's just from first-hand experience of what I'm seeing when I'm online and how busy everything is. And then obviously the sheer amount of layers there are on pretty much every server as well. Now, overall, I don't think this will come as any surprise, but if you want to go and check it out, as I say, the website's iamforge.pro, and you can have a look at these numbers yourself. I will be monitoring these as the weeks go on because I've been looking at the actual statistics. You get some nice graphs. Actually, I'll show you. When you actually click on any of these, it does expand into one of these charts. You can look at EU, you can look at US as individuals or all together. And you can see this massive steep drop-off that Wrath of the Lich King's had over the last several weeks. And I feel like the longer Season of Discovery runs and the quicker each phase comes out, this number could just keep declining. But when you only go back as far as the first week of November, when there was 411,000 people raiding, and then you look at this last week, it's halved, being only 200,000 now. I think there's more to think about than just, oh, it's Season of Discovery. Icecrown Citadel's been out for quite a while now. The buff's rolling out. I believe it goes up to 20% next week. I've not really been doing a great deal on RAF myself. Don't flame me in the comments because I've not even checked. Because we've seen these massive drop-offs before. Looking back here, this is probably during Alduar. You can see a weekly decline to the point where new content came out, which this would probably be TOGC around June. Probably sounds about right. And then it starts to pick up again. Icecrown Citadel was meant to be the best raid of Wrath of the Lich King, and it's currently at an all-time low. Lower than TOGC ever got to. Now, part of the reason could be, again, because TOGC was extremely short, so people could do mass amounts of raids on 6 or 7 characters because it didn't take long. But yeah, it's still slightly concerning when you're then looking at 375,000 nearly at a really weird time as well, you know, being between Christmas and New Year. People will be on holiday, spending time with family, so you would expect the activity to be low. So, I mean, that number, again, if it is actual individual characters in that week that raided once, that's pretty crazy. That's about it. Just in case you ain't seen it, I thought I'd show you and have a look, and we'll maybe monitor this as we go on. When I do the weekly news roundup videos like the one I put out earlier on, quick plug, you might as well go and check that video out. I think I only put it on about 2 hours ago. I'll make sure I include this as well so we can see how the servers progress over time. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like and subscribe, and I'll see you on the next one.
It took 22 years, the wild evolution of WoW's graphics. Okay.
Of WoW graphics. The evolution of WoW graphics went from 5 polygon models to dynamic weather effects and super expressive faces. It's astonishing to see how basically the old Warcraft 3 engine evolved into what you see currently, and you're going to see it all today.
It's actually quite crazy.
With some tech leaps not even we knew about. Alpha World of Warcraft set the stage for a lot bigger things to come. And hey, we can all appreciate the roots, even if those roots look filthy and rotten to the core. Sorry.
No, listen. I kind of like that old school style. I don't know, man. I know I'm probably a boomer or like I'm in the minority here, but I feel like this old school, like kind of bad looking like graphic, it has like Yeah, soul. Exactly, that's the word. It has like soul to it, and it has like, it feels like it's a little bit more like a unique thing, right? It's kind of vibe. It's a vibe.
I might have been talking about the female no model, but clearly a lot of stuff is incomplete. And as we know, not everything made it into the live game eventually.
Yeah.
The first iteration of WoW's engine was made from the actual Warcraft 3 engine, and that
so cool.
translated quite a lot into the visuals of the MMO. I mean, it's one thing to see those models and effects from a bird's eye view, like in the strategy game. It's another to get down among them and cringe at the details.
It's not that cringe though, okay? It just looks very different. I remember when WoW first got announced, I did this as well in Warcraft 3. I was like, oh my god, how would it be like running around in the world with my character, you know? Once all games have hyper-realistic graphics, all games will look the same. Yeah, probably, yeah. Amazing for its time. Yeah, if you look at from where it was made, the graphics are actually, like, they hold up really well.
Animations from Alpha were slightly different and polished once the game launched and dances. I mean, this looks fine, but we ended up with the Macarena for the human female as an example.
Okay.
That and a lot of textures were eventually improved for ground effects. Possibly the biggest changes were the character models. Very early look at the trolls, orcs, and taurens can cause nightmares in the younger audience. Please be advised. Clearly the menu.
Oh shit! I see he puts like the thing down there, so I'll put my camera above that so y'all can see like where we are in the world. There you go.
New and character screens received massive upgrades.
Oh my god. That looks so cursed. Oh my god, that looks cursed.
Still, we have to appreciate the fact that these were not the final race models we ended up with because, oh goddamn shit. Overall, the production of the game did feel a bit rushed even when vanilla launched in 2004. The overall graphics were inferior for its era and put a lot of people off from the...
Really? Did it really? I remember when I played World of Warcraft for the first time back in the day, I thought the graphics were insane. I thought it was so insane. But like, I mean, in 2005, I remember it looking good. Right? Same year as Half-Life 2. Yeah, I mean, it looked good for its time.
Textures of trees and bushes, all the way to some critter models. Obviously, from the alpha we received...
Sorry about that, my bad.
Massive improvements, but with the focus of accessibility for most machines at the time, Vanilla WoW kept a low polygon count, which resulted in blocky-looking characters and landscapes. The texture resolution was fairly low, giving off blurry and unappealing textures at times, more to do with the memory and storage constraints for the era's PC specs.
I still think it looks amazing though. For its time, this looks crazy good. And I also think it's like a it's also like a partially a reason why they could, like, you know, make it such an open world game. I played Medicine 2 before graphics was insane about. Yeah, Medicine 2, what was it, like, EverQuest? Yeah, like, it looks good, man. Like, when you compare it to, like, the games at that time, right? Okay, this is a very low polygon screenshot of EverQuest, right? But this looks amazing, man.
And shadows were also very simplistic. You can even see an improvement between vanilla and the current classic servers, let alone Dragonflight. The animations for the characters were limited and clearly antiquated compared to the present-day Dragonflight variations.
Okay, but you're looking at a 19-year, like, you know, development in that. I just like the older style more personally. I feel like the current style of models look very like Disney. I think that's the best way I can really put it. They look super Disney.
Art style of Vanilla WoW was intentionally stylized to accommodate the hardware limitations, which also meant that the game's visuals were not as realistic or detailed as what players might expect from contemporary games.
Cool,
the Burning Crusade launched in early 2007, and for its time, the graphical improvements introduced helped to elevate the visual quality of the game and create a more immersive experience for players. As for the environment, TBC introduced the new continent of of Outland, which
Oh my God, looks
featured
kinda cool like this.
stunning and otherworldly landscapes. The environments were more detailed, colorful, and diverse, providing players with a fresh and visually captivating experience. The disconnect from the original world was also strong, with Outland being very cosmic, broken, and magically floating in the twisting nether compared to Vanilla's grounded depiction of continents, islands, and mountains.
I think I don't necessarily agree with that though, because I feel like that's just like a different like it's because we're like in an outworld. If you go into the caverns of time, there's still similar things to like the TPC. Like a lot of TPC stuff was in the caverns of time as well, right? Like it's just like a lot of what I'm getting from this so far is that like higher polygons equals better, right? And I don't think that's necessarily true. But yeah.
Overall, the expansion utilized higher resolution textures for everything, resulting in a better world and characters, but also improved upon the lighting and shadows, together with a better visual for the water and weather effect. 2008 marked the release of Wrath of the Lich King, to this day the most critically acclaimed expansion. The environments in Northrend took a big up in overall textures and models. They were more diverse, detailed, and expansive, offering players a visually stunning and atmospheric experience, possibly the most immersive zones they have ever made to this day. Both player characters and NPCs received more nuanced facial expressions and lifelike movements, improving overall visual storytelling, but also adding once again to the—
Oh no, dude. Like the Rat King trailer is so good, but the way that they talk in these trailers just looks so weird, man. Doctor Who, thank you for the 6 months. Yeah.
Immersion factor, together with the environment, the higher resolution textures were clearly a significant upgrade and likely contributed heavily to the overall appreciation of the expansion. Note here that the capabilities of the graphic cards and processors were also starting to really accelerate, and this was quite evident on the improvements in Wrath, and even more evident in expansions to follow. One of the most impactful spell and ability effects received was the fire effect that was showcased early in such dungeons as Midgard Pinnacle. A feat that was of course accompanied by more advanced lighting and shading, creating more realistic and immersive lighting effects even for a game such as World of Warcraft. This added depth and atmosphere to the game world, especially in the darker and shadowy areas. Water rendering also was further enhanced, making bodies of water look even more realistic and reflective. Water effects in this expansion contributed to the overall visual spectacle, particularly in zones with ice.
I don't think there's enough. A lot of people hate on the water in vanilla. I don't really think it's that bad, honestly, man. It looks pretty good for what it is. I had a shitty PC and played it all on no. I didn't even notice it. Honestly, same, man. I think it's just like it's interesting to me to see the difference in how WoW graphics develop, right? Because like they've changed a lot. Like it's a whole different game nowadays, and it's like a slow like process going into like a different art style, right? Like year by year, they introduce like new shadings, new stuff, new polygon upgrades, whatever the hell, and slowly it turns into a whole different thing, right? I always play with low water quality. Yeah, same, man.
Landscapes and frozen lakes, which were made even more impressive with the incorporated atmospheric effects, falling snow, and blizzards in Northrend, adding to the wintry theme of the expansion. Wrath of the Lich King introduced a new technology called phasing, which allowed for dynamic changes in the game world based on players' progression in certain quests or storylines. This feature added a new layer of immersion and impacted the player's experience, showcasing how the game's graphics adapted to reflect changing circumstances. All of this culminated with a detailed raid and dungeon design featuring epic and grandiose architecture, adding to the sense of adventure and challenge. At the peak of its popularity, World of Warcraft took a bold turn with Cataclysm in 2010 by completely revamping the old world we call Azeroth. New terrain.
That's where WoW changed for the first time a lot, man. The best expansion? I don't know. I mean, we know Cataclysm is gonna come out later this year. I'll play it. I'll give it a try. I have absolutely no idea what to expect. You know? All I know is that I'm gonna be leveling in Vashir because it's the best leveling zone ever made. But I don't know if I'll like it or not. I really don't. Maybe I'm gonna end up loving it. Maybe I'll end up hating it. I don't know. I'll give it a try though, for sure.
quest hubs and
Canada was great. I mean, I've heard a lot of different opinions of Canada.
Were improved with better environmental details and terrain textures, making the first and only time in WoW's history when the old worlds were completely revitalized. Since then, we have had changes to old quests here and there, but nothing to this scale, shaking the very foundations of what players grew up with, especially for those that started in vanilla WoW. Water rendering was further enhanced, making water bodies appear more realistic and visually appealing.
So that's what. So there was in Cataclysm they did that. Cataclysm was really the big turning point in like everything, in the world, in like how the game was played, in like the graphics, everything. It's a huge turning point for everything. You will like it. I mean, I hope so. I don't get why some people are being so, you know, negative about WoW. Always like, this is gonna flop, this is gonna suck. But I always like, I hope I'm gonna love it. Obviously, if I love it, that's great. You know, I'm gonna have a lot of fun with it. But I just don't know yet. You could say that it was cataclysmic. Yo, Ilu, thank you for the prime.
Weather effects like rain, snow, and sandstorms were improved, contributing heavily to the immersion of the game world. As for the characters, they continued to be refined and enhanced with better models, textures, and animations, together with new spell and ability effects, offering more variety and visual impact during gameplay, especially when going into the new dungeons and raids, which featured more intricate and visually impressive design, immersive environments, and challenging encounters that were even more emphasized with the boosted phasing technology, having all of the zones change based on the player's quest progression. The two new races introduced, Worgans and Goblins, were the first ones to use a more complex rig with added polygons, resulting in a clear visual distinction from all the other races and laying the ground for what was to come in Mists of Pandaria.
And it does look very different. Oh, that was a awkward pause. It does look very different though. People were tired of staleness after 6 years of vanilla. At the time, big changes were needed, even if people look through nostalgia at classic. Oh yeah, I think for sure. That's what I'm saying. It was a big, bold move, for sure, in terms of like, you know, the change. But it was something that the players kind of needed. In a way, Cataclysm was WoW too, because they changed everything, right? Yeah, this is Ghostcrawler. Yeah. A game has to change at some point. You can't keep the same thing forever, except vanilla WoW. But yeah, I agree.
That happened in 2012 when we first saw the Pandaren models. Rigging and polygon count increased even further, resulting in some of the most fluid combat animations and an incredible facial expression palette, which was quite impressive at the time. We went from faces having a couple of textures, moved to faces having particular parts and bumps, eyes, cheeks moving naturally. The expansion would eventually receive praise for its beautiful environment, engaging character animations, and overall visual polish, contributing to the ongoing success of the game. The expansion featured an art direction influenced by Asian culture and aesthetics. This unique art style extended to the architecture, landscape.
I will say mob look really good. Like the zones look amazing. I will give them that. It looks really, really nice. Right? Mob zones are so awesome. I agree. They look really nice. Sarah Manis, thank you for 10 months.
And character design,
they did a great job
providing players with a fresh and visually distinct experience. It added new creature models and animations with an emphasis on detail and realism. Creatures in Pandaria showcased more expressive movements and lifelike behaviors, breathing more life into the world. The expansion utilized advanced particle effects, adding more visual flair to spells and abilities and environmental effects. The improvement was also visible with better water rendering, better reflections, and realistic movements in Pandaria's lakes, rivers, and coastal areas, with improved lighting and atmospheric changes as time progressed, contributed to a more immersive world. And let's not forget that some of the most epic moments in the expansion took advantage of not only the upgraded phasing technology with the Siege of Orgrimmar event that destroyed a whole zone almost, but one of the largest raids ever made that took players around
for how long was Siege of Orgrimmar out? Was it over a year that it was like the only raid that people were really doing? Yeah, I think it was a little bit over a year, right? 14 months? That is crazy. Imagine if they did that now. Like, imagine if we had SoD, but we had phase 1 for a year.
Oh my God. place on so many levels of Pandaria, Durotar, Orgrimmar, and a whole city underneath the Orc capital. Warlords of Draenor came out in 2014 and was, to this day, the single biggest upgrade to the overall world environment when it comes to textures. The landscapes in Draenor were richly detailed, featuring more complex terrain elements and environmental assets that gave the game an incredible, fresh, and modern feeling compared to Mists of Pandaria. This was accompanied by the first major character model update. This massive overhaul of character models for some of
this is what I mean with the kind of Disney look.
Major character model updates. This massive overhaul of
that's the kind of Disney look. I don't know. So okay, so it was in VOD that it became kind of Disney, like with the characters and stuff like that. Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, it's literally just like a preference, right? It's just like some people like it, some people don't like it. It's like that's just how it goes, right? What was my favorite expansion? I mean, my favorite version of WoW is Vanilla WoW. I would say, I don't know. It's hard to really say. I'm like in between. Nowadays, I would probably say TBC, honestly. Yeah, I think so. There are only two art styles, Disney and anime. Yeah, true actually.
Character
TBC, really? I think so. Yeah, normally I would say Wrath of the Lich King, but I actually really enjoyed TBC. I did. I think some of the running animation in retail are what kill it for me. Yeah, but it's a preference, right? Like some people like it, some people don't, and that's completely fine too. Brotherman, did you play Mob or not? The expansions I never played. I played a month of Cataclysm. I never played Mists of Pandaria. I played the last few weeks of Legion, and I played a little bit of VOD only. That's the expansions I never really touched. So like Cataclysm, I pretty much haven't played. Mob, I haven't played at all. And Legion, I pretty much didn't play either. Those are the expansions I didn't really play. Did I raid in Vanilla WoW? Back in the day, I didn't, but I did, not on my own characters. I did a little bit of CG on one of my dad's friend's Hunter, and I did a little bit of Molten Core on my dad's friend's Hunter as well. I never got a character to 60 in Vanilla though. I got to 60 in like early TBC, I think.
For some of the original races in the game revolutionized the visual presentation
Very
of
different
the game.
style now.
People saw the Worgans and Goblins. They were blown away by the Pandaren, and they wanted the same treatment to the OG races in the game. Both Alliance and Horde races, including Orcs and Humans, received significant updates to their models, making them more detailed and appealing, especially with the facial expressions that made the past expansions almost unrecognizable. The new texture technology for the world was probably best represented through the garrison system. Every building, every wall, every fence and door was boosted in terms of their resolution and overall visual quality, and stood as a precedent for future architectural changes the game would have in the following years. Possibly the most ambitious expansion ever made to this day was Legion, which released in 2016. Every feature added, it came with a visual upgrade to pretty much everything. In terms of character animations and spell effects, the best example would be the new hero class Demon Hunter. They came with unique visual effects, particularly their metamorphosis abilities and use of fell magic. The introduction of artifact weapons was accompanied by improved textures for items in general. Not only did the new weapons look more striking and detailed, but the technology was used for the armors as well, while the garrison technology from Warlords of Draenor was used to create and improve player hubs in the form of the class order halls.
These are cool. Again, I never got to experience these. You can really see it when you compare like the old gear as well to new gear that they release. It is a whole different game, man. I prefer the old look, to be honest. I wish they would give us an option to old graphics in retail. I'd start playing retail more. I don't know. I don't like hate the graphics, but they're just not really like my style as much. Personally, I always correlate Legion release with me totaling my car and being home from work for 3 months. So many artifacts levels gained. Oh my god, dude. Have you seen the 2023 Rewind? Yes, I have.
And every one of the class order halls had a distinct flavor emphasized with upgraded textures and particle effects. Legion added more dynamic weather effects, making the game world feel more alive and responsive to changing conditions while out in the open world, as well as an increase in draw distance, which was something that has evolved over the years with each passing expansion to what it ended up
That skybox
back then.
is beautiful though. That is a beautiful skybox.
was something that has evolved over the years with each passing expansion to what it ended up back then. And of course, the dungeons and raids received massive improvements to their architecture and overall visual appeal.
New graphics is like only up to soulless? No, I wouldn't say that. I don't think it's soulless. I wouldn't say that. I think it's just like, I don't know. To me, it doesn't feel like it has like the same... It's just, it looks like a lot of other games as well. I guess in a way a little bit soulless, I suppose, but I think for me it's just it was very unique in Vanilla WoW, and it's very, you know, yeah, I guess it is a good way of explaining it, I suppose. No matter what Blizzard Gear makes, nothing will beat the Dreadnought armor. Yeah, that looks good. Character is the world you're thinking? Yeah, maybe it's character. It has character, not soul, right? Because it still has soul. It's just like the character. It's like more like, I don't know. It's hard to put it into words. It's just like a preference thing, I suppose, right? I think they overtuned the spellcasting and melee animations. Like it's too much. I think it's probably true. It became Fortnite, Overwatch, Pixar. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's what I mean with the Disney look as well. Like, it became like very generic, but that's like the new kind of art style that games go for, right?
2018 marked the release of Battle for Azeroth and the start of a major backlash from the players in terms of the expansion's reception. Whether this contributed to the visual presentation of the expansion is unknown.
You can't say Classic was generic. That's not what I said. Maybe I expressed myself wrong. That's not what I said. What the fuck are these stupid takes? That I prefer like Classic WoW graphics over like the what? The more of these retrospect videos we watch, the more I realize that I just kind of don't like WoW. Like nowadays, I don't know. It's very much just like a preference thing, right? Like I prefer this thing, and some people prefer the other thing.
Say that BFA at the very least improved on a lot of aspects. It was also the first expansion where we received allied races,
but it
where
looks
the
good for what it is,
took
though.
big liberties in character models, even when using older rigs from other races for their respective animations. It also continued to improve character models and animations,
They
adding
do look
more
good, though.
details, smoother movements, and enhanced facial expressions for better visual storytelling. On top of the improved textures and some of the most visually striking skyboxes, BFA...
They're beautiful though. The skyboxes look amazing. I will say that. They look awesome, dude. I wanted to say... Wait, I forgot what I wanted to say. I have no goddamn idea. It might also be a little bit of nostalgia. True, yeah. Because, like, it is the game that I grew up playing. And the game I really enjoyed. And then, like, the graphics changed a lot. So, obviously, I prefer the game that I grew up playing, right? That might definitely play in a huge factor for that. People hate on skyboxes because they're 2D, but I like it. I kind of like these skyboxes, dude.
They came with dynamic weather changes and environmental hazards, adding to the immersive experience. But for all its praises, it had some of the most unforgivable visual representation of a zone that ended up being the final raid. And yes,
See, this is what I mean. It's so different. It actually is crazy how different it is.
Visual representation.
This is a classic. I don't think this looks bad. I mean, yeah, okay, look at the trees. Like, it's literally a triangle polygon, right? But it kind of... It reminds me a little bit of Zelda and, like, those old, like, Ocarina of Time and stuff like that. It's a different art style, right? It's a little bit scuffed, but I kind of like it, right? And when you change it...
Of a zone that ended up being the final raid.
Damn, that's different, right? But this looks good, too. It's just very different. It's just very, very different. It's just nostalgia? No, I think it's a mixture. I think it's a mixture of nostalgia and also just a different art style, right? And a lot of it has to do with shading as well, though, for sure.
And yes, I am talking about the Nyalotha JPEG skybox. The raid felt like it took 2 steps back from the step forward the expansion made.
Wait, was this actually a skybox? There's no way.
Graphical design, which is a shame because the previous raids were incredible, and not to mention Nazjatar was an artistic marvel in terms of immersing the player in an underwater zone that was sucked dry out of the sea so we can explore it.
Nazjatar looked amazing. I really liked that zone where you went down and you could see the water going up and stuff like that. That looked sick.
Lands, the black sheep of WoW expansions, made its debut with one of the most ambitious skybox changes, as if to make up for the JPEG it left us with in 8.3. Not only that, the new zones were entirely taken from what seems to be a different game in terms of their visual aspect. They were heavily themed to their story and artistic depiction of whatever fantasy concept they were conveying in terms
this zone, I don't remember the name of this zone. I loved this zone though. This zone looked really cool to me.
Death. Whether it was the vampiric Venthyr in Revendreth, the druidic Ardenwold forests, the undead machinations of Maldraxxus, or the heavenly afterlife of Bastion, each zone was polished with a color palette, unique textures resonating in the ground, flora, and fauna to further immerse the player in their pocket world. The art direction, whether questionable or not, cannot be understated on how much it improved from BFA. With the Covenants being introduced, the player received access to a whole new package of spell animations and effects themed towards each individual zone and associated party. In terms of hardware improvements, by supporting DirectX 12 and ray tracing, World of Warcraft's graphics were further improved in Shadowlands, providing players with more stunning visuals and enhancing their overall gaming experience. Shadowlands continued to refine character models and animations, adding more detail and improved facial expressions, making characters appear more lifelike. It brought new environmental effects such as dynamic weather changes, particle effects, and atmospheric enhancement, all tying up in some of the most ambitious raid designs in terms of effects, texture quality, and even skyboxes. It did.
That looks okay. That looks nice though. The what is it called? The rays of sun coming through the sky and like the clouds. That actually looks really nice. I liked it a lot. But I like the Shadowlands. What is it called? The zones in Shadowlands were really cool in my opinion. The God Rays, it looks poggers, man.
Suffer from palette consistency, where at times it served them well with the Nathria raid, and other times it would be counterproductive with the Sanctum of Domination raid. For all its visual technological upgrades, the reception of some of the artistic choices left a lot to be desired, from the atmosphere to the color choices to paint the zones in what would have been their accurate stick depiction. The biggest counterpoint to their chosen color palette would be the Orthia zone, which remains to this day the most depressing and disliked zone ever made, and it had most to do with its graphical presentation. In fairness, Zereth Mortis, although artistically questionable, spiced up the color palette and lighting of their zones together with its accompanying raid, breathing a breath of fresh air into the game. The choice in architecture might not have resonated with everyone, but it would be undoubtedly unique.
Okay, I didn't like this zone personally. I actually hated this zone.
Clearly an upgrade, at least in the texture and particle effects department. And with that, we come to the present day with 2022's Dragonflight expansion. The first and most obvious change was the player UI. Although in the past this has received minor improvements from texture to icons, now it was completely scrapped and redone from ground up, adding another graphical element from WoW's history to the modern visual bucket. At the time of making
to make this, man. I barely played Dragonflight, so I won't say anything. I like the zones though.
In this video, the team is continuously improving the in-game assets and graphical design of the interface, together with spell effects for classes left behind, and likely more to come by the end of the expansion. With the strikingly beautiful new zones came an even higher draw distance and water effects. The improvement on the environment textures allowed the devs an increase in freedom when it comes to visually designing unique zones with more vibrant colors, completely contrasting the somber feeling players were left with in Shadowlands. The flora and fauna of the Dragon Isles blend naturally with each other from the use of logical color palettes. And in terms of zone design, the Zaralek Cavern has brought with itself an innovative way of creating terrain into already existing assets, with a seamless transition between the surface and the underground. The improvement to the character models came as a package deal with a new race, the Drakthir, that had more options for customization than any other race in the past. Once again, its artistic design being overall questionable. The theme of the expansion being heavily focused on vibrant colors is not only visible in the new race and class, with new spell effects, animations, and dynamic character movement.
Okay, I know what you're gonna say. I know, I can feel it already. You're classic Andy, classic Andy, nostalgia Andy. I just like the older, like when you compare, if you compare classic like vanilla to Dragonflight, I really prefer vanilla. It just feels more like it has character and soul to it, right? Whereas it feels a lot more kind of just like a Disney vibe nowadays, a little bit. But that's my opinion on it. That's how I see it. You know, it's literally just like a preference thing, right? Some people like one thing and some people like another. I can appreciate a lot of the things that they have made though, and like how some of the stuff have changed. This guy's yapping so much. Honestly, welcome to streaming. Don't worry, War Within will save WoW. Honestly, true. I will say though, man, they are, dude, the graphics in the cinematics looks amazing though. Like the actual cinematics that they make. Your opinion is wrong. Well, you are wrong more than I am.
But also for all the customizations the players can interact with, from hair colors to dragon riding mounts, which on their own came as well with a new flying system that expands on the player's perspective on space and speed by cleverly manipulating the landscape to give the feeling of a high-octane dragon ride. The benefits of being a live game for almost 20 years has given World of Warcraft one of the most impressive visual journeys any media has undergone. Jam-packed with nostalgia, emotions, wonder, and excitement, the art team has continuously surprised people with better and better graphical assistance to contribute to their fun out in the world. And to have even more fun, it's not enough to simply be engrossed in the visual aspect of the game, but also a much more crucial thing is ignored by too many people when it comes to the enjoyment of the game. Find out what took the fun out of WoW, or at least one of the biggest reasons the fun was squashed, and how to get it back right here. See this? Here.
Okay, I mean, good interesting video. It can be a really hard thing to discuss about these things because it's like it's literally just like, yeah, it's so subjective. I like apples, you like oranges, right? That doesn't mean that apples are necessarily better than oranges or the other way around. It's just like what you prefer. But I think regardless though, it's interesting to see how the visual like depiction of the game has changed so much throughout the years. It is absolutely insane. Like, it's so crazy. By the way, apples are better than oranges, by the way.
Bad day, Ryan. I've had a bad day.
You remember me?
Yeah, I think so. From the Forward Party.
Yeah, Forward Party, yeah. We were trying to set up a stream with Yang and stuff. We still want to do that, by the way. Then you don't think that happens?
I don't think that...
Buddy, come on.
I'm sorry, hold on.
Dude, come on, be reasonable. You're not being reasonable here.
The way to address it, that's
exact same parallel. Come on, you're being... Buddy, here, for somebody who's generally pretty objective, I would say that you're pretty objective. I feel like you're being like weirdly defensive about that.
Deliver a product that should have been done in 2 weeks. What do you mean?
Just software engineers, all right, straight out Harvard Law, and hated it, bro. She paid off her student loans and then quit and moved to China to go study Kung Fu because she was so burnt out. Being a lawyer sucks, bro. Like, here's another thing that I got to tell about, like, got to say to you, honestly, Steven, as somebody who, and I want you to know this, that like, I generally have high respect for you and high regard for you, generally.
Yeah.
But sometimes you get ideas about things where you're just dead ass wrong. Boyfriend, girlfriend, dating, whatever, etc. Right? So, like, there's another one where I think, like, maybe.
Assalamu alaikum.
Hi.
I've actually got some.
Why are you British? Why are there so many British people with strong opinions on our political system? What the fuck?
Wait, I'm not British. I'm South African, man.
Well, aren't you? Didn't you guys come from Britain or some bullshit? Who made South Africa?
About like when was that? Like the 1800s? Anyways, I actually want some relationship advice.
This must be for disagreements.
It's gonna be a disagreement because you're gonna disagree with me. Okay, calm down.
Okay, what do you want?
Okay.
Go.
Okay. Is it a deal breaker if she's been lobotomized before, for you, from your perspective?
I don't know. It depends what she was like before and depends on what she's like after.
Oh my god! Just answer the fucking question.
No, why would you be with somebody who's lobotomized? There's like 50 million crazy health complications that come after being lobotomized. You have like strokes and seizures and all sorts of crazy shit. You're probably long-term health expectations are bad as well. Why the fuck would you want to be with somebody who's lobotomized? Does somebody with a functional brain want to spend time with you?
I've had a bad fucking day, Ryan. I've had a bad fucking day. Okay, and you're fucking coming at me, you're arguing with me, and you're shouting at me for no fucking reason. You don't understand what goes on in my brain. It's fucking complex and it's beautiful, and it's like flowers and rainbows sprouting out of nothing,
Yeah,
and it'll go right
gotcha.
out over
My
your
bad. Sounds like you need a lobotomy. Okay, what is your question?
My fucking question is, I don't have a question. Go f yourself, you piece of shit. I hope you f***ing rot in hell and die, okay?
I'm gonna tell all my South African black anti-farmer friends where you live, okay? They're coming for you, coming for your property. What do you want? Okay. Guys, the disagreements room is only for disagreements related to topics on stream. If you're coming here to say random things or ask random things, you're getting permabanned, okay? Big Booty Judy, what do you want?
Steven.
Yeah.
Do you still hate In-N-Out?
Yeah.
I'm serious. It's stupid. Like.
Okay, you got banned. That guy's banned from Discord. Hello.
Hey, what's going on, buddy?
Hi, hello.
Hey, so, let's see here, man. So yeah, 2024 is coming around the corner. Do you remember me?
Yeah, I think so, from the Forward Party.
Yeah, Forward Party, yeah. We were trying to set up a stream with Yang and stuff. We still want to do that, by the way. But you know, I don't know if you saw, I sent you an email. Long story short, we just established the Forward Party in California, registered with the Secretary of State, had our party convention, et cetera, et cetera. But anyway, what we're kind of working on right now, and this is where, you know, I think, you know, you've talked about this a little bit in the past, and this is, I guess this is where the disagreement comes in. As I understand it, you know, maybe you can clarify or whatever, but your position is that like a two-party political system is like a good system?
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Okay, why is that? I'm just curious, because I have some disagreements about that, but I'm curious, can you like, you know, tell me why you think that is?
I mean, why not? You've got candidates, they run in primaries, you vote. Having two parties is a little bit simpler. You don't have to form like coalitions or do any weird things like that for government. I think it works fine.
Okay, so do you not think that like having a two-party system though, like really encourages, what's the word? Like division, you know what I mean? Where like people are like, it really like rewards people like to be extreme when you have like a two-party system, because it's like, you know, if you're a candidate and you're trying to like get your party's nomination, you're going to want to be like the more extreme version of that, right?
I mean, it really, I don't think so. I think it super depends on where you live, right? Like you're going to be a lot more extreme if you're a congressman from New York than if you're like a congressman from, you know, battleground states, right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't think that's the case. Like, I think that like if we look at most of the candidates that have been, who have been getting their party's nominations, like historically have been like relatively extreme, and it seems like that problem's like only getting worse. I mean, do we disagree with that?
I think so. What do you mean relatively extreme? Like what's...
Like, so for instance, like, you know, the moderate Democrat and the moderate Republican are kind of like a dying breed, right? Now I understand like maybe it's a pendulum, right? Maybe it like swings one way and then it swings back a little bit, right? I'm not sure, you know, and it seems like maybe we are swinging back a little bit towards like, I don't know, moderation, but...
Wasn't
you know,
Biden considered moderate? If he's on a stage with like Kamala Harris, Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, like wasn't Biden kind of a moderate on that stage?
Yeah, I agree. I think he is a moderate, but I think that like he was also not a choice that a lot of people who voted for him were not like excited or even like really wanted to vote for him, right? They just didn't have a choice because of our political duopoly.
Sure, but I mean, like, that's politics, period. You always have to vote for a person. He might not be the best person you want. Having like 7 different parties wouldn't change that, right?
Well, yeah, it would actually. I mean, that's like kind of my argument, is that I think that, you know, the problem right now, the reason why, in my opinion, that we have a, you know, two-party political system is because of the rules of the game, right? The rules of the game dictate that every voter gets one vote, right? So if you can only vote for one person, and the rule of the game dictates that you have to have a 51% majority to win, then your best chance of winning for like any candidate will be to, you know, essentially try to get, you know, have one party that has 50% plus of the vote, right? You're gonna
if you want to do like ranked choice voting or something, I'm not necessarily opposed to that. If people want to try like multi-party systems or change ranked choice voting, they should like, yeah, try it in a state. I don't know, get a state to change their election procedure, try to throw up another party, and then yeah, change the voting way.
So you're like open to the idea that like maybe we should have like a little bit better electoral system than our current like first past the post, one vote.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of first past the post. I think ranked choice is probably cool.
Okay, cool, awesome. That's really cool, because that's actually what I'm working on right now. So I told you I'm working with the Forward Party. I'm on the policy team, on, you know, or whatever. And one of the things that we're working on is electoral reform, right? Because we are believers that we're getting too many, like, we don't like, especially in California, right? Because we live in California, and here, I mean, you used to live here, you know how this is. The Democrats essentially have like a monopoly on our political system, right? It's like they've been in power forever, and because of that, you kind of like if you're a candidate, you really have to toe the Democratic Party line. Like the Democratic Party in California is incredibly powerful, and they dictate who wins and who gets elected and who gets on the ballots, like almost unanimously. And there's almost nothing you can do about it, right? Because they have such a stranglehold on our politics here. And so and this is why like our politics here have been so stale for so long. If you look at like the city of Los Angeles, like I was born and raised here. I love the city of Los Angeles. It's my home, right? But if you look at our city government, it fucking sucks. Our city government is like really awful. Like they don't do anything. And the problem is because nobody can run against them because the Democrats have such a stronghold, right? So we really want to increase political diversity. We want to be able to like at least make it a viable option where if you don't want to run under the support of the Democratic Party, right? That you actually still have like a chance to win. That like there's actually a world in which you could actually win, not running as a Democrat. I mean, do you have any like feelings about that?
Yeah, people want to push ranked choice voting. I think that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, yeah, I mean, if that's something that you would be potentially interested in, supporting, that's something that we're, like I said, we're trying to get support. We're trying to get like people talking about some of these things that we can actually do to like really change our political systems, right? Because, I think kind of everybody realizes right now that like things aren't moving fast enough. Right? Like it's 2024 and we still have way too many old people in office, right? And a lot of these people, they don't understand, like I'm an engineer. I'm a self-taught, software engineer. I can write code. In fact, I'm like building an app right now. We need more doctors, engineers, teachers. We need these kinds of people in Congress, not lawyers, right? And the problem is that we're just getting lawyers. And because, like I said, the establishment has a stranglehold on our political system, especially here, like locally in California.
I mean, if people wanted like doctors and stuff more often, why wouldn't they just vote for them when they run for office?
They can't get the nomination. They don't get this party support.
Well, wouldn't they get the nomination if
the lawyers
they won?
Oh no, but if they're two, maybe they can kill me, right? This guy's not gonna do anything. Oh shit. Guys, I like Shaman.
Woo!
Oh, this priest is so dead. Oh my god, dude. Dude. Dude, it's just too good.
Nah, bro, go. Do something. You fucking resisted my living flame, man.
Holy.
What the fuck is this? Wait. You fucking resisted my living flame, man.
Wait,
what the fuck is this? Nah, bro, go. Do something. You fucking resisted my living flame, man.
Wait, what?
What the fuck is this?
Wait, what killed him?
Wait, you healed yourself
and did damage because you healed yourself for 188 twice. Okay, shamans are broken.
He's getting cut off. How's it going back? Oh, it's beautiful. This is what we want to see here. Oh, yeah.
Bro, I think I'm just gonna AoE him down, lock out one of the penances,
We
and
gotta,
clap him.
yeah. We just gotta AoE them down. Whoever you counter spell, we go hard on him.
All right, I'll let you know. Are you ready?
Yeah.
2v5, baby. No, everybody respect it. Let's go. All right.
All right, let me know when you're ready.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, they doubled. They put tons of dots on me. Oh, homunculus! Yo, put
keep you
shields on me.
alive.
Yeah, keep me up. Oh
my
Ozzy!
Oh my fucking god, dude!
Bro, they're all at 1%. They're all at 1%, Ozzy. I needed one more global, man.
Dude, you had it in the bag. What is that Holy Nova? Oh my god, hunting me! I yield!
No!
I'm sending the speed pot. I'm leading the charge right now. You sent me a huge upgrade? Oh my god, what did you send me? Look at this priest, bro. He thinks he's something. Is there any dispel in the lair? Oh, he didn't fear the pet. Oh my god, look what my pet did to him! What? Look at my pet! What? My pet just murdered him! What? My pet killed him! What the fuck was that?
Don't do it, bro. Don't. Oh, you motherfucker, man. You're really gonna come out here and do that, man. What a fucking move. Bro, I'm gonna melee hunter you to death, okay? Fucking stop. Oh, your Wind Fury's getting you. Your Wind Fury's catching up for you. Alright. Dude, I'm gonna fucking kill you again, man! You got battle res and I killed you again! He's attacking Rachel! No way! No way! You guys are that bad! No way you guys are that bad at the game!
Bob the Hunter. Hey! Please, you know what? The retaliation for this guy. No, please. Yes! Yes! Alright! Let's fucking go!
Just pull the boss, dude.
In my bedroom? No.
Charlie came running.
Thanks. Harley came running.
When I shipped that, because it reminds me of his medicine.
Oh, did you get a good stretch, Bubba?
Did he get stretched?
Yes.
Stretched?
Good boy. Hi, what's up? What's up, buddy?
Yeah. He's probably not in a chair and bed.
See, that's good. I'm gonna pay attention, but I don't think it hurt. He's doing overall better. He might still be in pain a little bit, but
He's much better than he was.
yeah.
Ready yet?
good.
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. Still recharging.
Lightning shield does a lot. Wonder if it would be worth going in and improve lightning shield. Actually, not sure about that. Maybe for leveling purposes, it would be better. Yeah, I don't know.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Ay ay ay. Fuck this quest. This quest takes so long, bro.
It's too far.
I get the cat's eye next.
Bots getting ready for work after maintenance. SoD Lone Wolf EU. Okay. What is this? Okay, he's going into ASFK, I suppose. Oh my... Holy crap. So this is after a weekly maintenance on Wednesday for EU. And all the bots are just instantly logging in, heading out to their... oh, they're going into the tree and then below the ground to go to SFK. This is actually insane. Holy crap. They all just started scattering away, man. This actually... yeah, this is disgusting. Look at how many there is. Dude, it needs to get fixed, man. It is horrible. We should abolish gold. It'll solve the botting problem. I don't know, man. Like, look at them. You can see right here on the tree. They're all going up. So they're fly hacking so they can get to like SFK, or they can get to other dungeons, or like steal like mining or herbing ores and stuff like that. Listen, all we would need, right? Literally, all we would need to fix a major part of this issue, every single server, just have one GM. The maintenance goes out, the GM sits right here, sits there and just snipes everybody. He just snipes all the bots, dude. Yep. People would literally do it for free, man. God, that is insane. Yeah, like a ban machine gun, just like dishing out all the bans to everybody. They are paying customers. Yeah, I suppose so. That's kind of depressing to look at, man.
It's terrible.
Damn.
Ruins the fucking game.
God damn. I wonder how many hundred people there are there. The people there are there.
Oh my god, come on.
Everything cut from Warlords of Draenor. My question is though, if we do end up getting actual Warlords of Draenor Classic, will we get a bunch of these things that they cut off? Everything cut from Warlords.
You're going to end up defending Carivore.
Don't make WoW videos anymore. No offense. What's your IQ? What's going on, guys? It's Parthenos. And is the WoW community really toxic, or is there some hope in humanity still? Let's find out. So what makes me a good source to figure this out, if WoW is toxic or not? Well, I've made 3 YouTube videos. Trust me, bro. The comments will come from my 3 WoW videos. My first time playing, me doing a dungeon with Bo, and playing Classic, which you guys hated judging by the statistics. We'll read each comment, we'll read the comments together, and I'll be the judge if they're toxic, helpful, or funny. And helpful or funny are both in the same category, so it is what it is. They just get a thumb. In the background is me taking on a dungeon solo, which I still have no idea is impressive or not because I was one-shotting everything. I don't know what's going on in WoW. Let's just be honest here. I'm an FPS player, never played an RPG, never played an MMO. So here we are, and in the spirit of for the first time, I still know nothing. So let's begin. Let's start off with the statistics, shall we? Let's see what we got. So this is my first one. I tried World of Warcraft for the first time in 2023, and I'm so confused. My dog has a Jingle Bell collar on. And as you guys can see, 5,340 views, 89 comments, and you guys absolutely love this video with 82% thumbs up. By far my best video. So that's video number 1. Video number 2, how not to do a dungeon, World of Warcraft funny moments. not too bad, just shy of 2,500. We got 18 comments, and holy shit, 95% like to dislike ratio, 38 likes. You guys loved it. Now, attempting classic World of Warcraft. I'm not getting it. Episode 4 for the first time. Just shy of 2,500 views again, 40 comments, and a not so good 70% like to dislike. So this one I expect some toxicity. But let's jump into I tried World of Warcraft for the first time. Comments. Let's view it on YouTube. Shut up, me. The first one with 25. Jesus Christ, I didn't know I had that many likes. 25 likes. I've been playing WoW since 2004, and I forgot how it feels to be new at this. Funny to see how people would approach the game when they haven't been introduced back then. Don't worry about being confused. Thanks, guy. Thanks. It becomes kind of intuitive once you get the hang of it, and the lore spans more than 30 novels at this point. Jesus, I didn't know it was 30 novels. You're looking at almost 20 years of content after all. 25 likes, to which I replied, thanks for the comment. Been giving it more of a shot. Hopefully we're learning. And let me tell you, we're not learning at all, but we'll tally this up. He gets a thumbs up. W comment. Now let's just go down and see what's popular or not. Alex says, watching this made me Jesus, can I speak? Watching this made me felt like new players should probably or have more fun time playing classic WoW. The moment you said you're level 9 and you don't know anything, that's a retail problem where they bombard you and rush too many things on a new player. Classic will take you so slow and smooth that you learn as you play. You don't have to read too much. Honestly, I looked like a dumbass in this video. In this one, I look so stupid, but I prefer retail over classic. Classic was so boring to me. Here we go. The problem here are outdated tutorial steps that have false expectation towards the player. None of this is distinct retail design, just an oversight once they updated the game over the few years. In Classic, you never learned anything from the game, either by yourself or from others. Okay, and then this guy said, Classic is really bad for that though. You waste so much time and learn nothing. So this guy knew quite a lot when he got to level 9. Thank you. Thank you. Somebody respected my hustle. I was an idiot, but I was a good idiot. You know what? 2 W comments. So far, so good. I never even saw this one. Let me like in that. Akrilla? You're dope, Akrilla. I play both retail and classic. I enjoy combat and raiding on retail better. Okay, yep. That has 6 thumbs up. Just giving his input. Good. Heart the Nose sounds like the name of a throwaway boss. I hope that means I'm good. See you on my next YouTube video. Title and thumbnail are enough to pull me in. I hope you grow to love this game a lot like I do. W comment. Let's see. We've had too much positivity going on. There's some negative ones in here. Let me find. You will grow very fast if every video has these engaging titles and good quality. +1 sub. What a G, dude. What a G. Dude, how do you have 68 subs? You don't even see this kind of editing effort from people with 100K. Keep up the good work, champ. What a G again. And just so you know, my dude, I've doubled it. 127. We're up there. We're growing. I LOL'd so hard when you sold the mount instead of unlocking it. Yeah, I got that a lot. Oops. You can add smiley faces? What? Human interaction is what make MMO interesting. You know what, Jacob? I've had a lot of people join my Discord and reach out, obviously, by the list of comments. And I would say that the WoW community is pretty good, but we've only read the interesting comments so far. All right, TJ Cooper 666, great name. Don't let these people trick you into playing WoW. I've been playing it for 16 years. 90% of it, you're just AFKing with nothing to do, waiting for weekly resets. Well, I didn't even know there was a weekly reset to be done. Apparently that's a thing. Is there weekly challenges? Oh God. For the first time, it's just a series where I jump into a game without knowing anything. It is what it is. Try out hardcore WoW. It really brought the social aspect. And I replied, hardcore seems impossible, but maybe I'll give it a go. Let me tell you, I didn't give it a go. It never happened. Akrilla, once again, better not as a new player. It's way too frustrating. This guy's my #1 fan, man. I love you, Akrilla. All right, John Doe. I tried World of Warcraft for the first time, and I'm so confused. That's my title. And it's not like there are a million of videos on YouTube teaching you everything about the game, but hey, you are Gen Z, so of course you are confused. I think that has to go down in a negative comment, but we turned it around for good old John Doe, and I said, welcome to the first time playlist, where I do no research and jump headfirst into games I know nothing about. Also, shout out for giving giving me the idea for the series, which is 100% true. I now have 6 episodes, and I basically jump right into games just like WoW, Demonologist, Phasmophobia, where I just jump right in. I do no research. I don't care what's on YouTube because knowing everything about a game kind of sucks the fun out of it. It sucks the learning curve out of it, and I like to have fun. And apparently you guys like me being an idiot, so we're just gonna keep being an idiot and having fun. High Power Bass said, best $15 a month I've ever spent. Been playing it since 2004. My God, that's a long time. Witcher Pie, he's out. The thumbs up. From what I saw, you made up your mind before you ever started. You did 0 research into a nearly 20-year-old game.
I didn't know you were supposed to research video games. I thought you just played them.
See, I started a series for the first time where I just jump into the video game. I haven't spent real money to play in many years. Lastly, why would you stop playing before you hit the cap on the trial character? You truly did sell the game short with your choices. I know, but I went back and started playing it again. Give me credit. Anyways, I replied to this guy, feel free to watch the rest of my WoW videos to see the journey. You right-clicked with a vendor window open, that's why you sold it. We love helpful comments. This is Tutorial Island. Other mouse button for auto attack. That's in my classic video. I'm downloading WoW just to feel confused. Sold them out. That was a pretty common comment. Bruh, even if you're absurdly poor, $15 a month is nothing. I'm amazed that people are stuck on that. I have a moth. I like your moth. What's your IQ, Acryla? Acryla was my top fan. What's your IQ? Whoa, that's why I make YouTube videos showcasing me being an idiot. I'm genuinely asking. All right, Acryla gets a pass. He's genuinely asking. I'm a game developer, so I was quite confused by some of your actions. That's the story of my life. You sure you're not just new to games in general? Because damn, there was some gaming basics 101 you seem to not work out. I feel that too. How not to do a dungeon. Let's read the comments. Oh, the pure enjoyment in this video makes me think of the first time
You need a
through
towel.
WoW. You know what, Rage Cannon, even though you spelt through wrong,
hammer that shit on there?
I'm glad I made you proud. I really am. 2 WoW vids in, I like them, subbed for more. You guys rock. I'm surprised you did so well, especially 2-manning a dungeon without a healer. Everybody's so supportive. I just found you randomly on YouTube, and this is hilarious. As a WoW player for a long time, this is gold. Hey, these two actually joined my Discord. Dope. The dungeon one didn't get a lot of comments, but you guys were obscenely positive. Now let's go to attempting classic World of Warcraft, which you guys did not like at all. First one, just watched through the saga so far. Been watching WoW vids every day for the past 5 years, but this series was the first to make me want to come back to the game after 10 years away. Subbed. Neil Reed W. This guy gives a novel of what's going on in retail versus classic. Oh, Jonah. In Wrath, you get mount at 20, man. So close. So if you don't know what he's talking about, basically my big complaint in this video was that I didn't get a mount until like level, whatever the cap is, 30, 60, 50. I don't remember anymore because I quit playing classic. And I basically sold myself short off of a YouTube video I saw. And apparently that was wrong. So maybe I could have enjoyed the game a little bit more if I would have kept going, but I didn't, and here we are. Oopsie. It's too bad you didn't do any research on the different classic eras. They were advertising the new hardcore game mode. It's not forced on ya, which is really surprising because, like always, I just jumped right into it, did no research, and it just says hardcore. It doesn't say it's not hardcore, but it's an option to play hardcore. It just says hardcore. This is probably my favorite comment ever. No, you gotta play classic. This guy has a sense of humor that's freaking awesome. Get Cursed Forge for some add-ons. Could never make it that far. I'm just gonna call you H because I can't pronounce that. Wrong version. Need classic. Wrong classic. To which I said, too many classics. You got classic, regular classic, hardcore classic that's not hardcore classic, Wrath of the Lynch King classic. Apparently there's a Season of Discovery classic. And somewhere in the midst of that, there's a classic, other classic. Ignore the trolls, it's the right version of classic. But to play an MMORPG called World of Warcraft and complain you aren't omnipresent is so dumb. Don't make WoW videos anymore. No offense. And 3 people upvoted that, including myself. To which I replied, I will make WoW videos just to spite you. And somebody liked it, so I'm gonna like it too. And then somebody else liked this when this video comes out, so I can spite this guy again, because now I'm making WoW content with his shit in it too. 5 heads. So yeah, that was all of my videos on World of Warcraft so far. I've taken a little bit of a break, I'm not even gonna lie, which from a YouTube analytics standpoint is stupid because you guys love these videos. But I love playing other games. We played Lethal Company, we played Demonologist, Phasmophobia. Like I said, FPS is at my heart anyways. I have no idea what the total score was, but it seems like overall the World of Warcraft community is definitely positive. You guys are uplifting, supportive. It's like one big family, which is to be expected from a game that's been out for what, 20 years? You got 16 different versions of Classic. You got a retail. There's like a mobile game now or some shit. And for the guys that left negative comments, get therapy, seek help. It's okay. It's 2023. And until then, this has been Parthenos. Peace.
This too, because this Cataclysm is the first expansion that incentivized guilds more than any other expansion, because they added levels and different rewards for being in a guild. And on top of that, I think that playing Classic WoW, the reason why it was extremely successful is because you could play the game solo and you didn't have to rely on other players in the same way that you did in older MMOs like Ultima Online or EverQuest. So I think that the success of Classic WoW was primarily around the fact that grouping was heavily incentivized and it was massively rewarded, but it was not mandatory. And I think in Cataclysm, guilds were even more incentivized.
To interact with people, you didn't need to go out and make friends in order to conquer the world, and people really did not like that. The 6 point, going back to the whole LFR thing,
yeah, it was also
patched
phasing
10.2, the Dragon Soul raid.
Ooh.
Now, for those that don't know, the Dragon Soul
10.2, it was 4.3.
That patch 4.2 was the longest lasting patch in World of Warcraft history.
At the time, yes it was. I remember I quit playing for like almost an entire, I thought it was 4.3, because that's whenever the dungeons came out as well, but I could be wrong. Either way, wait, 4.2, yes, because, okay, so 4.0 was Cataclysm, 4.1 was ZG and ZA, 4.2 was Firelands, and 4.3 was Hour of Twilight, which was the new 5-mans, and then also Dragon Soul. Yes, I was right. Anyway, doesn't matter. The point is that clearly, I forgot even what I was going to say.
4.2 lasted, get this.
Oh yeah, how long the patch was. Yeah, the patch was a massive dead time. Massive, huge, long period of time where nobody was playing the game. Yeah.
I didn't even remember it was this long. It lasted from November of 2011 until Mists of Pandaria was released
25th.
in September of 2012.
Yep.
I remember doing the whole Hour of Twilight raid. I remember doing it on LFR, doing it on normal. This was the time when, for me personally, I really got deeper and deeper into role playing, because there was nothing to do in World of Warcraft for months. The game was completely stagnant. It was completely dead. Nothing was happening. The raid had been raided. PvPers were bored.
I had best in slot gear. I just basically quit. Yeah, I just pretty much stopped playing.
Nothing was going on, and people were pissed off about this. Cataclysm, you probably are starting to understand as this video is progressing.
And by the way, I remember during ICC was a massive fucking time period too. Like, I remember I made a joke and I was like, you could have literally had a kid in the time that just ICC was out as a raid. And my friend Zach was like, well, actually, yeah, Hayden did. Because we had a friend, and like he played WoW with us all the time in Burning Crusade and Wrath. And in Wrath, I guess, I don't know, like there's too much of a raid drought. He got bored, and he just started having, he had a fucking kid, man. He had a kid before Cat even came out. And then the same guy who had the kid went back, and on day 1 of Cataclysm, got the Realm First Skinning Master. I remember that. It's the stupidest fucking thing, bro. Like, he had like back-to-back Realm First Master Skinner. Yeah, he was so bored. Yeah, it was so boring. He had sex. Yeah.
There's a lot of reasons why people had a sour taste in their mouth in regards to Cataclysm, because of so many lackluster things going on with this expansion. It's kind of like the LFG, or rather the LFD, the LFR crap. It just has Cataclysm, you just associate the word with this very sour time in World of Warcraft history, a time of controversy, a time of boredom, but really everything has
And
just
also,
been...
like, at the end of Cataclysm, Mists of Pandaria came out in September, and in May, I think it was May, Diablo 3 came out, and it was a huge disappointment. A lot of people were really negative about Diablo 3.
Leading to this. The 7th point is very simple, and it's just simply the fact that Cataclysm is not really considered WoW classic.
No, it's not.
It's not considered classic World of Warcraft, the OG golden era of the game.
Yeah.
Cataclysm is when the game went on full decline, which is when
Classic WoW is vanilla, BC, and Wrath, and then Cataclysm isn't classic. It's just not.
people in droves began to leave World of Warcraft. And the reason why, the big fundamental reason as to why people do not consider Cataclysm to be classic World of Warcraft,
it changed the
golden
world
era
fundamentally.
WoW
They
and
changed
such,
everything about the game.
It's really subjective, but I think it boils down to this, based on comments that I've seen here on Nixium or on forums and stuff, or even in game.
I used to be the guy that would call which leg to
this
hit.
simple fact: Cataclysm is a completely different game to the game that came before.
It was.
In the events of Wrath of the Lich King, if I remember correctly, Blizzard was purchased by Activision, and during, you know, Cataclysm's development, Blizzard got a completely different design philosophy for Cataclysm compared to what they had for vanilla WoW, TBC, and Wrath of the Lich King. And
I don't think it was really that much different than like Wrath. I think it was a lot the same, especially like was ICC that much different than Firelands in terms of like how the game is designed. Like obviously the raid's very different, but like it's basically the same thing.
See what I'm talking about.
Systems
like, I
are the
was talking
same.
about it at the beginning of the video, but when you start playing through the world, you're going to see how Blizzard has nerfed the social element of World of Warcraft in Cataclysm. You're going to see how there's less group content. There's less of a need for trading with your fellow players.
And I think the word need is very important because one of the things that like WoW did is it caused people to come out of their shell, because a lot of people that play, you know, games like this are like kind of introverted, you know, not super social, but it caused people to be social because of how rewarding it was. And Cataclysm removed that need.
Less of a community element. You're going to see how the world feels more linear. It's more boring and dull. You're going to see how everything just seems to be designed to just get you on a linear path that takes you to endgame as fast.
Cataclysm started at level 85. Vanilla WoW started at level 1. This was a problem that Blizzard created, I would say, in Burning Crusade. And I think that it was made worse in Wrath. And really, it was just made worse in Kata as well.
Fast as possible. That way you can start consuming the new raids and whatever the end game content is. You gotta play it to really understand it. For those of you guys like me who played back in the day, you probably know what I'm talking about. But when Cataclysm came out, it felt like a completely different game from the game that we had played,
it was,
you know, previously in
totally
Wrath
different.
of the Lich King TBC, and especially vanilla. Cataclysm was a full departure from like the vanilla design philosophy. If you go and watch like the behind the scenes videos of classic World of Warcraft, meaning vanilla WoW, back when Blizzard was developing it back in like 2003, 2002, and they're talking about that development and what their design philosophy was for the world and questing and leveling up and group content and so on and so forth, it is radically different compared to Cataclysm. It's a complete...
I think that that's true. It's massively true. And do you remember yesterday whenever we watched the video about Baldur's Gate 3 and about how studios need to have people that are working at the studio that have like that massive degree of understanding and what's the word for it? Like insight and vision. I think that classic WoW, like if you listen to the guys that made classic WoW talk about games, it becomes immediately evident that they understand games on a very intimate level, and you don't see people just like randomly talking about that stuff. Like these random game developers that are like, oh, this is the way, we're making this game and everything. Like they have an understanding of the way that people play games and the way that people think that makes them world builders and game designers. And those are the people that made classic WoW. And I think that also, if you ask any of them, at least Kevin Jordan said this, he's like, yeah, a lot of the things in classic WoW, they were really good, but we didn't mean for it to be that good. You know, it just kind of happened. It was an accident, it was a mistake, and it just turned out to be really good. So I think that that's also another good indicator, because I think that whenever you're on the right path to something, you will have happy accidents and serendipitous outcomes. And whenever you're not on the right path to something, you'll have setbacks and failures that you could have never predicted for. And I think that's, yeah, it's like an intuition. And it's also a lot of psychology to it.
Completely different mindset with less of the community in mind, with less challenge in mind, with less RPG-ness, adventure, and so on, and just kind of more convenience.
By the way, this boss was fucking insane. It was one of the best bosses Blizzard ever made. Like, Alyssa's Lore was nuts.
Ease,
such a good
more like it's kind of like one of the things of Cataclysm. It was like Blizzard wanted to make the game more easy to get into, and you know, easy for a new player to just jump in and fall into Azeroth and you know, get to end game and start, you know, PvPing and stuff. And yet it had the exact opposite effect to what Blizzard intended. People preferred the old world. They preferred.
That's because the developers that made, like the people that were making decisions at that time, and like even now, I think this is especially true with retail WoW, they give players what they want, but not what they need. I know it sounds kind of cliche to say, but I think it's true. They focus on responding to what players want, and then just giving them what they want. And I think that like Blizzard has had like individual moments of like absolute like sublime genius of like how they solve certain problems in the game. But in a general sense, I think it's very hard for them to understand like why certain things are successful. You remember whenever Season of Discovery was announced, and I said that I was very concerned about how these new like specs and everything else will change the game in a way to remove some of the magic out of Classic. And like that's kind of what I'm talking about. Now, is Season of Discovery doing that? We don't know yet, right? It's just too early. We'll know in like 6 months. But overall, I think it is something to be aware of.
The old way of doing things. They did not like this very linear I could go on and on about this. The point is, I'm just going to end it here because this video is really freaking long. The point is when you play Cataclysm Classic, you will see that it is a huge departure from like what you have played before in Wrath of the Lich King and in TBC. I'm sure there's more that, you know, I could have thought of, but, you know, I'm just sitting here. I just got a couple of notes on a piece of paper. I'm just ranting out of my ass at the moment. Maybe I'm getting some things wrong. I don't know. Leave your thoughts down in the comment section below, guys. But this video is just to try to help some of you guys that are sitting there a little confused as to why, you know, why that BlizzCon room, you know, was so dead silent when they were announcing Cataclysm Classic. Because really, no one gives a damn about Cataclysm Classic, and maybe there's some people that do, but compared to
dozens of them.
TBC and especially vanilla, it ain't nothing. It ain't nothing.
And that's the video right there. Holy shit. Yep, there it is. It ain't nothing. I mean, I think that's probably true. I'll link y'all the video. This is a good one. It's an, you know, Nixium's been streaming recently. I'm glad to see that. I am. You think he was playing hardcore? I hope he's playing Season of Discovery too. Yeah, Nixium's great. I've watched Nixium for, I don't know, 10 years, something like that. Yeah, there's his video right there. And make sure to give it a like. That was great. And I do think that he's right about a lot of the things. And like, you know, with Deathwing and everything, it's like, I actually, as I said, I think the only point that I really do disagree with is that I really loved how the endgame zones were integrated into Old Azeroth. I loved that. That was my favorite part about Cataclysm. Is like you were actually in the old world and it felt like you were playing World of Warcraft again and not Continent of Expansion, which is usually what it is. So I was a huge fan of this. I love this.
We need a speech, by the way.
Yeah, we do. Guys, we gotta talk about this real quick, all right? This season of Discovery, this is the first raid we ever done, all right? This is the first raid we ever been in, first raid we ever done. Now, let me go ahead and let's get right down to business, all right? The last boss drops a two-handed epic sword. So we need to clear this whole raid, and we need to kill that last boss. Now, how does that happen? That happens by you guys doing the mechanics right and knowing how to play Classic WoW, a 19-year-old video game. I understand that there are new abilities in the game, and this is very confusing. I get that. But please, guys, we need to have everybody on point. We need to have people ready, prepared, like using flasks and shit, like having every buff that they need. Like, you know, I say swap to a target. You swap to the target. It's not like, oh, I'll swap in like, you know, 15 minutes. Like, why don't you just swap right away? And like, you know, like I say, don't attack a mob and you just stop attacking. Like I say, like fucking move and you move. Like just interrupt, you interrupt. Like it's actually that easy, guys. So listen up. That's the way we're gonna do this. I know that obviously a lot of people have never done this before, including me. And so that's basically about it, right, guys? I mean, like shit. Like we just go.
That's what you got? That's what you
I
got?
Well, what do you got?
What do you got?
Well, Jibu, get back. No. All right, fuck it. Let's go.
Or no, now we're going back.
No, just go. No, you ruined it.
You ruined it.
Bro,
it's over.
Bro, you beat you ruined the game. Oh shit, who's this guy? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, that's actually really good. Let me get that. Damn, I feel like we're doing crazy damage already. This guy's got a lot of health, man. These mobs take longer to kill than molten core mobs. What the hell is this? Damage check? Yeah. I guess y'all want to see damage? I guess I probably should show damage.
Let's not.
Let's not? Yeah, okay. Probably a good idea. Okay, so that's the first boss, guys. So we gotta talk about this first boss. Number one. Fucking. Shit. I think probably we're gonna have to do the jumps, right? And so that's gonna be, yeah, you just hit the boss, right? It's not really that hard. Yeah, okay, alright, cool. Let's kill some of these little trash mobs, get them out of the way. Big numbers here, let's do it. Oh, we got more of them on the other side. Oh, damn, we should probably, how the fuck did he spawn? Just kill the boss? Yeah, I know. Details, you guys really want details. Alright, yeah, I'll put it on.
No.
This will be fine.
Bro, they're just gonna talk shit about me the whole time, man.
They'll talk shit about me too. My damage is gonna suck. Okay, alright, we're good.
What is up, guys? It's your boy SoD here, back with another Classic WoW video for Season of Discovery. Now, today we're talking about a gold farm in Season of Discovery, and one that is very, very good, and we're using some strategies here to make the farm even better, and you can make so much gold from this farm, it is absolutely insane. Before we get into that though, I do want to say a massive thank you to everyone who's picked up my Classic WoW gold making guide already, and if you haven't, well, here's another reason why you should. Videos like this, and this specific video as well, will always be available in early access to anyone who has that gold making guide. So not only are you getting a 134 pages long document packed full of gold making information, including 50 gold farms, the best investments, how to make gold with professions, you're also getting early access to videos just like this one. And so far in Season of Discovery, this is early access video number 11. So we have had 11 videos in early access that you can take advantage of before they're public, and we're gonna keep this going in phase 2 as well, and every single phase. So if you want to make even more golden Season of Discovery, please consider checking that one out. It's packed full of all the information I have for gold making, and then you get early access to even more information through videos. So if you want to check that out, the link is down below in the video description and the pinned comment. That being said, let's talk about the farm itself, and we are obviously in South Shore right now, and we're farming for Murlocs. It's kind of an alliance specific farm, but even if you're Horde, you can still do the farm, but it's 2 separate stages to the farm. So you're farming Murlocs across the coast right here, and this is really useful for 2 reasons. Number 1, they're part of a quest, so you can do the quest line while doing the farm, and number 2, they have a very lucrative loot table. If you look at my bags right now, I've just been here for 5 minutes. We've gotten 1 pearl, like iridescent pearl, we've gotten formula enchanted gloves fishing, and that's not the only good formula you can get here. You can also farm for the elixir of minor agility, for example, or elixir of regular agility, one of the agility elixirs at least, and a bunch of alchemy recipes, and just good recipes overall, and good greens. The mobs are level 30, 31 and 32, which means they're dropping in really good green items. Just some of them can be in the level 25 range as well, giving you necklaces worth 50 gold, and some of them giving you really good rings and just really good off pieces, like for example belts with healing, legs with healing, gloves with healing, and they're selling for like 10, 20, 30 and 40 gold, so you can get a bunch of very highly valuable greens from the farm as well, and then steady gold from both the fish oil you're getting, the pearls you're getting, and just everything else adds to the total gold per hour from the farm. Now, the mobs being level 31 has given this farm a huge barrier to entry, because that means only certain classes, or you have to have really good gear to do the farm. It's been like a hunter specific farm for a long time, and you can do it as other classes, but you have to have some gear to compensate, so you can hit more with your abilities and your spells, because 6 levels higher than you will miss a lot when you're farming these mobs. That being said, today we're using a strategy to break that requirement and to break the barrier of entry to the farm itself by adding a separate barrier to entry which has nothing to do with the gear. So farm number 1, or the way you can farm this number 1, is you can be a hunter or a very highly geared person and just farm the mobs regularly. Number 2, and that's the one I'm going to show you today, is be in a party. Either with yourself, like me, I'm partied with my friend or with myself right now, or be in a party with your friend and tell your friend to just go AFK. So if you have a friend who's already going AFK and he can be in this place to go AFK, that is perfect. Or if you have like anyone nearby who you can see, just ask them if you can invite them for a while. Like for example, there was someone fishing here just recently. I could have invited him to my party, and then after you have someone in your group, just put the loot to free for all, and then we're going to use guard mechanics. So the way guard mechanics usually work in Classic WoW or Vanilla WoW is that you have to deal half the damage of the mob before the guard kills the mobs to get experience and loot. That being said, when you're in a party, somehow that loot thing, it goes away. So you don't have to deal any, or you have to do some damage to the mob, but you have to don't do 50%. So you can do 1 attack, bring the mob back, and you still get all the loot that the mob actually gives you. So I'm just going to demonstrate that right now by pulling 1 mob and pulling him back. Actually, this pull right here will probably end up getting 2 mobs, and that's fine. So just make sure you tag the mobs and bring them back to the guard, and then the guard will kill them for you, and then as always you will get the loot. Even without dealing half the damage, by the way, you will still get the loot. So that's kind of ridiculous, and it's such a good way to do the farm. We have to be Alliance though to use this in this place, because once again, the guards are Alliance. If you come here as Horde, they're just gonna kill you instead. But as you can see, he just killed both these Murlocs, and I can loot both of them, and I'm getting full loot from both of them as well. And just to show you what happens when I'm not in a group, I'm going to pull this guy right here with leaving the group. So we're going to leave the group right now, pull this one caster, and pull him back to the guard as well. And I'm just going to show you that when you're not in a party, you're by yourself, this guy will suddenly not give you any loot. And if you were like less than level 25, he wouldn't give you experience either. But for some reason, when you're in a party, that just goes away. So you still get full experience and full, well, at least full loot Well, in this case, he reset before getting to the guard, so we're just going to go out one more time and try one more time. I've never really had them reset like that before, especially the casters. But here we go. Actually, we can just take this guy. Melees are usually easier to like bring back anyway, so here we go. So the guard just killed this guy, and as you can see, there's no loot on the corpse. I cannot even click the corpse, nothing is happening. So once again, you have to be in a party, but when you're in a party, you still get all the loot from that mob every single time. And having the option to use the guards like this really makes the farm available to more than just hunters, for example, because hunters have been doing this farm for a long time, and not a lot of other classes have been able to do the same, but now we suddenly can. So we're just going to kite this guy back once again, and we have a caster over here somewhere as well. So we're just going to bring this guy back to the guard, and the guard is going to take care of him for us, and we're going to get all the loot once again. I do believe if you're playing a class like a hunter, you're still probably going to be better off just doing the same thing you're usually doing. So instead of pulling the mobs back, you're probably still better off just killing the mobs the normal way, because hunters can still kill these mobs really fast. But if you're not a hunter, then you're just going to miss your cast and your abilities way too often for the farm to be worth it the normal way for you. So yeah, I just wanted to show you this farm.
Cat's Eye Emerald. Fucking despise this quest. Enforcer? Overseer. Enforcer and Overseer. 6% chance my fucking ass. Fucking drop, man. This is so ridiculous. I've been here over an hour. I've killed at least 100 mobs.
That smell is brilliant. Inventory is full.
That's technically an upgrade. This is so ridiculous, man. Bro. Dude, the game is broken. This is stupid. 6? Way too many. Bro, this bitch is younger than me. She got 6 kids. Bro, seriously, I don't wanna play anymore. I'm tired of this shit. Tired of this shit. Oh my god. Oh my god, I got it. Holy fuck. I never want to do this place again. Get me out of here. Oh my god. I don't even care if there's an herb. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Bro. Get me the fuck out. Holy. That was so miserable.
Oh, these are nice. Real nice. Good job, adventurer. I look forward to seeing more of your work in the future. Adventurer back for more? Good, I like to hear that. This time I want you to assassinate some of the Harpy lieutenants in the Dry Hills. Only Witch-Wing Slayers can be lieutenants, and you can tell them apart by the rings they carry. They are a nasty bunch, but they lead some of the underlings in that area. Taking out 6 of them will be a decisive strike against their matriarchy. Make sure they die painfully, adventurer. We want those Harpy wenches to know the idiocy of picking fights with the Horde. You found a fissure in the earth with gases bubbling from it. Strange. This may be an answer to our questions, but we cannot yet be sure. But it is a clue, and I'm grateful that you found it. Like the one you found at the Forgotten Pools, there may be fissures at the other oases in the Barrens. If so, then perhaps the fissures are the oases' source of life. We must test this. Here, take these seeds. They are dead and infertile, but take them to the stagnant oasis to the southeast. If there is a fissure there, then place the seeds within it and observe.
Ah, I see you've been busy lurking in the grasses and hunting prowlers. Do you think then it is time to face a champion among them? White Mist, the Yayaki in the Tauren tongue, is the king of the Savannah Cats. He hunts with such stealth they say he's like a thin white mist on the earth, and he kills so fast his prey have no time for fear or pain. The Tauren say he is both mercy and death. You will learn if that's true, for I now set you on the path to hunt Chayaki. His lair is northeast of the crossroads among the bones of giant Kodo Go. Blow this horn when you reach his lair. Blow the horn and he will come.
You got rid of the raptors. Thank you, adventurer. You are an adventurer of worth. You may have killed the raptors, but the silver they stole must be recovered. I have reports that the raptors have a large grouping of nests south of Ratchet, known as the Raptor Grounds. It is likely that they brought our stolen silver there. Go to this raptor haven and search for the stolen silver. When you find it, return it to me.
Ah, yes, these are good specimens. Potent. I am forsaken, and we honor our contracts. Here is your reward, adventurer. I have rendered the spores you gave me into an emulsion. I must now send it to my associate, Apothecary Zama. If you were to carry this to her, she can offer you something from our stores of alchemical goods. She is in the Pools of Vision, a cave beneath the shamans of Thunder Bluff. The path to this cave is well hidden, but you may find it on the Spirit Rise Bluff. Do hurry. This emulsion will maintain its potency for only a short time, and must be resealed and processed before then.
Did it get accepted? It did. I'm working a double tomorrow. Wait a minute, there's an add-on that I got, that I thought I got. What's that? What's that for? Prevents the add-on from displaying information about. Include SoD. Includes items, recipes. Twitter. Filter useless quests. Prevents displaying information about. I'm confused. Why is it not working? No, I didn't mean to do that. Damn it. What did I just do? Fuck. Party fever. Ugh. All right.
Another student, eh? All right. I'll see what I can do to help you out. Straight.
Mage Royal. Strange Kelp and Blackmouth. How much does that go for? 13 silver. Wisdom doesn't go for shit, so we don't care about that. Let's start water breathing. I'm gonna need mouth oil.
Another student, eh? All right. I'll see what I can do to help you out.
100. 110. All right.
In a couple of days. Yeah. Can't do any of his normal stretch, huh, buddy? Go with couch. Oh. It's like right here, or right there.
One gold. We'll get Flame Shock. We'll get Healing Wave. Tremor could be good. Alright, let's do this. Let's do... Let's pop that.
Goodbye.
You haven't lived until you look down on the world from the back of a Wind Rider. You have to get this to the crossroads in the Barrens. Yes, I can get you there. My Wind Riders are trained to fly to many different places, as long as you have already been to that place and spoken with the Wind Rider Master there. You have been to the crossroads and spoken to their Wind Rider Master Devrak, so now you can fly directly to him from here. Once you're at the crossroads, you can deliver Grishka's letter to Zarg. Speak with me when you are ready to go.
Oh, classic, twink, tearless. $40 to $49.
All right. So I spend a lot of time doing what are called twinks, which are like level 19. This one's 20. I just broke it, so I'm making a new one. But it's like level 19 or 29 or 39, 49, 59, whatever characters that are exclusively for doing like battleground PvP, because the brackets go from 10 to 19 or 10 to 29, whatever. So you make a max level character for the bracket, like this should be 19. You get all the best gear that you can find, you enchant it with all the best things you can get, so you're just like as broken as possible. And then you just go in and you absolutely, you just like kick ass.
Nothing brings red to a lady's
And
cheeks
so
like
one
a
of the
big,
things, I try to get a lot of
juicy
people into it, so I'm always telling people in my guild, like, hey, yo, you should make a twink, it's hella fun. It's like really stress relieving. But one question I've been getting asked is like, what class should I go as a twink? And so I want to talk about that really quickly, just in terms of like, from the experience I have, what classes seem really strong, at least in the 19 bracket is what we're going to talk about today. So I'm going to start at the bottom of the list. So these are the what I think the worst classes are. I'm saying Warlock and Warrior are the bottom two. In terms of like what they bring to the table, and obviously things can be different. It depends on like whether you're doing world PvP or whether you're doing, not a lot of people do world PvP, but a lot do as well. But this, I'm going to be talking about battleground PvP, either pre-mades or just like pug queues where you are going at whoever. So the thing I think that holds Warlocks back, especially compared to other classes, is that they don't have too much going for them at 19. They can fear people, which is really cool. They can throw a bunch of dots up, but there's not like a lot of spell power gear, so you're kind of just like putting up whatever. And versus twinks, they have like huge health pools, so you can kind of get through a lot of pugs and like random people who are queuing. But it doesn't really cut it versus twinks. And then you have fear, which is really nice, so you can like crowd control people. You can throw that around. Most pug like solo queue random people don't have an insignia or anything to break it, so it does pretty well. But if you're like 1v1ing another twink, you're gonna get DR'd before you can kill them, and they're just gonna blow you up, right? The other thing, they have Soulstone, I think, at that level, which is kind of cool. So you can do some like crazy flag carry plays, or throw a Soulstone on your rogue or on your warrior or something and get them in. But that's about it. And when you look at what the other casters bring to the table, they kind of get outshined. And then warriors here, they run into the same problem. They have some cool stuff. Hamstring is amazing. So you kind of just spam hamstring on everyone. They're slowed. No one can get rid of it. Can't be dispelled or anything, which is really nice. You have charge, which like you can get into battle. Overpower is really good in this bracket, especially since like there's a lot of rogues and hunters, and they have a lot of chance to dodge just because their agility is so stacked. So you proc overpower really often, and getting those extra swing, like chance to proc things on your weapons, like you might have a glacial stone with like fiery weapon or life stealing. Every time you get that extra swing, and it's just another chance to proc that like amazing damage burst. So they have that, which is cool. They have disarm, which is pretty nice because no one runs weapon chain really, but they don't have an intercept, and so they get kited really easily. Like they get with entangling roots, or they get feared, or they get slowed by a mage. They're kind of like out of the fight and are just like kind of worthless. But they're not bad though. Just like hamstring and overpower really are sick, and so you can do some cool stuff with warriors. But they lose a lot because they don't have much utility. Oh sure, I gotta make sure I'm hiding the LG chat. So yeah, that's those two guys. I think in the next tier above warrior and warlock, they're like D tier, I guess we could call it, or C tier. Yeah, let's put a little C. These guys are C tier. Alright, this is gonna be B tier. In here you have things like priest. I think priests are sick. Don't get me wrong. So with priest, you have the shield, which is really nice. You can just throw that powered shield on everybody, absorbs a bunch of damage. They have dispel. They're one of the two classes that can do offensive dispels, and they can also cleanse their team, which is sick as hell. You have psychic scream on a 30-second cooldown. An AoE fear is absolutely broken. You have your little dot you can put on people. It does a little bit of damage. You have renew, the heal over time, and you have the little fortitude buff, which is sick. But yeah, really, it's like having that dispel and psychic scream is amazing on a priest, and then having renew and shield as like things you can throw on your flag carrier as you're running around and supporting them kind of make them immortal. It's really hard to kill a priest, especially as a melee class, because you get hit with one psychic scream, you're out. It's gonna take you like 30 seconds sometimes just to get back to them, because they're running away kiting. They're not standing still casting spells. So they are actually sick. Priests are sick. They're at the top of B tier. I'm kind of doing this backwards. After priest, and they have also, let's pull this up if I can. Priests have this thing going for them, and I don't know too much about priests, but this is what I run. There's a really, I think cookies might be the best wand. It's pretty strong, 22.3 DPS. I think this is the best wand, but you might go wand specialization so that if people aren't like, if you don't need to be doing anything, you can just wand the shit out of people and blow them up. And you also get blackout, so you throw a shadow word paint on them, and every tick there's like a 10% chance to stun. That seems crazy, but I've gotten hit by that so many times. It's super frustrating. Super strong on priest. So yeah, they're pretty sick. Make a priest is what I would tell people if you want to be supportive, and this B tier is also like the support classes. After that you have mage. I'm putting in there. Polymorph is absolutely insanely strong, especially in Twink v Twink pre-mades. I put mages down here. They're not very common in North American meta, but I hear in EU they get played all the time, especially in like heavy Twink pre-mades, just because that polymorph is so strong. If you don't have a dispeller, you're just, that person's out. So you just polymorph the strongest guy, bam, he's out. Other thing they have going for him is Frost Nova at this level is strong as hell. Just AoE immobilization is very good, especially with a lot of the common strong classes, and it like totally shits on warrior. It screws up so many people. Other than that, you have like Frostbolt rank 1 to spam slows on people. You can do your little arcane intellect buff, which is nice to give 10 people plus 8, I don't know what it is, plus 8 int is like a shitload of mana when you think about it. And then arcane explosion spam, not too bad. So there's mage. The other one is druid, and this is gonna seem really low for druid. I put them bottom of B tier. They are sick flag carriers. It's really hard to kill a druid. They have bear form here. Oh, and one bad thing about mage though is they don't have blink, it's a nightmare form kinda. So they don't have that going for them, which makes it not insane, especially when we get to things I'll talk about later. But druid, really strong. Flag carrier as bear form, they get a ton of, I wonder if I could do this. They get a ton of Alright, it doesn't scale well. But they get a ton of armor, they have a ton of health. I don't know what you do for talents, but I know this one is huge. Nature's Grasp. As a FC, you throw this up anytime someone hits you. The next person pretty much to hit you gets entangled. You could do that, and you could do something like, I don't know, maybe only 1 point in it, because it'll happen eventually, even though there's like a 35% chance for it. They're getting rooted. And then I would assume they do like a little bit of the shape-shifting and a little bit of entangling roots, but they probably go into something else. But that is insane. It means no one can really chase you. It's an instant cast. Entangling roots pretty much. And then just spamming entangling roots on people is sick as hell. And then having the little Mark of the Wild buff is really nice. But the biggest thing is shape-shifting. As a FC, breaks polymorph. It breaks every kind of movement fuckery. And you have a huge mana pool. You just stack stamina and intellect, and you know your jumps, and you like get away from anything. It's sick as fuck. So yeah, there's that. Oh shit, it's starting to rain. Let me see if I can close my window, make it not too loud. But next on the list, I put this is gonna be A tier, right? And this is where you see rogues, because rogues are, I'm sure rogue is like the iconic level 19 twink for everybody. They just dish out infinite damage pretty much. Having Sinister Strike with like a Shadow Fang that has Fiery Weapon on it, you just spam that, you're getting constant Fiery Weapon procs, constant Shadow Fang procs. Your damage is absolutely out of control. You have evasion, you have sprint, you can pretty much go toe to toe with anybody. You can almost catch anybody. You have Garrow. If you want to go daggers and get like the Assassination Blade or Assassin's Blade, you can get huge ambushes. You get that at level 18, so that's kind of disgusting. And you have a lot of ways to go for talents. This is just what I would guess.
Am I tripping?
Like 5% crit. Improved gouge is really nice. It makes it like a 5.5 second gouge, so you can do that, and then you can bandage. Kind of godlike in one.
Maybe I have to log on my Paladin to see it.
Sinister Strike cost seems huge, just so you can get it up.
Oh no, I remember the add-on. It was this add-on.
I don't know. This guy probably. Oof. This is nice. There's a lot of you got options. You have Slice and Dice too as a rogue, but I think they get held back by the same thing that warriors get held back from, and that is just like getting one Frostbolt or one Frost Nova on them, or like a hunter sees you coming, and you're kind of shut down. Right? So above rogues, I have hunter. Hunters are absolutely disgusting. They have concussive shot. You run improved concussive shot, so there's a 20% chance you stun the target for 3 seconds, so there's just nothing they can do.
You don't have shaman
beyond that, I don't know what hunters run. Maybe 2% crit and 3% humanoid slaying, but this is the big one. Improved concussive shot, disgusting. So you're constantly slowing people on cooldown. You're constantly putting the little poison sting on people. You get multi-shot, I think at level 18. It might be earlier, but I think it's 18, so you just blast in those early fights. Everyone gets lit up. You have Venom Strike, so you're doing like these crazy poison procs. You're doing crazy amount of damage. You get Immolation Trap around this level, so you can put it down in your flag room if you want to defend, catch a rogue out or something like that. It's just like free damage. You have Mongoose Bite around this level, so like if you do the little deflection thing, you get a free weapon attack, which is almost like overpower. You put something cool on your weapon, and you can do some crazy damage for that with like a weapon swap from your intellect stamina staff with a plus agility or plus intellect on it, and then swap into like a proc weapon with fiery, and you get your Mongoose Bites. You 1v1 the shit out of somebody. Really nice. And you have Scare Beast too, which works on druids, which is very, very nice for pre-made fights. So yeah, hunters really good, and the gear you get for hunters, it's like a pretty easy process. You just put in the money. So that's A tier, B tier, C tier. I don't have shaman on this because I don't play horde, so I don't know too much. But as a paladin, I really don't like them because they have purge. They're like a priest where they can dispel you. I don't know where I put them. I want to say B tier, honestly, just because purge is really nice. But maybe C tier. They have Earthshock, which can like break a mage's polymorph. They have Tremor Totem too, but like I'm never really scared of shaman. They're just annoying because they spam purge on me, and I'm a paladin. Speaking of which, S tier. S tier. People say I'm biased, but I'm really not. Paladin are broken as hell. Let me see if I'm still logged in. So look at this character. Just chilling, sitting at 1400 health. I don't even have like the fishing boots or the fishing goggles. Most twinks will have like 1200 or 1k if they do the Librams and shit, but Paladin's super tanky. They just have it all. Just like look at these abilities. They don't have Blessing of Kings, but they get Wisdom or Might, so they're buffing everyone with something that they really want in your raid group. Hammer of Justice is a nice little gap closer, especially on the FC. You can just like catch up to them and beat their ass. Your team catches up to them. If you need to escape and you're the FC, it gives you one person stunned. It lets you get out of there. It's nice for 1v1s if you need to get a tiny like little bandage tick off or stuff like that. But that's like just the tip of the iceberg for paladins. They're insane. You guys know how I was talking about like rogues doing gouge into Runecloth bandage, which is this bandage is this. I don't know if I still have it here. But yeah, 2k healing over 8 seconds is insane. So it's almost always a max heal, even if you just gouge them for that 5.5. But with Paladin, you can do Blessing of Protection on yourself if you're fighting a melee, and then bam, you're full health. You can fight again for another minute. If you're still going, then you pop Divine Protection. You have another 6-second full heal with a bandage. And it's nice that the bandage debuff kind of works out with the Blessing and shield debuff where you can't be bubbled again for a minute. Those work out really well. So you have like you're kind of like a 3-phase boss fight, because once you do this in bandage, you do this in bandage, then you have lay on hands at the same time. So they take out your health bar once, they take it out again. And if you're buffed, you're at like 2k. I can get this character around 2k more if I'm like abusing the goblin buff. So let's not worry about that. So they have to do like 6k damage to kill me pretty much. On top of that, I have Freedom, which is super god tier. It's a 20-second cooldown. If you put the talents into it, it's a 60-second immunity to movement impairing effects. That's concussive shot from hunters. The stun still goes through though, really annoying. And the one thing I want to say about that is you can get hit with a concussive shot. You see the slow thing pop up, react to that and cast Freedom, and then after that the stun gets batched in, so you just like waste 3 seconds of your Freedom, or you waste the whole thing because it eats the concussive shot. But it's good for wing clip and hunters too. I didn't mention it. Wing clip is absolutely disgusting for hunters. Lets them get away from pretty much anybody. But yeah, Freedom. You can't get kited by a hunter. You'll run them into a corner even if they're doing like perfect strafe shooting. Mages, you have no fear of mages except for polymorph. But it's just like you are sick, and you can put this on anybody. Your FC needs to get away, bam, they got it. You're chasing somebody but you have a party member who's closer, you throw it on them and they close the gap. If you have like, especially if you have a rogue or a warrior on someone, oh my god, it's disgusting. But you've got that going for you. You can heal if you need to. You can just hang back, throw some heals out. 200's not too bad. It can be pretty clutch, especially on an FC if they really need to get out of there. On top of that, you have Seal of Righteousness, which is disgusting. So like Overpower, Sinister Strike, Mongoose Spite, they all have a chance to trigger your weapon procs again. As a paladin, you get that on every single swing if you have Seal of Righteousness up. The little extra holy damage, it has a chance to proc this guy. So it doubles, it's like just doubling the proc rate on these, on top of the little bonus damage it gets, which is not bad. And you have Seal of the Crusader if you're like in a 1v1 that you think is gonna go for a while. Like versus Warriors, I'll drop this on them and then I'll go straight into this. It's just a pretty sick kit that you have. And then with talents too, you ignore this one, but you can do, I don't play holy, I play prop, but if you look at paladin, if you're holy, you can go plus intellect and spiritual focus, so you have a 70% chance not to get kicked back on your holy lights. Kind of cool. But this is what's actually insane. You go redoubt 5 out of 5, and this is whenever you get crit, which is like all the time if you're fighting a rogue or a warrior or a hunter, constantly you have this up. You have a 30% chance to, you have a 30% improved chance to block for the next 5 attacks. So you do this and you run these little guys right here, a Thorium Shield Spike. Every time you block, they're taking 25 damage. They're hitting you for like 90, maybe 100 if they're like really kitted out. So they're taking like 25% return damage, and you're getting it reduced by like 10 or whatever. It's pretty huge versus rogues, where like if you don't have this, you have a hard time with them, but this lets you go toe to toe with a rogue. It's absolutely out of control. And then you have Guardian's Favor. Your Blessing of Protection goes from 5 minutes to 3 minutes, so you're pretty much spamming it on your casters. If you have a mage in trouble or priest in trouble, boom, they got that. If you really need to get out of something, you throw it on yourself. You get the little 3% melee hit too, which is really clutch for PvP. It's just pretty disgusting. So yeah, that's the list I got for you guys. Hit me up if anyone wants to do some duels or wants to do some twink queues. I'm gonna have another one. Peace Twink is dead. I think I'm gonna make this tune.
We battled in a small Tauren camp when we were separated. She held 3 of the bristlebacks off by herself, but the odds began to overwhelm us. I led some away only to see her overwhelmed by newcomers. In my rage, I turned to face my enemies, but they brought me down easily with their vast numbers.
I awoke to a Tauren druid tending my wounds. He had come across me on the Gold Road as I fell. Please, adventurer, find some sign of my wife.
But it is not this day. An hour of wounds and shattered shields when the age of men comes crashing down. But it is not this day. This day we fight. By all that you hold dear.
Lots to do, lots to do. The Union's given us deadlines, and they're not the sort you want to miss. Hopefully we'll be able to get something of value from the wrecked Shredder prototype. My time's running out. I'll dispatch a salvage team to Whizzlecrank's location on the double. Oh,
It's got Stam on it.
something for your trouble, too. The Venture Company stole many of the best goblin mines. From time to time, we get the opportunity to steal some back. A while ago, the Venture Company outfit in the Stoneland Mountains hired Lorenzo Wrenchwhistle. No. Their other engineer, Ziz Physics, was so taken aback by this, he pleaded with me to find him new employment with the Tinkers Union. I set him on a few tasks, but he might need help. Maybe you could look in on him for me. He's stationed at the western edge of Windshear Crag. This is... interesting. Yes. I'll have it sent along to the Tinkers Union headquarters in Undermine. I'm sure after some careful dissection and research, they'll be able to make some sense of it. But perhaps I'll have a little look myself first. I think I might have broken that Samoflange. That's not good because I already told some colleagues in Undermine about it, and they were very intrigued. We must find a way to fix it. Take the broken Samoflange to Weniki Bolt Bucket, just south of Morshan Rampart, the Horde outpost between the Barrens and Asheville. It's very clever and important. If you show her the Samoflange, I bet she'd jump at the chance to meet me. Look at the size of that thing, adventurer. We're going to be rich. Let's see, according to the rates I've seen on gems going into Undermine, I should be able to figure out your cut. 50%, don't worry. Now let's see. I think this should do about right. Pleasure doing business with you, adventurer. Spider egg omelets are a new fad in Booty Bay. The problem is, Booty Bay's got no eggs. I smell an opportunity. In Windshear Crag and Sisher Canyon, in the Stone Talon Mountains to the northwest, lives the deep moss spider. Bring me its eggs and I'll pay a bundle. In Windshear Crag, the eggs will be clustered under what trees remain. In Seashear Canyon, well, if you have a weak stomach, then maybe you should just collect the eggs at Windshear Crag. What's up?
Yeah, I don't want to go there yet. I want to wait until 10 o'clock. You want to increase your income, the best professional Alchemy, herbalism. Get enchanting, DE green, sell the mats on auction house, get skinning, vendor. Get tailoring on bank alt, sell bags on auction house. Is this information correct? Any other tips, tricks, maximize gold income? Is it worth crafting lesser wand of? Speed run to 60, farm them black lotuses, sell them to the top. Fuck, I forgot to buy water. Damn it. Cool. I love being in combat with air. Really sucks I have no water. Fuck, I'm not sure what I can do actually. I'm gonna have to go up here. Can't get King's Blood yet. You can't do, what does it say? I didn't find out about dual wield until I was 20. I used a shield for block and mana recovery while switching between Rockbiter and Flame Tongue depending on which rank was higher. Once you find Way of the Earth, tanking in dungeons becomes viable. Don't beat yourself up. You can't dual wield until 20 anyway, and shield and one-hander is the way to go for tanking, not to mention the mana recovery and huge armor increase. Before shield mastery, I was running killing mob, water shield. Water shield I wouldn't be able to get until later, and shamanistic rage is both not as good and not nearly as easy to get. I think I run shield mastery while leveling, even if I was not tanking. I'm planning on to use it. I think I'd run shield mastery while leveling, even if I was not tanking. At least until water shield. So stupid you don't get notifications for that shit. Skipping Overload Room.
The Ancestral Guidance spell is going to be in the Kolkar Battle Plans quest area. There's going to be an Adventurer's Remains. You just go there, click and begin the ritual. I had to get someone else to click the portal with me. I don't know if that's the same experience for everyone else, but that one's going to be over there. Real quick and easy to grab. Really powerful ability, 10 seconds. 25% of your damage is converted to healing on 3 party members. And then the additional effects. Molten Blast isn't one you're going to be able to do until level 10 unless you have other players with fire abilities that are able to carry you through it. But what you're going to do is find this frozen crab to the east of Razor Hill and then hit it with fire abilities until you stack it up to 5 stacks of the flame debuff. After that, it'll automatically die, and then it'll drop the icon for you. After that, you have to defeat 10 mobs with Earth Shock, and then you can unlock the ability and equip it to your hand slot. And for dual wielding, you're going to want to go to Thunder Bluff at the stealth NPC behind the bag vendor, which means the Tauren Shaman are going to be able to get that a lot easier at an earlier level too, and the Orcs and Trolls are going to have to just wait until they're an appropriate level to survive the Crossroads run. Anyways, they're going to have 3 quests for you to do. One is to go into a mine, pick up some explosives. The other one is to pick up some acorns. Be careful with that because the other players will absolutely do you dirty and just pick up the acorns behind your back. So be careful about that. And then the third quest is for fishing. I didn't record the fishing part of it, but once the fishing part's done, you get dual wielding. It's just 3 quests in Thunderbluff. Shield Mastery is probably going to be the most straightforward rune, because there's a random totem that spawns somewhere in Duratar, and you pick it up, kill 10 enemies with lightning bolts, and then after that, the ability is yours. Congrats. If you're a shaman tank, this is absolutely one of the ones you should be looking to grab while you're leveling up. In order to get the Way of Earth rune, you're going to have to go to Silverpine Forest and farm the Rothhide Mystics, specifically that mob. Farm them enough, eventually they'll drop the item. Now it's important to note, I didn't know this when I did it. As you see, I spawn it with no health. When you use the item, a mob immediately spawns, and you have to kill it in order to get the rune. Once you kill it, you just use the item and that's it. But yeah, so be aware of that, because I didn't know, and it almost killed me. Thankfully, some other player helped me out. That's how you get the Way of Earth rune.
I've had dual wielding this whole time. I did not fucking know that. I'm actually a little annoyed. Well, now I almost kind of want to go buy a fucking weapon on the auction house just to see if it's... Fuck, man, I'm kicking myself in the ass for selling that fucking dagger. I didn't know it doesn't show up as a rune. It shows up as a passive. It's pretty fucking annoying, man. I'm not gonna lie. A little irritated about that. I have a weird feeling while leveling, the shield is worthless. I feel like dual wield would be the play. While leveling specifically. Thought you were closing. Oh, that's weird. Fuck, there's too many nerds over here, killing everything. Nerds. We need to go... Bro, what? Oh man, dude, I need to get fucking. I need to get water. No, did you take my fucking... Okay. Oh, it's Silver Relief. Oh, yeah. This is so stupid, man. I need a... I'm not even gonna fucking... Fuck it. Let's just go get something. We need fucking water anyways. Tits.
Welcome back to another Season of Discovery class guide. This marks the last episode of the series. We covered all classes. If you want to see any other of them, there's going to be a link in the description with a playlist. Today we're covering the Shaman, one of the anticipated classes of Season of Discovery. Top 3 with Druid and Paladin. Obviously those were the underdogs in Classic, the ones that weren't able to be fully played just like a DPS class. Now it's going to be available to play them in many ways, many specs. Today we're going to cover 4 specs for the Shamans. Tanking, enhancement, restoration, and elemental, which all of them are going to be viable thanks to the new runes. I've put together some business for level 25,
more armor,
talent specs,
and it's got
runes.
intellects.
Make sure to check the timestamps in the description down below to check your favorite spec. With that being said, let's get into the first spec for today, which is going to be enhancement. Let's start with the helm slot. Humbard's helm from Hildred Foothills. You're gonna farm a bit for this, but it's gonna be the best in slot. Hide Tide Choker from BFD 10 Men. Awesome necklace. This is probably going to be best in slot all the way to level 40 probably, or somewhere around there. A Robust Shoulder of Agility. I would probably recommend something of the Monkey if you can get. That would be 6 stats. If not, the Mantle of Thieves. That would do great. Cape of the Brotherhood with a 3 Agility enchant. Go to Dead Mines and get the Defias armor. Really good stats. Strength, Agility, and lots of stamina. Bindings of Serakis, 6 strength, 3 stamina. In terms of weapons, there's going to be a lot of options. This Windstorm Hammer is going to be available from a quest out in the world. I would assume that the quest would be available to be done, such as this one, but this one requires you to go to Scarlet Monastery. If this one is not able to complete the quest, just go for one of the other weapons. There are a lot of options for Shaman weapons. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Void Touch Leather Gloves. I would go for leatherworking and engineering as a Shaman. It gives you agility, stamina, 1% chance to hit, but Descend into Madness, increasing attack speed by 10%, as well as increasing the threat you generate for 10 seconds. I think this is going to be good for tanking as well, but leatherworking will have a better...
What it do? 9.1. Oh. Main hand 35.
There it is.
I don't know if speed affects. Doesn't say.
What's up, buddy?
I got dual wielding and I didn't even realize I fucking had it. So I did the quest for it, but I only saw me getting Lava Lash, right? I'm 18 now. I saw me getting Lava Lash, right? So I was like, okay, I got that. I don't see the rune for dual wielding. I didn't know that it was just a passive. I mean, it makes sense, but it says it's a rune to unlock. But it's not a rune.
I thought it was a rune.
It is, but it isn't. So like you have to do the quest like you're trying to get a rune, But it doesn't show up in your rune. Right, it doesn't show up in a rune slot. It's just a passive, which makes sense because technically dual wielding is a passive thing. But I didn't know that. I didn't bother to look at my general tab, you know, where it shows like your general, like your race.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about. Anyways, it's fucking there, and so I'm like kicking myself in the ass because I wanted to test that shit. And anyways, I'm gonna test it now, but still, fucking a little annoyed about that.
Keep it real.
All right, now I got dual wielding, and apparently the play is to go double rock biter, not flame tongue, supposedly. But if that is the case, then I don't see how Lava Lash is going to be good. Wait a minute, where's Lava Lash? I know for a fact I got it. Bro, what? Am I tripping? Oh, that's right, I gotta go here. Okay. Damage is increased by 20% if your offhand weapon is enchanted with Flame Tongue. Do I use that or do I use Molten Blast? I actually don't know. Maybe I just put it on the... well, I can use only one or the other, so...
It's weird to have altar boys in this
Fuck
game.
it, let's test it. Because I'm averaging around like 47 damage with it, right? So this is apparently better, so let's see. Bug it.
Oh. Yeah, what a night, man. What a night.
We are a true enhanced shaman now. Let's see.
Come on, give me that boon of the Black Fathom. Why am I not getting it? Come on, let's go.
You just have to wait for someone to turn it in. You'll see a red text that'll show up on the screen. People turn it in pretty frequently. Speaking
You
of
need
which,
to be in the city, don't you, or an inn?
yeah, you need to be in Darnassus or Thunderbluff if you're Horde, but
What, Stormwind?
no, just those two cities only. On the Alliance side, it's Darnassus. On
That's so far away.
oh, you're in Stormwind? Yeah, it's not gonna work. I know you have to be.
Red Ridge doing shit.
Oh man, I really hope. I really fucking hope dual wielding is really good. Apparently it sucks in... It's the best DPS spec for Shaman for the raid, but apparently it sucks in PvP, which is a little demoralizing.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think it necessarily sucks. It gets outshined by Lava Burst. Lava Burst hits for like 400.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Holy... Still rocking Way of the Artist, right?
Maybe I should just go to Darnassus real quick, because I need to finish this quest, but I want to hit 20 before I go back. I'm so annoyed that today.
Oh, it definitely hits harder.
That's why there's money left much worse. If I look at bags, see what kind of bags they have for sale, because I need new bags. This little... Oh, actually...
Holy fuck, you go through mana so fast, though. Was that the true problem with it?
Reset, container, bag, search. Oh, there we go. More bags. 8 slots. No. We take it. I'll spend money. I get scared. Anything bigger than 8.
Forgot to buy water. Damn it.
Yeah. Oh, here we are. 10. Bigger than 10? Murloc skin back 10. 12. 10 gold? The fuckity fuck, yeah, right.
What's 10 gold?
Bags? 12 slot bags? I said fuckity fuck, no thank you.
Oh, I don't even have 12 slot bags on my fucking main. I only have 10 slot bags. Just get them from the quest. You'll eventually get them from the questing.
I've gotten a few from questing, yeah.
You'll get one from the Wailing Caverns quest.
I did. That's where I'm in. Deviant.
And then you get another one from... I'm trying to remember.
I'm rocking 2 8s and a 10.
You'll eventually get another 10 soon. I just don't remember where.
Put that in the bank, put that in the bank.
Don't remember.
Bank, bank.
Need water.
Bank. And I'll keep you up. Let's put you back up here. Since I don't have my shit anymore, that's fucking annoying. Oh, deviate skills, I can sell those. Okay, I sell those. I need to keep those. Milk. Oh dear. Alright. Sorry, I'm talking to myself.
Yeah, I hear that.
A day. Of course, I had a 30 top at 6 o'clock that I was splitting with Jade, and then only 14 of them showed up, so I ended up just taking it by myself.
Were you busy?
I was busy for a second. We were on a wait till I left.
Come in. Just don't sit too close to the
Like,
stove.
I should not have been there that late at all, to be honest with you.
Safe, I think you should sit elsewhere.
Yeah. I noticed I
really,
tend to,
She knew I was pissed too, because, like, she came over to talk to me about something, and I just completely ignored her. Because now tomorrow, on Sunday, when I work my double bar shift, I have to be off the clock by 7:30 at the latest. Which cuts into my money. And that pisses me off. But I'm just going to take the overtime and just accidentally go, oops, I didn't know. Because Bill Whalen has 45 hours as of today, and he still has 2 more shifts. So, like, if he can work over 40 hours, I can too. Bet. Right?
Yeah.
What are you, an orc shaman?
Wait, why is it doing that? Yeah.
Can't you do troll too?
Wait, can I not control this? That's so stupid. What?
You can't control me.
Left click to cast spell. Right click to assign to a weapon button. Shift right click to assign to weapon button. Right click.
Are you talking about rock bitter?
Yeah, it won't let me put it on
So
the one.
what you do is switch weapons, and then reapply. Like, just go to hit C and then take your weapon in your second hand and put it in your first hand, and then do it again, and then we'll get it to both.
Apparently, there's a way to.
Because that's how I did it when we were playing classic, or when I was playing classic. Back in the day. It's a Tuesday, by the way.
Bro, it keeps. What? This is so stupid.
What did I tell you to shift click it?
This makes no sense. So the problem. Here's the problem. I can't do that because So I have the Hammer of Ogremar. That's a main hand only weapon. It won't let me put it in my offhand. No, I have a weapon in my offhand, but I can't switch them.
So then just take that one off your body and put it in your bag and put the other one in your first hand.
That's so annoying. That's so annoying if I have to do that. That's actually so fucking... Ugh.
That works. I'm curious now.
I don't get it. Bro, what?
Alright, I went all the way back to Darnassus to get this stupid buff because it's important that I have this buff because it makes me run faster. Oh, I'm here. Alright, come on, turn it in, somebody.
It literally won't let me fucking... What?
You know what? I'm gonna go smoke while I wait for my buff. It can be anywhere in Darnassus, right?
Yeah. God, that's so annoying that I have to do that. I literally have to do what you just said. I had to put it in my bags in order for it to...
Did it work that way?
Yeah, that's so dumb, though.
That is fucking annoying.
And I have to do that every 5 minutes?
That's what I had to do when I was playing... what was it? I was playing Shaman Burning Crusade. Classic Burning Crusade, the classic Burning Crusade.
Yeah.
Sucks that it's only 5 minutes though. They couldn't give you like a 10-minute just because you have to do it that way. There has to be a way to do it without having to do that.
Oh, it's 3 mana?
You work tomorrow?
Yeah, I picked up a double.
Well, that tomorrow morning.
I can't hear you. You're breaking up.
Oh, I went outside to smoke a cigarette. Sorry. I said, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Zach Hannigan trains serving tomorrow.
Nice.
Yeah, so he's either going to be with you or Jackie is my best guess.
Okay, it does pretty good damn. Definitely mana efficient. Actually, this might be the... I think this is the play. Because...
You say that about everything.
Well, so... Here's the thing. I have to... Shit, I'm not getting any value from Shield Mastery, so I might as well... Let's see, I'm using Lava Lash. Wait a minute, this is so dumb. I can use Overload. Use your Chain Lightning, Chain Heal, Healing Wave, and Lava Burst spells. 3% chance to cast a second similar spell. I need to find another chest rune. Bro, this website's so wrong. What?
What do you mean?
So, I was looking up guides. It's saying dual wielding it takes up the chest rune slot, but it doesn't. I just have it. So now I have chest rune slots available to use, but the ones that I have right now are completely worthless for what I'm
doing. Ask this. Take one of those random worthless ones and put it on your chest and see if it takes away dual wielding.
No, it's already on my chest. So for example, I have Shield Mastery on my chest right now, which is one of the runes.
That's where dual wielding goes?
Yeah, while I'm dual wielding, but it's obviously worthless because I need a shield for that to work.
Well, yeah.
So I'm getting no value from it. And then Overload is only good if I'm specifically casting Lightning Bolt, Chain Lightning, Chain Heal, Healing Wave, and Lava Burst. Not Lava Lash, but Lava Burst. Which I don't cast pretty much any of that. I mean, every once in a while I'll cast a healing wave, I guess. So we just got to find another chest rune. That's so dumb that this guide says this. SoD Shaman runes.
Here, chest runes. There are no good chest runes for dual wielding.
Not for dual wield. Increases your chance to do shit. See, it says it goes on the chest slot, but this website's wrong. That's not true. The other thing I can get is Healing Rain.
I see that. I'm looking at it too right now.
Overload and Shield Mastery, but those don't do anything. Maybe Overload, I guess, but that's the only one that would have what somewhat of value. I could like pull with like Chain Lightning. Huh?
What's wrong with Overload?
Because you just don't really cast any of those abilities. Not while you're leveling. I mean, I guess I could do this.
I mean, I know back in like retail, when you're using like melee attacks, you have a chance to cast lava whatever at a for free with procs it, but I don't think there's no procs in this one, right? Right.
I feel like my game is bugged right now.
Alright, I'm getting back to doing kill command real quick, because I want to see what they did. I am 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bars away from 20.
The following table will find runes. Da 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 da. Then Lava Lash, and you will learn Dual Wield.
I'm a survivor. I'm not.
It even says passive right here. Why is it? In order to get Lava Burst, I have to go to Hillsbrad, kill a certain shaman until they drop a certain icon. Then I have to go to Rage Fire Chasm and dance at the lava until I'm inspired. What? And then I get it? That's so stupid.
That's funny as shit. Have fun with that. I'm working on kill
level
command
20
right now.
quests. Good wretched. Blah 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 blah.
All right. Bring the Hypnotic Crystal and Armand to the Wild Magic to Jinx Mad Dog in the Stone Talon Mountains.
Wait a minute. Is there two different... Oh, it is a chest rune. Okay. I was so confused. Okay. So...
What?
So...
Elaborate.
There's Dual Wield, which is a passive, and then there's Dual Wield Specialization. So, Dual Wield is the passive you automatically get as soon as you get Lava Lash. Cool, got it. Now, there is a rune called Dual Wield Specialization. What it does is it increases the chance to hit with both spells and melee attacks by 5% while dual wielding. And your Storm Strike ability now hits both weapons while dual wielding at the same time. Which we don't get that until next. We don't get that till next phase. But it's basically going to increase my hit chance, and I'm going to do more damage. So
so you do put that. You do use that then.
So you do, yeah. That's why I was so confused. I was just reading it wrong.
Oh god, there's a bunch of horde here.
But here's the other problem. It wants me to get Dark Iron Ordnance, which you can only get that item from level 31 Elite Dark Iron Dwarves in Wetlands. So I need help. And then the Shredder Turbocharger, which is a new item that is crafted by engineers. And on the auction house, it's going for like 3 gold a piece. And you need like 20 of them.
Oh,
So I'm fucked. There's no shot I'm getting that right now. There's just no way. Which is annoying because I would love to be able to test this out.
Oh, there's so many horde here fucking with us right now.
What am I missing? I'm missing 5%. Both spells and melee attacks by 5%. Oh, that's so cool, actually. Okay.
Oh,
so
time to run. Time to run. Oh, living bomb. Ow. 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 Oh, I'm gonna die. Nope, didn't die. Run, Bobby. I can't finish my quest because we're being ganked by a bunch of horde.
What's new?
I thought this was an alliance-based server.
No, the faction is... The factions are pretty equal, yeah. I was looking at it earlier. It's pretty even across all servers, which is healthy and good for the game.
Handy, but, like, I can't finish my kill command quest because there's a bunch of hordes here ganking us right outside of Astronon.
I mean, it's not technically a horde zone, but like it's super close to the Barrens, so you know what I mean.
I'll just wait for these guys to kick away.
This is cool, man. I actually like playing this playstyle because I don't have to drop totems. Totems is what makes me not like Shaman.
I just need to kill some of these.
Even though I should technically be dropping this totem.
There's some over here.
So this is the most damage I can be doing right now. I have 250 attack power right now. That's sick. Oh, someone just killed him. Oh, that's fucking annoying.
They're over here too.
Holy shit. Lava Lash fucking slaps, bro. And it costs 3 mana? I just had a nerdgasm.
Yeah, you do that a lot.
Bro, it costs 3 mana. That's nothing. That's what? Versus my other spell that was costing 80. Like, what? And it does double the damage. What? Blizzard literally makes no sense with their balancing. Not that I'm complaining. I mean, I am, but I'm not. So I feel like this is for sure the play while leveling. Now, when I'm in dungeons and I'm tanking, for sure shield and put Molten Blast on and all that spec I was just playing. You know what's cool about this particular build? I don't have to change my talents. That's what I like about it. All I have to do is change my weapons and my runes. That's it. Which is sick. And I'm fucking tanky for my Way of the Earth rune. Let's go, baby. Oh, dual wield enhance is back. And it's in classic.
Alright, I got the essence. Now I just gotta get to the Stone Talon Mountains again without getting killed 18,000 times. Got off my first kill. Damn, baby.
It's so dope. I can either tank or fucking DPS now. I like that. I like that a lot. And I don't have to change my build. That's what's so sick. Let's fucking go. Yes. I'm actually enjoying Shaman for once.
It's literally my favorite class.
See, I know I would enjoy Shaman in OG Classic if I can get him into the 40 bracket, but getting him there is such a fucking nightmare. Once you're there, though, and you have the gear, holy shit. It's disgusting.
I'm just nonchalantly walking. Everyone needs to leave me alone. Please, please leave me alone, everybody. Just let me do my thing. Pretty, pretty, pretty,
Oh, this
please.
is so sick. Let's go, baby.
Please.
Killing shit so fast now, too. And I don't even have the rune that makes it OP.
Which rune?
The dual wield specialization rune. I have dual wielding, but not the specialization. Specialization is going to increase... what is it going to do? It's going to increase my chance to hit with both spells and melee attacks by 5%. That's fucking insane, by the way, in Classic. Nobody has anything like that. Basically, I won't miss. That is fucking ludicrous. That's with spells and melee attacks. So that's every ability, basically. So even if I was like, quote-unquote, a caster, you have that on, like, you're not missing. Most fucking level 60s don't even have that shit in Vanilla Classic. 5% hit?
What does that sound?
Like, hit's a big deal in Classic. It's like a huge, huge, huge big deal. Alright, now I'm getting annoyed because there's no more of these guys out over here for me to kill, to summon this guy that I need to kill.
I gotta get the Stone Talon Mountains.
Those are fucking rare right here. Let's go, bitch.
Oh, this is an
Never
orc
scared.
place. Oh, I'm fucked. I'm fucked.
Oh, I'm shitting
what
on
did
him.
I do that for? God
Shitting
damn
on
it,
him.
Bobby.
Oh, give me something sick. What'd you give me? You gave me some gauntlets that I cannot wear. Fuck. I wish.
Oh no, leave me alone. Shaman, leave me alone. No, 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 no. Please leave me alone. Let me go do my questing, please, please.
I think Shaman right now is the best 1v1 class. Once you get Lava Burst, I don't... It's too good. We still have one problem, though, and that's mana. If I can somehow solve the mana problem... Which I'm not sure what that would be. Dude, I'm just happy that I don't have to drop totems, man. Even though technically I should drop strength totem at least. That's gonna increase my damage.
Going to the cave, going through the cave. Everyone needs to leave Bobby alone.
Bro, you should pop into my stream and just see how fast I'm killing stuff. And tell me you do. And tell me you don't.
In a second I can, because right now I'm walking through Horde territory. There's a lot of Horde.
He's summoned. Let's go.
I'll pull it up on my phone.
Got him. And my gear is dog shit, so that's what else is cool.
Alright, I'm watching.
Look at this shit, man. Look at my mana bar, like how hot it just stays up. Like that normally would have took me twice as long to kill that thing with my sword and board spec.
So what's that combat text you're using?
It's an add-on called. Hold on. I'll say in a second. Fucking let's go, bitch. It's an add-on called Nameplate Scrolling Combat Text or some shit like that.
Okay.
I like it when I play melee classes. Just looks cool.
I dig it.
Just looks cool. Because it actually shows you what abilities are like hitting for what.
It's not ready yet.
Why is this not ready yet? Oh, it's got a cooldown. If I want to do more damage, I just do that. That's the most damage in the world. Love this fucking add-on too. The shaman add-on that I got.
Oh.
Alright. Destroy. What am I destroying? I'm destroying something. Sun scale feather. These things. Okay. Now what? Find someone's wife. Oh, I remember this quest. I technically can do Wailing Caverns now. Fuck, dude. Do I want a tank or do I want a DPS? Shit. I don't know. Oh, I got this add-on too. So good for leveling. What can I train? Love it.
God, leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Nothing good for me to train right now, though. 20 is the big level, though. 20 is the big level.
Okay, I'm alright. Oh, fuck. Dead bodies.
Dude, I want to duel you. Duel me. I want to see if I can fuck you up. He's gonna Nova me and I'm gonna die. Pussy.
The body is that of a female orc warrior. It is clear that she died in battle, probably against the Quillboar in the area. You turn the body over and see the marks from blades and spells upon the deceased.
Alright, let's see how good Shaman really is. I'm gonna test my skills against a mob that's higher level than me.
Based on Mancrick's description of her, there is no doubt in your mind that this was his wife.
Put that down, put this down.
You are sure he should.
Oh my god! Bro, and my gear is ass. Imagine if I had good gear. Oh, my gear is like the worst gear in the game.
Leave me alone, priest. Leave me alone.
Now this is the shaman. This is the shaman playstyle that I like.
I need to get closer.
Okay. Oh fuck. Look that up.
Ugh.
Wrangling a wild wyvern. Now I have to follow this guy.
DPS / tank. Save. Now I want WC. Okay, Ghost Wolf at 20. That's going to be dope. So the next 2 levels is going to be...
No, I got kill command.
Literally improved Ghost Wolf form. I don't know if improved lightning. I'm still on the fence about improved lightning shield versus anticipation. I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I think anticipation's better for tanking, but I think for leveling, improved lightning shield might be the play.
I'm gonna go grab this light plant. I can make it there alive.
That is going to be my speculation.
Now I can tame wyverns.
Oh, I forgot. Horde has this OP quest that gives you an insane buff. Horde is just better, man. It's so... Ugh. It's just better. It's literally just better. Ooh, I'm selling that shit on the auction house. That shit's dirty. What?
Oh, I'm dead.
Stop dying.
Oh, nope. Shaman chose to leave me alive. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you.
I'm definitely selling that on the auction house.
Alright, let's try to get up to this flight path and get the fuck out of Dodge. What is this button? What is this? Able to tame young pride wings in the Stone Talon Mountains.
Turn in these quests, and then I will be ready for WC.
I think I'm just gonna run back the other way. Just take a chance.
For which we're gonna have to do that tomorrow, because I'm actually gonna get up early tomorrow, get a haircut before work, go to work early.
Where you get your haircut from, Louis?
No.
Thank God.
No, bro code, bro. Going to Louis no more? No, I'm going back to my old barber. Louis, Louis is a good barber, but like, man, they're expensive as fuck there. They're
What did he charge you?
Last time I went there, they charged me for the basic haircut before tip was it 25 or 30? I forget.
Normally he does 25.
It was one of those. I think it was 25. And then of course, you know, me, I'm a good tipper, so I left him like $20 or something like that. I forget. But yeah, my barber is only like well, actually, no. I think my barber just increased their prices too. Everyone's prices are going up, but it's normally like $15 for a haircut.
I pay $42 for my haircut, and then I tip fat.
Bro, what?
But I get not just I don't get just the fade. I get like a. She lays me back, puts a warm rag on my face, uses a straight edge razor and shaving cream, and does my neck and lines my beard up and.
Thank you, adventurer. Take this as a reward.
Oh, you're getting you're getting more than just a haircut, so that makes sense.
And it's only 42, and I tip her 25, maybe 30 every time. I'm just a nice guy in general. Oh, that's a rogue.
Well, we're in the tipping industry, so we understand that shit.
Right. I'm just gonna sneak past you, rogue. Don't mind me, okay? Okay. Thank you.
Oh, we're about to be 19, bitch.
How are you already caught up to me?
Your findings are amazing. The seeds I gave you were dried and dead.
Once I start these WC runs, though, I'm not going to be questing anymore. I'm just going to be spamming dungeons.
Your findings are incredible, adventurer. These oases hold
because I want to save the questing for after I turn 25.
I want to know how these fissures are affecting the beasts who drink from the oasis.
Because that gold you get from that shit is just ridiculous.
Leave me alone, buddy. Thank you.
So I may examine them.
Oh, we are close. Ooh, I wonder if that's an upgrade.
Oh, I just got kill command.
Oh, it's definitely not an upgrade. Nice. So basically, you're going to replace that with flanking strike, I think is in that rune slot. And you just press it on CD, so it's up every minute. So wherever your flanking strike is on your bar, just replace it with kill command, and then
yeah,
stick your pet in, and what your pet's gonna do is it's gonna double, or I mean it tells you it increases the damage by like 60% on his special abilities.
Yeah.
That's why you want a cat, because a cat can do claw and bite.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's what makes him OP.
Then why does everyone use a serpent?
Because serpent just does more damage, period. Raw damage. But you want to wait until 25 to get one, because level 25 is when you get the max lightning breath skill on the pet. And it's enhanced from Beast Mastery rune.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
So kill him, as with Barak and Verog, bring me Hezrul's head. He leads his people from the Lushwater Oasis to the south. Nicely done. I'm sure you've struck fear.
Alright, we are now level 19.
If they have sense, they'll now calm
I'm
themselves
3 bars
and
away
stop
from
their
19.
advances.
Or 20.
But I don't think they will, and that is unfortunate. Unfortunate for them.
So before I kind of want to get this ring before I do. Motherfuck you, bitch. Oh, it critted. Let's go. Shaman is such a good kiting class, too. It has so many tools to, like, kite and catch up to people. Not only do you have your Earthbind totem that slows everything down by, like, 50% or whatever the fuck it is. Actually, what is it? It doesn't say. It's something like that. And then you can get Frost Shock, which is a range slow that also does damage. And it's up every 6 seconds, so you can just like virtually almost spam it. It's good for like trying to catch up to people that are kiting you. And then if you're trying to run away, you just use your Earthbind totem. You can also use Stoneclaw for kiting mobs away. They'll attack the Stoneclaw totem. It's like having target dummies. I don't know if you ever used target dummies as an engineer.
Yeah.
So.
Alright. Got kill commands, and now I can get back to questing, back to Red Ridge.
Is it, how do you spell dual wield? W-I-E-L-D? Wield. Yeah, I think that's it. Right? Or am I stupid? Yeah, I-E-L-D.
What do you mean? Where the fuck did that go? There you are.
Oh, what the fuck? Don't tell me it fucked up again. No, why does it do that, man? Oh my god, I'm so triggered. Oh, I fucked up my macro. That's why. So how do I do that? Oh, classic. Dual. Wield. Equip. Macro. Equip slot 16, weapon 1. So I gotta do it like that? Oh. Well, that makes a lot of sense, dude.
I will be right back, okay?
Yes, sir. So how do I fucking... Oh my god, that's so annoying.
I can't cast that yet.
Alright, there we go. Alright, nice. Now for this one. Alright, let's see if it fucks it up.
I can't put that there.
No. Ooh, I don't know if I want it that like that. I think I want it like that.
I can't put that there.
I do like how the buffs stay though, so that's cool.
Alrighty.
No, my pool, bitch.
I'm gonna go out and grab a couple drinks with some friends, but I'll be back in a little while.
Oh, I'm about to get off soon anyways, go to bed. So, alright.
Okay,
Later, Brett.
Bye.
Bro, what? You must have higher fishing than me. Fucking asshole. Douchebag.
Hand over your guns. What makes you think we have guns? We were told you'd be packing, Reacher. They also tell you you die tonight? I'll die. That's funny. No guns, so no noise. They said you were smart. I'm gonna cut you, gut you, and leave you. Hand over your guns. What makes you think we have guns? We were told you'd be packing, Reacher. They also tell you you die tonight? I'll die. That's funny. No guns, so no noise. They said you were smart. I'm gonna cut you, gut you, and leave you.
Joe Biden gave a speech today on this J6 Eve where he said, I kid you not, that we almost lost this country over January 6th. And my response immediately was like, wow. If 1,000 dudes who are unarmed rioting at a government building is enough to destroy this nation, we're gonna have to cancel all of our foreign wars and foreign funding because we are much too weak to be involved in any kind of war if 1,000 unarmed dudes rioting at the Capitol is going to destroy the fabric of this nation. Of course, Joe Biden's full of it, and it's not true. But this is his play, I guess. January 6th is tomorrow. It's the anniversary. And this is his big, his pitch to the American people as to why we should vote for him again, I guess. You know, I gotta say, it's actually quite remarkable because I remember all the other campaigns where they'd say something like, John McCain is bad on taxes and bad on America. And it's like, taxes, that was the issue. Now you got Joe Biden making videos where he says, half this country is evil and wants to kill you. And it's like, oh, that's a heck of a campaign strategy. So we'll talk about that, and I gotta be honest, there are a bunch of really great and important news stories, but I'm gonna say this one instead. Aliens. Because in Miami, NBC News reports aliens. Okay, so here's what happened. Some kids were fighting with sticks and fireworks. People reported it as gunshots. The police show up. And then for some reason online, people claimed that 8-foot-tall shadow alien beings were being shot at. And NBC picked the story up. Of course, they actually put in the headline LOL. But it's Friday, so we're gonna have fun. We'll talk about all this stuff. Before we get started, my friends, head over to castbrew.com to buy Cast Brew coffee. Why? Because it is the best dang coffee you'll ever have. Appalachian Nights is so good, whole bean sold out. But we are about to get a new stock of the whole bean Appalachian Nights ground coffee, still available. And of course, everyone's favorite, Rise with Roberto Jr. We got decaf. We got decaf Sleepy Joe. I gotta tell you, it's a great gift for your friends and family to buy them a bag of Sleepy Joe coffee because it's funny, it's hilarious. We also got K-Cups. If you want to support the show, you go to castbrew.com, you buy coffee because we sponsor ourselves, and this is our coffee company. We are also working on our coffee shops. The work is happening, trust me, the equipment is in, and it's looking now like, I know everyone's gonna groan when they hear this. We got contractors, we're going over the paperwork. By April, we should have this beautiful and amazing coffee shop up and ready. And I trust these guys because they finished our new studio already. So the new studio is done. All we have to do, I should say the construction is done. Now we're waiting for technical work. But these guys are also like, we're going to get your coffee shop done. It'll be done by April. It's going to be huge. Support us and get involved if you'd like. But also head over to timcast.com, click join us, become a member. We got tickets for members only to the Iowa Caucus Show. On January 15th in Iowa, in Des Moines, we will have live audience seats, very small amount. I think it's only 50, and we're probably going to sell out in 10 minutes from now. But you're going to be hanging out up close and personal with the crew. We got security. Everything's going to be great. We're going to have a rotating group of people from the caucus, different political campaigns, hanging out, explaining what's going on as we talk about this. It'll probably be an extended show. And I got to tell you, it's not so much that you're buying tickets to an event. This is not so much like an auditorium event where you're sitting in a chair in front of a stage. This is more like you are coming into a building with everyone to hang out during the Iowa caucus. That's why there's very few tickets. We're taking security very seriously, and it's why they're a bit more expensive. But become a member at timcast.com if you want to support us and you want to buy those tickets. Smash the like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends. Joining us tonight to talk about this and a whole lot more is Representative Alex Mooney.
Hey, great to be with you. Great to be with you.
So you're a member of Congress.
Yeah. Represent West Virginia, half the state, 27 counties, District number 2, but it's half state. Most of my colleagues are congressmen. There's one of 10. They represent maybe 10% of the state. But in my case, I have the pleasure of representing half the state, and they changed around the districts last cycle. I've actually represented 2/3 of the state.
Wow.
So
that's great. So you're our rep for we're not currently in our West Virginia studio yet because it's being built. But for where I live and for where we're setting up everything, you will be our rep. And but you're running for the Senate.
Running for the Senate, Republican primary May 14th. Joe Manchin has chosen to retire. Everyone's seen that.
Good.
Everywhere. I think he knew he couldn't win anyway. So there's no other Democrat that's of any credibility that anybody can think of that could run. So most people are well aware this is 100%. Whoever wins the Republican primary is going to win the general election.
Yeah, absolutely. When we were first moving to the area, Cassandra Fairbanks, now Cassandra McDonald, she was like, "We got to find a way to get this guy in the show. You're going to love him. He's like Ron Paul." And I was like, "Really?" She's like, "Yeah, he wants the gold standard." And
I do want the gold standard.
Yeah, I was like, "All right, cool." So we finally got you here. Yeah. So and you also have a bunch of resolutions.
I have the bill on the gold standard. I wasn't sure what was going to come up on the show. So House Resolution 2435, you can look it up because I'm an elected official. I'm in my 10th year in Congress, and then a lot of people running for office say what they're going to do, what they promise to do in the future. I'd like to talk about what I've actually done, what I've actually shown to do, put in. I'm the first congressman to put in a bill to return our country to the gold standard since Jack Kemp in the 1980s. But I'm in good company. Ronald Reagan was for it. Donald Trump said he was supportive. Ted Cruz, many others. So it is a good thing to do. I've done my research, and we're looking at inflation today and all the games played with monetary policy and the Fed and so much government intervention in the free market in so many ways. Returning to the gold standard will get that under control.
It's going to be fun. You got a bunch of other bills too, but we'll talk about all this. Thanks for hanging out. Should be fun. We got Carter Banks hanging out.
What's up, everyone? Carter Banks here, all things music at Timcast and Trash House. I'm just hanging out, showing off this bandana that Jessica made me.
Oh, cool.
So, yeah, we got Phil as well.
Hello, everybody. My name is Phil Labonte, lead singer of the heavy metal band All That Remains, failed musician, anti-communist, counter-revolutionary. Serge.
Yes, I'm here. I wanted to shout out Suit and Tie Guy. Thanks for this record, man. I appreciate the record a lot. It looks like the old Trax records from Chicago. And the shirt as well.
And the record has great vibes. It emanates great vibes. I'm behind the tchotchke array here, so I'm picking up the vibes, I think.
Anyways.
Let's roll.
Let's hit it.
We got the story from the Post-Millennial. Breaking, Biden targets President Trump, quote, MAGA extremists in unhinged, angry Valley Forge speech. Before leaving the stage, Biden yelled out, "I understand power." I just, this dude, I'm sorry, man. Joe Biden is just not with it, okay? He is old, he is incomprehensible, and the idea that he could hold this position is laughable. But of course, there are a lot of people that want him to have this position. To be fair, that number is dwindling every single day. We had that story yesterday where his volunteers are quitting in droves. But let's start by playing this clip from C-SPAN, because, you know, sometimes I don't know if I would use the word unhinged as liberally as, say, like the post-millennial would, but I have to agree with him at least here, because when Joe Biden says we almost lost our country over January 6th, I'm like, unhinged. Absolutely detached from reality. After January 6th, one of the first things I said was, guys, it's not the 1600s anymore. You can't seize control of a government by standing in a building. But Joe Biden apparently thinks it is, because he's probably old enough to remember. But here's the clip. Let's play it.
I just visited the grounds of Valley Forge. I've been there a number of times since the time I was a Boy Scout years ago. You know, it's the very site
Dinosaur years ago?
that I think every American should visit. It tells a story of the pain and the suffering and the true patriotism it took to make America. Today we gather in a new year, some 246 years later, just one day before January 6th. A date forever shared in our memory because it was on that day that we nearly lost America. Lost it all. Today we're here to answer the most important of questions. Is democracy still America's sacred cause?
No. It was never.
Yeah, I don't think it ever was.
This is not rhetorical, academic, or hypothetical. Whether democracy is still America's sacred cause is the most urgent question of our time.
He's correct. Well, he's correct. See, the parasitic, woke individuals who are trying to displace the American constitutional republic with their multicultural democracy are terrified that those who believe in the constitutional republic and the vision of the founding fathers, they're terrified that we're winning. And so when Joe Biden gets up there and says, our democracy, you need to understand he's not talking about you guys, because when we sit here and say this country has never been a democracy, he clearly isn't talking to us. This was really fascinating. During the COVID lockdowns, when you saw Ron DeSantis relieving the lockdown pressure, when Kristi Noem, she didn't lock down South Dakota, Joe Biden made a statement about how we are all doing this thing, how we must do this, we are doing this. And I noticed something really interesting. I said, that's fascinating because the red states aren't doing this, only the blue states are. So when Joe Biden addresses the nation and says what we are doing, he's explicitly saying, I am not talking to you Republicans. And when he does this, it's the exact same message.
It's actually a Maoist, or it harkens back to Maoism. When Mao would talk about the communists, he would talk about their democracy, and he would talk about the Chinese people and stuff, but he was only talking about people that shared his political perspective. James Lindsay has a great, and I know I bring up James Lindsay a lot, but James Lindsay has a great podcast on this that goes through one of Mao's speeches and actually compares it to one of Joe Biden's speeches, and I will find it and post it on my Twitter account. But it's what they do. They constantly, they exclude intentionally with language that sounds inclusive, but essentially if you are not thought of as, or if you're not in their in-group, you're thought of as not a whole person. That's one of the things that Mao said. If you weren't a communist, you didn't have a soul. They really looked at it like almost a spiritual thing. So it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't do anything that he said he was going to do when it comes to trying to bring the U.S. together. So
reminds me of like when they said "not my president," but like an inversion of that, like "not my people."
Yeah, almost. Yeah.
I like when I talk to children in particular. They say, what form of government we're in? They say, let's say pledge allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. Right there in the Pledge of Allegiance. And when these liberals come up and say democracy and ignore that we're a republic with constitutional laws and rights, it's as if they think they can just, whatever they feel like, make it the law. Even if it totally tramples your rights as an individual, your freedoms. It's not our government.
I think that the attempts to adjust language and meanings of words is actually, or what it boils down to, is an attempt to circumvent the law. Because if they can convince you that the words contained in a piece of legislation don't mean what they plainly mean, what you would plainly understand them to mean, then the whole meaning of the law changes. That's one of the things, again, that you hear land dedications often, and those should be completely and totally off limits, because what it does is it plants the seed of illegitimacy of the United States. That means that the land that you're on, whoever owns it, they acquired it illegitimately. That means that the government can take it because you're not protected by the Fourth Amendment for illegitimately acquired lands. And those kind of twisting of meanings is what the left does constantly. They've been doing it. And if people want to argue and say no, right now we are literally in the United States arguing over what a woman is.
They Democrats, the corporate press, they're very good at controlling the debate itself and pulling you away from arguing about what you want into arguing on their terms. So instead of arguing why we should get rid of gun control, we're arguing to what degree we accept gun control. And to be fair, it is Republicans in the past who have been in favor of gun control too.
Yes.
But where we are now, the people who claim that we're a democracy are the people who think that they can simply get together, and if there are more of them than you, they can decide to vote and you no longer have rights. That's not how a republic works. A democracy is two wolves and a lamb deciding what's for lunch. A republic is a well-armed lamb contesting the vote. That's, I believe, I'm probably not getting it absolutely correctly, but I believe Benjamin Franklin said that. That's the point. The wolves can vote whatever they want. Yeah. You have a right to live. They can't just vote to eat you. Yeah. But the way these people view it is, look, there's a reason why Joe Biden is unambiguous. He is facilitating illegal immigration into this country on a mass scale, colluding with human traffickers, and his administration explicitly smuggling children in the dead of night on these planes, and faster and more than ever. And it's because their mentality is, if the population of a country doesn't agree with you, import a different one.
And the other way to say democracy, it's mob rule.
Yeah.
If you have 51% of the vote, you can take away the rights of the other 49%. And take the thing like free speech. I never thought, in my last 4 years in Congress, when Democrats had total control, that they really thought they could throw people off the internet. I mean, when they threw Donald Trump off Twitter, for example, you think if you can throw the president off, do you think the rest of Americans won't be thrown off the social media if the left or the owners think it's something you just say something you disagree with? And to think that they can tell us what we can say and what we can even think, and I'm telling you, I've seen it, man, in Congress. I've seen them put that stuff in. The witch hunt investigations, or the rule of law has been applied one way for Republicans, another way for Democrats. It is scary. And you mentioned, anti-communist. My mother fled a communist country. She was born and raised in Cuba.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and she came here when she was 20 to live in freedom, as have many other immigrants who've come here legally. And to see the left in this country act that way, that we're not a republic, it's whatever they want they can do to us, it is scary. And it is as scary as your listeners might think, if not more so, what I've actually seen.
Michael Malice makes the excellent point. It can be much worse than you think. Yeah. People don't realize what bad is.
Yeah.
And so they hear these stories about communism, and it's just like the typical thing you hear about what communist countries do is the light side of how bad it gets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Today, shout out to the Punk Rock MBA on Twitter. He is a YouTuber. He made a video about the breakup of Rage Against the Machine, and he was rightly critical of the band using communist imagery. It's unacceptable. It's like using Nazi imagery. Communists killed millions and millions and millions of people. There's a reason why I say every day that I'm on the show that I'm an anti-communist counter-revolutionary, because that's an actual, there are people in the United States Congress that are in the DSA. The DSA constantly tweets supportive messages about Marx. They tweet supportive messages about Lenin. This is not a joke, and you bring it up to people, they're so quick to say that we have a right-wing problem in the United States, to the point where the right is almost just the concept of the right is synonymous with bad. And that's just so detached from reality. You can look at the right and say there are bad things that have been done from people on the right, or bad ideas that have come from the right, fine. But to think that an entire philosophy, because right now on the right is where the Enlightenment lives, right? All of your romantic philosophies, like Like, socialism is a romantic philosophy. It's based in the idea that you can will things into existence as opposed to reason, you know, like the Enlightenment. And the idea that this stuff is acceptable is just, it's so bad for the country, and it will cause massive problems, and we're starting to see them.
It's bad for the world.
Yeah, 100%, absolutely.
Yeah, it's failed everywhere it's been tried.
Mm-hmm.
Why do we need to try it again?
Yep. I mean,
they're not going to stop trying.
I can go on and on about this.
You see that
Same
meme?
here, man.
That meme where that what was that woman? She's like from Al Jazeera Plus or whatever, and she says, you know, just because socialism hasn't been implemented properly doesn't mean we just give up.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you got to break some eggs or whatever, and then someone responds with, "Oops, I burned the souffle," and it shows the killing fields or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, dude,
Nobody knows about all these things that happen.
And
they only know about like the right stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and they don't realize socialism is a road to communism.
Well,
that's the whole point.
I was talking over the holidays with people, and everyone's heard of the right-wing boogeyman. Joe Biden giving the speech like, "Oh, MAGA!" And I'm talking to people, I'm like, did you know that in 2020 we saw the worst riots this country's seen in 5 decades? It was the left. Did you know that on May 29th, 2020, thousands of far-left extremists firebombed the White House, setting fire to a guard post, setting fire to St. John's Church, the historical church across the street? 70-plus police officers were injured in the scuffle, and the president was forced into an emergency bunker. They go, what? We've had people on this show. We had Marianne Williamson, I asked her, and she's like, I don't know what happened. What are you talking about? It's like, how do you not know what is happening in your backyard? Look, Marianne Williamson is a very, very nice lady, and she is more deserving of being president than Joe Biden and any other Democrat running for the Democrats. But I gotta be honest, if you don't know that the house you are seeking to occupy was firebombed only a couple of years ago, I'm not sure you're fit for the job. It's something you should know.
They call them mostly peaceful protests when they do it.
When they were burning down a police station.
Yeah, burn down police station.
Which you like, young people don't realize it, but I mean, I'm probably your age, or you're probably my age. Like, back in the 80s, these kinds of phrases we were familiar with because we would watch I watched a bunch of shows about, you know, about Russia, about a lot of stuff about East Germany. There was this one show about paintball, like these kids that used to play paintball, and they got mixed up with spies in East Germany. It was super cool. But the point is, like, you would hear how in communist countries and in socialist countries, how phrases would be said, and everybody was aware that they did not mean what they said. Like, the words that they were saying and the meaning behind the words were totally incongruous.
Well, it's like what we saw with Vivek Ramaswamy. He gets questioned by that Washington Post woman, and she says, will you condemn white supremacy? And he's like, I condemn all forms of racial discrimination. And it's because white supremacy to the left means something different than what it actually means. They have their own different language. It's fascinating. They use words that to them mean something, but to us mean something different on purpose to trick us and to trick the ignorant. And so when Vivek Ramaswamy gets interviewed by those two women, by that Dasha Burns or whatever her name is, it's one of the most that lady needs to be fired. But I understand NBC is not a news organization; they're an activist organization. So why would they fire their proselytizers? But this woman Dasha is not interviewing a presidential candidate; she's berating someone over her personal, emotional, activist cause. And Vivek accurately points out the issue with white supremacy is that they define it as punctuality and like an hour-based work schedule. So I need to understand, is that what you want me to condemn? And she's just interrupting him nonstop. It's fascinating when Vivek is on the CNN town hall debate stage, they always have to interrupt because they're not journalists. Yeah. They're not here to say, tell me your thoughts on issue. They're here to say, here's what you're supposed to think on issue, shut your mouth.
Yep.
Just like, it reminds me of the Trump CNN town hall thing every time. Just like, they would ask him stuff and he would give an answer, and then she would correct him with incorrect stuff.
It's just shocking to me. Again, I bring up, people that lived through, that were alive when communist countries were prevalent, when they were like during the Cold War, and it's like, why is it that I know there are people in Congress that are old enough to remember? Why are they unaware? Why is it that none of the Republicans in Congress actually will call out the anyone on the squad and be like, why are you associating with the DSA when the DSA is tweeting Lenin quotes? Why are you associating with them? Why do you caucus with them? Why is that acceptable? And I mean, like, you guys should. I wish that you guys would do it, because you should be absolutely shamed into a cave if you sit there and walk around with a sickle and hammer, or if you're quoting Marx. And I mean, not to go back to the whole like Rage Against the Machine thing, but the guy's got a pedal that has a Lenin quote on it. Like, sometimes history needs a push. The push was $100 million on the. It's a foot pedal made by Dunlop. It's his wah pedal on the side of it.
Wait, you can buy that from Dunlop?
Yeah, Dunlop Company. They have it's on the side.
You can go to the website, buy a pedal that has that quote on it.
I will bring up the picture, my friend. Yes, you can, absolutely. And it says,
that's wild.
It says, sometimes history needs a push, and that push, like I said, that push is 100 million dead people.
So let's clarify real quick. This is a guitar pedal available from Dunlop Corporation, the Dunlop Company, that you can go and buy right now with a Lenin quote on it that says, sometimes history needs a push?
Yes.
Everyone should email that company asking why they are calling for the genocide against Slavic people.
I can't think of any more clear way to put it than that. I mean...
Yeah, let's play the game. Contact them and say, so this is like the signature... Sometimes history needs a push.
Yeah, that's
it's got a communist star.
It's got the red
it.
star on it, and it's on the side it says. Yeah, I just retweeted it. It's on the top of my.
Yeah, how about everybody reach out to Dunlop and ask them why they're selling genocidal, calling for genocide, why they're supporting genocide, and then see what they say.
This kind of stuff, the fact that we accept this as a society is because we have a red-washed educational system.
That's Dunlop, you say, huh?
Yeah.
What do I got here?
Done with Dunlop.
Okay, this is a Fender guitar pick.
There you go.
I will not use Dunlop guitar picks anymore. I used to use Tortex. Those were the ones. Yeah. Not anymore.
That's Dunlop?
Yeah, the
Tortex?
The jazz Tortex, the purple jazz 3s.
No longer.
What are you talking about?